What's up, everybody? We are back with some more 40k tonight. Super cool. Just continuing to watch sick games of 40k. And this time it's going to be from Pod 2, where we had a little bit of an interesting development in round 1. We had a tie, a round 1 tie, which was...
I figured it was going to be on there.
A pretty close game, 29-29 between IR Wedge and Raider 210. Both of those players went on to win their subsequent game, meaning that they're both advancing undefeated. So we have effectively 3 semifinals games for Pod 2. This one between Raider 210, also known as D-Lake 210, the red player, is effectively fighting for his chance to advance undefeated into the last round. Depending on how IR Wedge goes in his next game against Bundakas, IR Wedge is the higher ranked player right now based on battle points, that could determine who is able to play Tomb King 20 in the actual finals of the pod. So this is a bit of an interesting layout of the pod here, and it's going to be interesting to see how it ends up. But today, Raider 210 with his Aeldari is playing against the unfortunately named Dark Angel Dan, who is playing not Dark Angels, he's playing Iron Hands. Is this beautiful Iron Hands models here. The Primaris Intercessor models from the Steam Workshop are absolutely gorgeous. It makes me want to play so maybe some Primaris Deathwatch or something, because they look super duper cool. Very tactical. I like these guys.
Okay.
I'm going to go over the list real quick. Obviously, the players have started playing since our other game between John Damaris and Innes Wilson ran a little bit long. I hope you guys caught that. It was super good. Everything, just everything that I wanted out of that particular match. A lot of trash talk. We had a little smack talk going on. We had a lot of extremely high level play. John learning a lot about the game, I think, but he was able to take that game down. So we're live with this one. Brennan O'Donnell, Gellerfield didn't fail. We made it. We made it through the warp over to this game. Hopefully more people make it over. But this is going to be sick to watch. So looking through the lists real quick here, we have Dark Angel Dan on the blue side playing his, looks like an Iron Curtain style list, as Nick Nanavati would refer to it as. 3, double battalions, 3 units of intercessors in the first battalion, a big 10-man, 9 intercessors with a chainsword sergeant, all with standard bolt rifles. Stalker bolt rifles. Interesting. So a 10-man with Stalker bolt rifles. It's good to have a 10-man intercessor squad in any intercessor list revolving around intercessors, because that gives you one big target you can put your litanies on. You could potentially use the special bolt strat. These guys have... priority target sighted, but also if you're using rapid fire or bolt storm, it's good to have a 10-man to use that on, especially if you're going first. A 10-man bolt storming unit can just absolutely blast something off the table. We then have another 9-man squad with Stalker bolt rifles, and following up that is a 5-man squad. Now, these aren't demarcated. Okay, it looks like they've just been noted in their description here. So it is going to be a little tough to tell these guys apart, but it looks like we have the 8-man squad on this side by Objective 1, and we have the 10-man squad over on the other flank. Next up, we have the Centurion Assault Squad, pretty mainstay for this style of list. These guys are cheap, they have a bunch of wounds, they're hard to kill. Once you're in here with all of the defensive buffs that this Iron Curtain list can give it, that unit becomes extremely difficult to kill. Especially once you're trying to fight through, 40 intercessors, also sitting at the front of it. We also have the Relic Leviathan Dreadnought, a little bit nerfed since it's nerf post LVO. That said, it's still going to be very difficult to kill, and we are bringing it in with Flesh's Weakness, so the +1 to its DPR, as well as Student of History, so that's exciting. So it's not going to be able to be engaged in melee. It's going to be able to just consolidate 6 inches directly out of melee if you ever touch it. You have to entirely wrap it, which is going to be tough with all these intercessors that Dark Angel Dan is surrounding it with. And then also it's just difficult to kill with with shooting attacks because it has that 5+ ignore damage. Last up, we have one Thunderfire Cannon. I'm not sure where that's deployed. Probably in one of these side ruins. We have a Tech Marine. I'm not seeing the Thunderfire Cannon actually deployed here. Am I missing something? I guess we'll table that and come back to it. I wonder if it was supposed to have spawned back here, because we don't have a Tech Marine in the army. I'd be shocked if it got killed by something. I'll just ask the players real quick. What's up with that?
All right.
Hey guys, real quick. Sorry to interrupt. Is the Thunderfire dead? Did that get destroyed?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, the Night Spinner got it.
Okay, gotcha. So it looks like it did get killed by
You
the Night
scared me,
Spinners.
Trevi. I didn't know what happened. All right.
Surprise.
All right.
Those Night Spinners
All
are
right, we'll go
fairly
over to,
dangerous, but with a 2+ save, they are kind of relying on getting their rending wounds off. But it's straight flat 2 damage. You only need 2 of those to go through in order to kill it. So it looks like the Thunderfire did get taken out. In the next battalion, we have 2 Chaplain Venerable Dreadnoughts. Pretty straightforward. Las Cannon on a character body, so they can't be targeted. Hiding behind this Relic Leviathan Dreadnought, they probably will be untargetable for the entirety of the game, which is very strong. As well as 3 more 5-man Intercessor squads, all with bolt rifles. So, looks like we're placing all of the standard bolt rifles in the hands of these small 5-man squads, whereas the 10-mans have the Stalkers. I am interested in the rationale behind that. I think it must be that the Dark Angel Dan just wants to get those 2 damage shots online with the Chaplain buffs. And maybe to just represent the threat of target priority sighted, or priority target sighted, to fire the Stalker bolt rifles as sniper weapons. Moving over to the Aeldari list, run by Raider 210. Raider 210 is the undefeated player in this game, so he is actually fighting for his tournament life here. At a 1-1 record, if he goes into the final round 2-1 and is able to grab a significant points lead, that could send him into the true finals with Tomb King 20, depending entirely on how this game and IR Wedge's game goes, which will be happening this weekend. But he's running a mixed Aeldari detachment, bringing in, let's see, it looks like a Spearhead of custom Craftworlds. I think everything's going to be Masterful Shots Expert Crafters for his custom Craftworld. Yeah. Excuse me. So it's going to be, the Spearhead is going to be custom Craftworld, and he also has a second detachment of Elatok. Cool. For the, that's the -1 to hit, I believe. So we're bringing in the custom Craftworld detachment, 2 units of Hornets, and I think those are being proxied over here. That's an Elatok Hornet, and then we have the custom Hornets here being proxied by Falcons. It looks like those have pulse lasers and Starcannons. We have 2 actual Falcons. Oh, it looks like the Hornets are actually just physically smaller than the Falcons. I think the model is they're like a light tank. Skimmer tank, so it looks like he was just shrunk those down to be the correct size. 2 Falcons with Starcannon's twin Shuriken catapults.
This Falcon.
That's interesting. Just a Starcannon on the turret, I guess. And then 2 Night Spinners, as we have come to expect, a solid number of Night Spinners from basically every Eldar list ever conceived. We also are bringing a Cabal of the Blackheart to get that Agents of Vect online. Detachment with an Archon Drazar. That's cool. A little bit of spice in there. Looks like this is the I wonder if Drazhar is inside one of these Venoms right now. I'm excited to see him get into melee because he's kind of a beat stick. For just 100 points, I think that's a pretty solid choice for a lot of Aeldar lists. And bringing in as well just 3 Kabalite Warriors in 3 Venoms. So I think that's going to be most of the forward presence of this list. It's a lot of Aeldar armor, and the Venoms give you a lot of very fast units that are relatively difficult to kill. That can just zip around the table and grab forward objectives. So seems pretty straightforward. The Elatok Detachment has a double Warlocks, and I should mention that we also have a Farseer in the custom Craftworld Detachment. So we do have enough for a Seer Council if we need it. 2 Warlocks, another Hornet, and that's the Hornet we saw on the side here that's noted as being Elatok. Again, with a Pulse Laser and Starcannon, as well as 3 Fire Prisms. Fire Prisms have taken a bit of a break. Looks like here's all the characters. There's the Archon. There's some engineers. Okay. Fire Prisms took a little bit of a break, I think, following Space Marine's release, probably because they were so fragile against a lot of Space Marine lists. And didn't do that much damage, but they're slowly coming back, and honestly, they scare the shit out of me. The triple Fire Prisms. The tech you can do, where 2 Fire Prisms hide inside a ruin or whatever. The last Fire Prism moves out, uses the stratagem to link fire, so they all shoot their laser beams together. You measure line of sight from the final Fire Prism. He fires last in the phase, and then after he fires, you use Fire and Fade to move him back out of line of sight. Insane. Everything's like rerolling. It's full rerolls for the linked fire stratagem. You get to keep all of them out of line of sight, so they effectively shoot indirect, like the Night Spinners do, with a little bit of extra strings attached, but they do an immense amount of damage with those big Strength 9 cannons. Super cool to see them back on the table, and I'm excited to see if they can actually punch through the armor of this Iron Curtain list. Going over the secondaries that we've picked so far, it looks like Raider 210 has picked the Aeldar player in the red. We have 2 kind of similar usernames on Steam here. D-Lake 21010, and then Demon Salve 617. So, and there you go. Raider 210 picking Reaper. Interesting pick in the new ITC format. Obviously, you can count wounds instead of models destroyed, so each of these intercessors is worth 2 wounds for Reaper, and you only need to kill 1 unit of 10 or 2 units of 5 in order to score a Reaper point. You also get it off of the Centurions, because they are infantry models, so a lot of points up for grabs for Reaper. Next up, Engineers. This is a little bit of an awkward one, but I think he's noted that there's a distinct lack of indirect fire. The only indirect fire on the table for Dark Angel Dan was the Thunderfire Cannon, and as we saw, Raider 210 was able to knock that off the table immediately with these Night Spinners. I think it's relatively lucky for Raider 210. It's probably not. That's not exactly where they want to be shooting. They really want to be hitting all of these Primera Space Marines, but that's what's up. Just knocked it out, and that lets him score Engineers pretty much with impunity. He has a unit of Kabalites, and he has noted here that these guys are going to be one of the Engineer units, and without a Thunderfire Cannon on the table, there's nothing really threatening those guys, so that's going to be pretty safe for them. And he's also noted that this Venom is going to be an Engineer, so that's what he's going to be trying to get as his double on Engineers, to use that as his forward objective holder, but it's going to be a little tough, I think. Las Cannons will immediately kill that guy, I think, as soon as he tries to go anywhere. Venoms, they are -1 to hit, but they're not known for their resilience once they get hit. A single Las Cannon hit could easily take one out. If we have the targeting array on one of these guys, which I'm not sure we do. Over for Dark Angel Dan, bringing Big Game Hunter. Pretty straightforward because you're going to be able to count it off everything in this list. King of the Hill, which this is a list that's effectively designed around playing King of the Hill. You just want to stick 1,000,000 intercessors in the center of the table here and just score it every turn. And then lastly, both players have taken Old School. Old School, obviously it's worked out for Dark Angel Dan, or for Raider 210 immediately because he was able to kill the Thunderfire Cannon. Dark Angel Dan, it might be a little tougher. Although we do have these Venoms running up in the middle, so I think it might actually not be that hard. But you are committing to destroying the Relic Leviathan because it's been chosen as the Warlord, which is one of the hardest models in the game to remove on Iron Hands Relic Leviathan. I'm not sure if that's the pick I would have made. I think this Aeldari list wants to play maybe Recon. Maybe Recon. You get these 3 quarters really easily, and then you can just nudge a Venom into this corner every turn to score it. And your opportunity to double score is probably pretty online as well, with all of these relatively fast Eldar armor pieces. So some of the interesting combos that we should talk about inside this Iron Curtain list. It's not a list that we see very often. It's kind of the Brohammer Hands list from LVO, the LVO winning list. That's effectively been updated for the post-FAQ world. It has the Relic Leviathan. He's significantly easier to kill now that you can't use Cogitated Martyrdom on him to let him pass wounds to the Intercessor squads. That said, he is already extremely difficult to kill, being just, a toughness 8 model with 14 wounds and a 5+ DPR, on top of having an invulnerable save. And you have Ironfather Fieros hanging back in the... looks like the Dark Angel Dan has noted his abilities in there, so he doesn't forget them. That's a good call. His ability to heal 3 wounds every turn off this guy is going to be insane. Looks like we are starting to remove some intercessors first off, so that's pretty annoying for the Iron Hands. But the other combination here is that Ironfather Fieros obviously gives a 5+ invulnerable save to any units, any infantry units, that was changed. Within 6 inches of him. So all of these intercessors, as well as these centurions, although it's less relevant on them, get that 5+ invulnerable save. In addition, you have Father of the Future on a Primaris Apothecary, who's been upgraded to the Chief Apothecary. And that buffs the DPR of all of these infantry by a further +1. So they're starting with a 6+ from the Iron Hands Chapter Tactic, and that is being increased to a 5+ by the Apothecary. So both the Relic Leviathan and all these infantry are going to have a 5+ damage with prevention. And effectively, you're just going to use that to bully up the table. Turn 1, you can move all these Stalker Bolt Rifles without suffering the penalties because you're going to be in Devastator Doctrine. You can move the, this double Storm Cannons off this guy, and you're just going to sit this entire brick of models right in the center. You're going to score that King of the Hill, and you're going to be able to project threat out to 24 inches of that area. With that Relic Leviathan, potentially 32 if you're in a position where it can continue to move forward, and you're basically just going to project an immense amount of slow, methodical firepower up the center of the table and force the Eldar away from you. That gives you total domination of these 2 objectives right here, and forces the Eldar back into the sides where it's going to be a little bit harder to hide from the Las Cannon Dreads and just the immense amount of firepower it's going to be able to put out. It looks like Raider 210 is already starting to pick away at the formation, though. Once the intercessors go down, the Relic Leviathan, while it is incredibly scary, is a little easy to mitigate because, just in general, Relic Leviathans are fairly slow. And if you're playing a relatively fast army, you can kind of kite it a little bit. So, it's going to move 8 inches up to the center, and it's going to be able to shoot another 24. So it's going to threat 32 inches out to about here. And you can see, it looks like Raider 210 is about to eat it, so he's not really worried about it shooting at him this turn. But you can see that next turn, you can immediately pull back all these 14-inch range skimmers and jump out of its range. And every time that Leviathan shoots, it probably should take one of these tanks out with its Storm Cannon arrays. It's effectively 20 autocannon shots every time it fires that thing. You can make it hit on a Ballistic Skill 2+ with Fieros. He has an ability to give BS2 to 1 unit. And you can potentially use the Signum Array on one of, or the special Warlord trait on one of these guys, but I don't think that he's actually taken it. He has taken a Chapter Master, though, on his Smash, sort of light, Smash Captain Light here with the Teeth of Terra. So that's going to be a little bit better. Now, with the Doctrine nerf, post turn 1, this Leviathan, this whole army stops ignoring the move and fire penalty. So it actually becomes a lot less efficient. The Chapter Master aura helps that a lot. And it is one of the big detriments that Iron Hands now sort of have to play with those 2 CP down so that they can actually make their gun line work.
I have no charges for you.
Thanks everybody in the chat for joining. I don't know where you are, but it is a bit of a late game. It's gonna be fun to play through the night. I think I'm excited to. Let's see. Deuce 83. That's Dan Monsalve, great player, awesome sport. Played him at Coastal Assault, and he was great. Okay, awesome. Yeah, it sounds like the players are I'm gonna go back to the player mics real quick. We'll tune them up a little bit.
Kill one.
It does sound like they're pretty laid back and they're just ready to get stuck in for a good game.
Outside.
D Monsalve here is
Engineer.
he is X-1 in the pod so far. I think he's 1-1. So unfortunately, he's fighting for placement right now. He's not fighting to get to the finals, whereas it's all on the line for Raider 210 here.
I'll get these out of your way because we already know who's doomed and jinxed. So.
And the same's going to go, or similar, it's going to go next round. We're going to have Bandakas versus IR Wedge in the next game that we stream from Pod 2. And in that case, it's going to be a little bit more contentious, I think. Bandakas is undefeated, and IR Wedge has that one draw on him. So if he's able to score highly, that gets him into the finals of Tomb King. Eureka, 11 a.m. You lucky duck. But I hope these games were good timing for you, Eureka. These have been some awesome games. The last game that we streamed between John Damaris and Ennis Wilson was insane good. Came down to a very close 33-27 finish. And here comes the Iron Curtain. Very, about to dominate the center of the board. Hopefully start getting those King of the Hill points ASAP. I wonder what Dark Angel Dan's target priority is going to be. I think he has to kill the Night Spinners. I think he sort of wants these Fire Prism shots to start going into this Relic Leviathan. It did take 5 wounds already, though. Ooh, my gosh. That's a lot. But the chances that guy gets taken out in one go is relatively low, especially since he's about to heal back up to 12 with Iron Father Fieros. However, the Night Spinners can continually blast into the Intercessors, and we already have seen 6 Intercessors going down in one round of shooting. Eureka only caught the tail end of the last one. Yeah, it came down to a very bizarre ending. 2 Ragnar Blackmanes fighting each other. That was pretty weird. One Ragnar Blackmane killing the other with a crack grenade. Pretty silly game at the end of that game. But Ragnar Blackmane, definitely get used to seeing that guy on the table because, oh my god, is he insane. And he really showcased his brawn in that game. 2 Ragnar Blackmanes just duking it out. Absolutely destroying characters, regenerating CP. Just insane. I think maybe could be accosted a little bit higher on that guy. Looks like we scored out a kill hole bonus for Raider 210 turn 1. It's going to be something he's going to be looking to do every turn. Just going to double check the mission that these Pod 2 is playing right now. Grab my champions packet. Okay, so we are playing Nexus Control. It is a little tougher to tell from looking at the table in the 2020 packet exactly what mission everyone's playing, because a lot of times most of them have player-placed objectives now. And it's pretty variable where the objectives are going to go. Kind of funky in that way. But Raider 210 has set up well so that he can bonus every turn. He is going to have a little bit of an advantage here.
Still got you, bud?
Yeah, I'm here.
Okay.
Oh, okay.
He is going to have a little bit of an advantage
Here's
since
my
all he needs to do is grab these 2 objectives to bonus every turn.
See if I get it
And again, he has the speed. He's faster than Dark Angel Dan's army by a significant amount. And
Oh, you use a command point reroll for that? I'm still with you is the
so he
question.
just has
Doesn't
to
look like it.
basically bounce one of his pieces of armor over to this objective every turn, and then just grab a
For that?
drop a troops
Why is
choice
this thing
in
not
here.
working?
So he's
Hello,
whereas
is this thing working?
this objective has its
Stupid
line of sight
headset.
blocked
You
from
said
the
you used the
majority of
command
the
reroll for the
Iron
something.
Hands army,
Yeah.
okay.
meaning that the Venom on there is going to be fairly safe for a while.
Yeah, my mic for some reason keeps cutting in and out at some point in time with you, so it's like, okay. But Granddaddy wants to come in. Come on, come party.
Oh, yeah.
So as these players are moving up in this first round, I want to get some thoughts from the chat here. Who do you think is favored in this game? The Aeldari did go first, but the resilience of this Iron Hands list, obviously it's already had some fairly insane competitive showings previously in the season. And it's so much firepower, and it's so much mid-range firepower that's good against kind of the medium armor that these Eldar vehicles are bringing. Eldar, for example, don't have a lot of toughness 8 or 2-up save stuff, and so high AP values and that middling between strength 4 and a couple las cannons in there, and the strength 7 on the autocannons. I think it's going to start dealing some significant damage to these guys fairly quickly. So I'd like to hear what you guys think. What are your predictions for the game?
Yeah, I'm here.
Cool. I'm sorry, man. These ruins.
Oh, I hear you. Trust me, we had a 5-minute trying to figure out how to get a fire prism down there.
All right. I think that's it for moving.
Okay.
Psychic phase. That's. I guess we'll go with shooting.
Okay.
Let's start with
Moving right in the psychic phase, or move right into the shooting phase. I hope Dark Angel Dan doesn't forget to repair his Leviathan here. That's kind of a big deal. Every wound on that guy is so hard to chip off that they're very, very
let's go with the
valuable.
Centurion. Shoot at the.
Looks like we're just
let's shoot
moving
at
on.
Okay.
Mistakes may have been made here. I'm not sure what the
So it's
time
gonna
zone
be,
these players are playing in, but it might be
Oh,
that
sorry.
they're.
And the movement phase.
Oh, no,
Apothecary's
here
gonna
they go.
shine and the heal that Centurion got it to
Okay, we're healing Centurions.
back up to where is he?
One Centurion ate a wound. I wonder if he
Pharaohs
took one
is
from a
going
Night Spinner or
to
something.
Make
Interesting that he wouldn't try to bring back a Primaris, but maybe. I don't think any unit was wiped out. He's only lost 6.
I guess Pharaohs will make bolt rifle 3 hit on 2s.
Okay.
That move.
You gotta remember to repair your Leviathan, though, Fieros. Oh no.
So bolt rifle.
Whoopsies.
So
little
shooting
Unfortunate.
Centurions, they will put everything into the horn.
So here we go.
All right.
Into the shooting phase. Centurion's putting all of their massive number of Hurricane Bolter shots. We're going to be firing, what is that, 60? 60 shots from those 5 guys. Insanity.
It's really frustrating. It won't, like all my copy and delete stuff is turned off.
Really?
Oh, can you promote me? I'm sorry, that's what it is.
Eureka is not experienced enough to tell. Make a wild guess. Let's go with a wild guess.
There we go.
That work?
Deuce83 says this turn,
There it is.
this being bottom 1, will probably
I
define
didn't know there was something that like
the game.
I blame
for Iron
Trevi.
Hands.
He was the one that came in here and messed things around.
just in case. I was like, maybe he turns that off.
Yeah, we're talking about you, Trevi.
Yeah,
I know you're
only
listening.
6 intercessors is not
So
a
we got
great
60
amount
shots.
to lose.
Hit
Yeah,
on 3.
losing the Thunderfire hurts way more, I think, though. And also, chipping 5 wounds off the Leviathan Dreadnought in 1 round of shooting is a big deal. That's going to be mitigated a lot by, or I should say, it should be mitigated a lot by Ironfather Fieros, but it's not. So, whoops. And I think if if this entire army wants to hammer into that, I don't know if they kill it, but they do a significant amount of damage. But I would have liked to see more defensive play from these Aeldar. I think I like to tell people a lot. Your win percentage, I think, drops by about 20% every time a Relic Leviathan shoots at you. So outside of just nabbing these, these Venoms and these Hornets and these forward units that Raider is grabbing these objectives with, I don't think you can afford to give it shots into Night Spinners or into Falcons. Your heavy guns need to be super far away. That said, Eldar are a little bit hampered because their guns don't have a particularly long threat range, so a lot of times he's going to have to move into that Relic Leviathan's threat. But on turn 1, I don't think you should have to give it that shot.
Down to 3.
So that's the we'll go with bolt rifle 3. Those that are hit on ballistic skill 2. Shoot at him. And they're in rapid fire, so it'll be 8 shots. Twos rerolling.
Eureka says that
Okay.
Relic Leviathan is the best, one of his
Five,
favorite models in the game. So he's rooting for Iron Hands, yeah. It is certainly, I think, the coolest Dreadnought. It actually looks like a big, stompy robot monster rather than kind of the strange
Two go through.
Strange configuration that the standard box dreads are in, like these Chaplain Dreadnoughts.
Two go
They
through.
aren't very
Number one.
intimidating, in fact.
Let's go with bolt rifle 5. 3 guys left there. They're also in rapid fire, so 6. Threes, re-rolling everything. 5 hits. 5. 1 wound.
One wound. One. These are all no AP until next turn, right?
Tactic. It's what.
We're good to go.
Let's go with let's go with Chaplain Dread over here
Okay.
with Reese. I think he's going to put his storm bolters and put last into the fire prism in the back.
Okay. There'll be threes to hit the fire prism.
Juice 83. The Relic Leviathan does kind of look like a turtle. Maybe a tactical one. I appreciate that reference. It is a turtley model. It's hard to kill, and it waddles around the table slowly.
What's up?
And it terrifies the crap out of your opponent, as all turtles should.
Trevi disconnected. Everybody disconnected. Well, that's not good. Hello?
I can hear you.
It looks like everybody disconnected. I got nobody in the game with me.
Oh, but you're still good?
I was gonna say, I looked up and all of a sudden I didn't see anybody playing. Well then.
Almost.
I was gonna say, I'm still in here. Do we just
you're
reset
still
it?
good. So yeah, you stay in because you're the one hosting. So
Yeah.
see.
Quick update for everybody. Looks like we lost connection with the lobby host, so I'm just going to log back in, and we will be back online momentarily. So I do apologize for that. We got through all the last game without any technical issues, and so we're due one, I think. So it looks like the lobby host actually lost Wi-Fi and is trying to make a Wi-Fi hotspot right now. So we're in a bit of a holding pattern right now. And the player's warning me to stop talking crap about them behind their back to the stream or to the stream chat. So I will. I'll just hang out with you guys for a couple minutes. So while we try to wait to load back in. So Deuce83 asking where the channel name came from. It's actually. I just like alliteration. My name's Trevi. I play Tyranids. I like being tactical, and tortoises are pretty cool. Okay, so we're back with the players. I have lost my PIP because we lost connection, unfortunately. So I don't have the score sheet, but we'll just have to go old-fashioned with that and update periodically. Right now, we're just going into bottom one, so we're looking for. We're still, I think, just 4 points on for the Aeldari. Yeah, Juice 83. Unfortunately, I don't have I don't have a more exciting name for you. More exciting story for the naming of the channel, but maybe I should maybe I should come up with one. I am a little slow like a tortoise, so but I try to be tactical in everything I do.
Look. Hey, look, can you hear me?
May have lost some audio, maybe.
Then we lost. We lost Raider. Yeah, I shot him a message.
So it sounds like we lost audio with one of the players. So we're having a little trouble with this game, unfortunately. Sounds like Raider 210's internet is on the fritz. I was worried a little bit earlier because I was in...
Hello? We good now? Yeah.
Raider, is that you? Okay, cool.
Yes, sir.
All right, so you have 4 wounds. Did you make them all?
Yeah, I did
a
a
bit of a
command reroll
thunderstorm
for
earlier
the
this morning,
2
or
into a
earlier this
4.
evening. And I was a little worried about my my own internet, but fortunately it wasn't me. And I wonder if Raider is having the same issue here. Yeah, Deuce 83. If they ever make an INF deep cam army for 40k, then my channel might explode. Yeah, I'll cross my fingers. I hope they make a tortoise faction for 40k. We did have some good ideas from the chat earlier. We could use some Seraphon dinosaur models to make some proxy tactical tortoises with missile launchers on the back for 40k, which I'm all in for. Thinking maybe I can make some Tyranid tortoises.
I will take all 4.
Or we do a Aeldari Exodites army with tortoises for fire prisms, which I'm all in on. Maybe a Feral Worlds Imperial Guard with some big tortoises. Ooh.
Okay.
These ideas are getting me excited.
Bolters at the Hornet, 4 hits. He rerolls 1, goes to the LT. No wound.
Okay.
And then the 2 last. Reroll everything. 1 hit. Threes. 1 wound.
Yep.
4 again. Do 3 damage.
All right. 3, 6 up. Feel no pains. I'll take 2. Down to 6.
All right, let's go with Stalker 2. Come over here. They're going to shoot.
Looks like glass cannons starting to plink wounds off of the fire prism in the back here. Just had to double check that.
Question is how many can actually see him through that.
One left on this
Leviathan.
Hornet. I think it ate the storm cannon shot, which is a big old deal. Maybe I'm not sure what the range looks like, but I would have hit the Night Spinners if I could with that guy. But it might they might have deployed just out of its threat range, which is smart. It does have a very predictable threat range.
Let's do,
it's not very fast. Now we're going to move to the infantry shooting.
So bolt rifle 4. I'll put their 3 into the Hornet. Won't be
Okay.
up to 5.
Gonna see if we can knock that Hornet out with some Stalker bolt rifles, or with some standard bolt rifles. Excuse me.
2 hits.
They're gonna be -1 AP, which is good. Good to have around, but
No
not if they
wound.
don't wound.
What? 1, 2, 3 Stalker guys. I could see him.
Okay.
Shoot the 3 Stalker guys. I can see him. And we'll shoot. 4. I'll shoot 4 Stalkers at him, and the one that he will shoot at back here. Squad back here.
Okay.
So the 4 that can see the 1 wound. 3s. And wounding 5s. And reroll 1. And the 1 at the Hornet in the back. Hits. Reroll 1s from the LT because they're close. 1 wound and 4 back.
All right. You said 1 wound at what?
Neg 4, so they're AP 3 normally. And then, wait, hold on. Shipping?
Primaris Stalkers have an AP4? Holy. Nice.
Maybe AP. Stalkers have a high AP. It's just... I'm
Yeah,
sorry,
I think
they're
the Stalker
AP
rifle
3.
and Devastator is gonna
AP
be
2 regularly,
3,
plus
yeah.
1 for that.
Okay.
Looks like they got it.
All right, 6 up. Oh, damage.
2 damage.
2 damage. 2 damage it is.
Full rifle 6. 1, 2.
So I imagine that Dark Angel Dan is angling for a charge on the Venom here. Looks like he probably only needs a 6 or a 7 with these
So I just have-
intercessors. That would give him an
I have 2
obsec
bolt
on this.
rifles. You
He
see
can
that Hornet
also
and bolt rifles.
Okay.
send the Leviathan in, as long as he makes it basically onto the objective and leaves a clear
2
lane
hits.
back
5.
and doesn't fill in any models in there.
Okay.
Anything that
Alright.
moves up to engage it, it can immediately
Do
fight
this.
and then fall back with Student of History. And while it's not
Alright,
designed
so,
for melee, the Relic Leviathan,
I think we
especially
just
against something that's lightly armored, can actually deal some damage. I believe it's 4 or 5 attacks hitting on 2s with a strength 8 base, which is fairly
Stalker
reasonable
1's the only
for
squad I
a
have left to shoot.
effectively ranged only unit.
There's- Let's do Stalker 1, that's the 10-man squad. I'm going to shoot Stalker 1 will put 5 guys into the Hornet, 5 guys into
Where's the second 5 going? Sorry.
to the Venom.
Okay. The Venom's gonna be forced to hit.
Reroll everything. 5 hits, 5. 1 wound at -3 on the
1 6 up. Nope. Damage. 2. So 6 up. Feel my pains. Does he go pop?
So we do see the Hornet finally taken out. That will score Dark Angel Dan that kill turn 1.
5 guys.
I think he's looking for a kill on that Venom to grab kill more. That will also deny a hold more
The Venom.
for Raider, which would be a good grab for Dark Angel Dan.
4 hits. 5 still. So 1, 3 on.
1 5 up. Damage is 2, 6 up. Feel my pain. Yeah, he takes 2.
And then last thing we'll do is we'll put the Leviathan. He'll put his Storm Cannon array into the prison back here, and
Okay.
his Flamers will go into the Venom.
Okay. %, and half secure. Okay, cool.
So 20 shots.
Yep.
Hitting on 2s,
Hit.
rerolling 1s.
3s. -1 to hit.
Oh yes, roll. Yeah, I'm sorry. Hitting on 3s, rerolling everything.
Force the wound.
From the LT. So we got 11 saves at -3.
All right.
Looks
Plus
like that's a
cover,
Relic
so
Leviathan
I'll
Storm
be on
Cannon
5.
Ray going off. We should see a dead vehicle here.
I don't think he's not 50 scared from the Leviathan.
That's because he's sitting up somehow 6 inches above the where he's supposed to be sitting. If you go down to his level.
Sure.
That's awesome.
All right, never mind, man. 5 up soon.
I just no wonder we were having trouble sitting
Yeah,
that
dude.
stupid thing there.
We're having a
Yeah. All right. Well, I got 3
2
saves,
damage apiece.
so that's
So
16.
16.
Kind of a
Well, I'll
weird
roll the first
idiosyncrasy
8,
of
see if it
Tabletop
even
Simulator.
matters.
These guys are ran into an issue with some
It does not even matter. All right.
some
and
rocks
does he
that spawn on
blow?
this map that sometimes spawn
He does not.
a little bit too far up. Yep. So there goes this
All right, rocks, where are you?
the Storm Cannon array.
His Flamers going at the back.
Yeah, looks like he was able to just
Okay.
immediately
6
pull that
shots.
Fire Prism right off the table. That's where you want to be going with those shots.
6.
100%. And that's why I was saying I feel like this deployment's a little aggressive
Okay.
by the Aeldari,
See?
because you are giving that Storm Cannon array the ability to just
you
wholesale
got
remove
6
those
Or sorry, 4 at
Aeldari
-2.
4
tanks.
5 up.
Yeah, Deuce 83, the ITC ruins rock strike again.
Wow. Damage?
Yeah. Between them, the trees, and the dice
What's the
roller,
damage
this
for these?
map is trying to get you.
These are 1 apiece there.
You can never
All right.
turn your
6
back.
of
The
Feel My
map's going
Pains
to
for Cabal.
stab you right in it.
I'll take 2. Down to 2.
So I guess we'll just go into the charge phase.
Okay.
Let's start with I'm gonna go with Stalker 1.
All right, here we go. Try to make some charges on this Venom.
Let's go bolt
Dark
rifle
Angel Dan
3.
would certainly like to make
Well
these and
sold.
chain back to get the buffs
All
from
right.
the characters back
10
here.
shots.
Grab that obsec and grab, more importantly, a big swing on board space. There's nothing really in this Eldar army that's going to come back and fight him. It's all flying vehicles, so it doesn't matter that, necessarily
hit and a
that
4.
they're very close. But
1 wound.
3 of save.
But this list does want to brick up in the center of the table, so
Does
getting
that
a
kill
couple
another
extra
guy?
inches.
Couldn't remember
It's
if there
gonna
was
be a big
one
deal.
guy with.
No,
A
bolt
wound in
rifle
there.
3 is four full guys.
Ah,
Bolt rifle 5 has a guy with
Yeah,
a wound.
Deuce 83. Might as well spawn
Gotcha.
a whole new set of dice if you have to
That is
reroll
still
one.
cheap.
Yeah,
Yeah.
man. It's insanity.
oh yeah.
Charge this
It's
11.
when you're rolling big batches of dice, it's
Yep.
fine, but rerolls somehow don't work. And I don't think that it's. I honestly don't believe at this point
It's
that
from
it's
the whole
confirmation
region.
bias. It's a.
Yep.
It's probably a strong, 30 to 50%er that you're going to get the same result if you reroll a die. This Venom seems a little small. Now that I'm looking at it compared to these Primera Space Marines. It actually seems incredibly small. It's about 2.5 inches long. This objective marker spawned in at 2 inches. And this Venom is about the size of a Space Marine.
Go with
It's actually comical now that we're looking at it. I don't think it's going to make a big difference in this case, though. I have a sneaking suspicion that these
Hornet target.
Primaris Marines might
Okay.
find a way to take it out.
So they're charge this.
Deuce 83 in my last game, Abaddon rolled a 1 4 times in a row to use his demon sword. Oh my god, man, that's so brutal, so brutal. Yeah, I had a friend told me
Didn't
he
you roll
rolled
a
five
No,
dice
this is bolt rifle 3.
and then
I
re-rolled
forgot
them
about
with a chapter or with a
Oh.
Space Marine captain, and rolled into
I was like,
5 more
hold on.
ones. He rolled 5 ones into 5
Roll a
more.
lot of there.
Let's just go with. We'll just leave it at that.
Okay.
All right, so we'll do. Just activate them first.
So this looks like just the 1 unit in. Didn't
Yep.
try and win
Do,
to get in with the Relic
4 guys,
Leviathan.
3
I
attack
think I
use.
would have tried. You potentially could be pinned against the wall by one of the tanks, but I'm not sure that makes a big
3.
difference. You kind of would rather these tanks come in and fight you because the Chaplain Dreadnoughts will just pick them up in the charge phase without even having to shoot.
We're rolling 1.
And with the Relic Leviathan's ability to jump in and out of combat, I don't think it's that much of an issue. And you do want to have the extra distance to move it up the
5
table.
saves.
At minus
Because, like I said before, the threat range on that model is its biggest drawback.
no AP or
No AP right
okay. 4. 1 goes through. Damage just 1. I'll take the 1. Down to a wound.
It'll be a
That's
So Dark Angel Dan not killing the Venom with his with the intercessor charge, despite the fact that they do tower over it,
cutting in and out.
as
Man.
Gilligan
Can you hear
did
me?
tower over the Lilliputians.
Yeah, I can hear you.
you hear me?
And
Yeah, it kind of cuts in from time to time, but not
but he
too
did kill
bad.
2 vehicles, so that is going to score him a kill more this turn. And
Yeah,
those guys are OBSEC, and the Venom is not, so that will score him
Yeah, kill one,
or that
hold
will
one,
block on
More. You hold the
the hold more.
Yep.
I'll get. What's that? 2 big game.
Yep.
I'll get a King of the Hill and an ult.
All right. My swing's back with the Venom onto those guys.
Oh yeah.
RGC 2005 dice cams would be nice.
For
Yeah, I
some
mean, as
reason,
soon as we
these
figure out how to
vehicles can
implement
still
that, we'll
swing
get
pretty
on
good.
it. But
All
unfortunately,
right, so we got 2 attacks.
we don't know how yet.
4s.
Yep.
Good talk. We'll save that for another day. Alrighty then. Now we move on. Okay, so turn 2 it is. So they're good there.
Oh, when I remember I spent that command point to advance pharaohs. My whole
Yes.
purpose of doing that was to heal that Leviathan. I knew I just healed
Oh,
this
I've already
Leviathan.
heard that Trevi has brought it up into the chat
Oh,
that you forgot.
okay.
All
Well,
the
then we will
guys
leave
are
it as
they apparently they're all giving you crap in the YouTube
All
channel.
right, that's fine.
Raider, I think
All right.
misrepresenting the
Yeah, my buddy's like
tenor of
they're talking
of
crap
the
about
chat
him
in
with
here.
his Pharaohs
I don't
move
think
and
anybody
not
in here
doing
is
anything with it. I was like,
Yeah,
being particularly mean.
Okay.
Maybe I am.
I was like,
totally forgot.
sure. All right.
But it looks like Raider will
Yeah,
not
so
allow
look at me.
Dark Angel
Oh,
Dan to
I
go
hear
back
you.
with that.
It
So
always happens.
well, there you
Here,
go.
move him back 7.
That is his
Don't
right
want
to
close.
decide not to allow him to go back and do that.
So you're down to 3 command points, right? If I calculated correctly.
He's unfortunate because Dark Angel Dan
I
did
don't
spend a
really
CP to
looked
move
over
up there,
here.
but
You're down to
you do have
3
to remember
command
your
points.
abilities.
Yeah, no.
All right. Huh.
So got you.
Yeah.
Dylan Holmes complaining that it was a little quiet. This is this is late night TV 40K at its best over here. It's almost midnight, and we're basically just moving. This is going to be a pretty straightforward matchup. The Iron Hands are going to move towards the center of the table
Now.
and set up their fire base, and the Eldar are going to jump around the sides, as they are wont to do.
But that doesn't really matter. 'cause he's got that
Interesting
stupid
how the objectives lined up because it does give.
All right.
I think both players are going to be able to pretty easily. The Eldar can fairly easily pivot towards this objective. They can hold this with characters, and there's nothing in the Iron Hands army that can really
Get
threaten
them
it.
out.
And the Iron Hands are very easily going to grab objectives 1 and 2, and they're going to basically tie on.
All right, so I'm gonna get the.
They're going to basically be able to tie on
instantly spin them out.
their objective holding every turn and trade some shots. This is mostly going to be a big shooting match, and we're going to see who wins. I'll be interested to see. I think that the Eldar may have the upper hand. They're going to be, but that said, they're going to be kind of hoping that they can wipe OBSEC off the center for a couple turns to grab that bonus point. And they're going to be going down to kill more, I think. I think it's going to be hard for them to destroy more than this Iron Hands gun line will every turn.
3-inch disembark.
Yeah. So Raider only needs one model in here to grab that as soon as the Starcannons and this other sort of mid-weight firepower knocks all of these Primaris off the
unless I kill it.
Off of objective 2. I'm going to look up the data sheet for these Hornets here. Not a unit that we see very often because they are a Forge World
Jeez.
unit, so they're been in shoot a
Seven,
little
seven
bit.
up.
But they're kind of a cheap fireboat, or gunboat, I guess.
A little
They're
bit.
very fast. They have an 18-inch move, better than the standard 16 that's on Eldar vehicles.
Cool.
And they bring in 2 heavy weapons. So in this case,
That
Starcannon and Pulse Laser. Is that right? Yeah. They have a special version of the Pulse Laser. Comes in for 3 shots at strength 6.
3 of that.
-3 at 2 damage, which is exactly what you want to be hitting to kill Primaris Intercessors. One of the defenses that the Iron Curtain list has is that Father of the Future Apothecary, because he does the 5+ DPR that he gets from combining with the Iron Hands chapter tactic does make effectively double the survivability of these intercessors, because if either one of those wounds is saved on a 5+, effectively the entire attack is negated, and you have to hit them again with another one of those pulse laser hits. That's at only 5-man units,
Drazar back.
and
I'm in top-notch gaming.
we're starting
right
to
now,
whittle
man.
them down.
Forgot about my check
Slowly.
money too. I'm in top-notch playing.
I was kind of focused about this game at work today. I was like,
really?
I haven't had the best luck in years against in time against Iron Hands, so
Here comes
I
Drazar.
gotta be focused. And then of course working 13 hours, I was like, I don't know how focused I am.
Drazar with a
rather
whole
just sit,
new
patty cake and play across this.
set of
thing at
abilities
9 inches.
coming out of Blood of the Phoenix. Take a look at him.
Boom, 9 inches. Good job, Drazar. You're only good for one thing. Let's see if you're good at it. All right. Psychic phase it is.
Not sure what we're doing to outflank with him, but I think that might be my inexperience with Drukhari for the most part. Can we just webway them? Is that something that Drukhari do?
All right. So we can start with this warlock has crushing orb. Oh, that is on.
And we're going to start trying to smite the intercessors.
Targets characters. And crushing orb is 3 dice. 5 ups or mortal wounds. All right. So on a 4 up, that goes off. Are you good with it?
Yes.
Okay. 5 ups will be mortal wounds. You got 2 of them. Onto the Leviathan.
Two.
Then I'm gonna jinx the Leviathan. That goes off with a 10. Oh, he's thinking about it.
2.
I will spend 4 for Agents Effect before that goes off. How much does that cost you?
2.
It costs you 2 to
So
do
we've
that?
jinxed the Leviathan
Right.
and
So
vected
see if I get a command point from you.
its,
I don't. And
the
then my
4+
Agents
deny.
Effect roll is
which is good.
a 4, so it's denied. You get your command points back. And then I have 4 dice to see if I can get any command points for myself this time. Nope. Still down to 3. And then, so he's jinxed. Put that next to him. And then we go to the Farseer. He is going to attempt to Doom. Oh boy. And that goes off with an 8. And you don't have any more. You can't spend that command stratagem again, so
No.
let's undoom him. And then we go with Smite from the Farseer. It goes off with an 8 for
So I'm actually
D3 onto
not
those
sure
boys.
what
for
allows Drazhar to deep strike. I'm not sure what I'm missing here. I might ask the players real quick.
Are they in range for the Feel No Pain?
Yeah. 9 inch.
Oh, gotcha. And then I'll spend another command point to let the Farseer do another
How
psychic
many
power.
wounds
It was just one.
was
They didn't feel it. And spend the one command point for Farseer to do another one. See if I get it back. I don't. And we'll go with Executioner. That goes off for. We'll go for 2 mortal wounds onto him. One dies and one has a wound left. So D3 more for another 3 mortal wounds that time. It's 1. So kills 2 dudes in the psychic phase. Nice.
Hey, quick question, guys. This might be a stupid question, but what allows Drazhar to deep strike over in the corner?
Command point.
Webway portal.
Yeah, Webway portal.
A webway portal. Okay, is that a Drukhari ability?
Yes.
Yeah. Yeah, all Eldar have.
Okay.
Put a unit. And
They're so much fun. Are you talking smack about me out there? He's not listening now. So did I kill? I killed that dude, right? Right? Should have been 2
no,
guys dead from this one.
He took
Okay, yeah, that was.
I
That
thought
was a stupid
one
question,
was-
turns out.
I thought one was down to a wound.
Oh, yeah, they
It was
passed.
the first stratagem in the
Yeah.
list, and I glossed right over it.
I forgot.
Whoopsies.
I was like,
Well, there you go. That's easy.
Completely out. Sorry.
all right. So that's all my psychic
Eldari
powers.
do have one, but it
We will
only
go
works on their own
to
infantry. But
This
Drukhari
Venom
have,
first, and we're
their
gonna try
own.
and shoot those
Jerks on anything.
3 guys first. This guy is empty. He knows that. All right, 10 shots. Threes, no rerolls, and 4s to whip. You got 4 of them.
4. A regular save.
Yes, sir.
2.
And 2 is good.
Yeah, there we see the 5+ DPR
This
really coming into
Venom
play
should still be able to
for
see
the Iron
them.
Hands.
Yeah, he can.
Only
No,
not
he
much
can't.
being taken out so far. But
All right, never
2
mind.
more wounds on the Relic Leviathan from Psychic Powers.
We will go with this Night Spinner is going to go into the Leviathan. 2d6 shots. 12 shots. These are 3s
Now we're firing Night Spinners into the Leviathan. Really trying to kill it.
with a
I
reroll.
imagine it's doomed and
Custom
jinxed.
Craftworld. And I need 5s reroll and everything.
Reroll for Doom here. Yeah, we're going to start seeing some damage be put out. This isn't
Well,
exactly
it's 2. 1 at -4
where
and
the
1 3
Night
up.
Spinners want to be shooting. They want to be hitting these intercessors as hard as possible.
So 1
The
5
2+
and 1
armor
3.
save is a problematic
right?
for it.
A 1. Yep, we'll do the 5 up. Fix it. And the takes it.
4 damage.
So each one.
Jinx really becoming a problem for that Leviathan, because it does rely heavily on its 4+ invulnerable save, but
All
I'm
right.
not going to have that. Only
There's
going to
4
a 5+.
damage. Should be 2 apiece.
With the Jinx
The irons.
debuff.
Huh? Oh yeah, Ironstone. I forgot about him. Stupid Ironstone. He needs to die. No,
And
all
we're
right.
we've got the classic combo of the
we will
Ironstone
go
on the
with
Leviathan.
the other Night Spinner.
And Dark Angel
We're
Dan
gonna
just
go
making his
onto
DPRs as well.
The
For the most part, you kind of have to just
I don't like the
just kite the
Stalker
Levy.
Bolter guy.
So, a lot of times you can't kill it. It's too difficult. Just kill everything around it.
Yeah, we'll go on to
one
the
table objectives for the most part.
Stalker 1 squad. Eight shots. Three. Reroll one of them. Still 1. Meant to be. And 3. Reroll one of them. Alright, so you got 2 3-ups and 2 at -4, so those ones go through. Oh wait, you have your invuln. Stupid father.
5 up.
Yeah, so it looks like that did
Both of those.
push
Two
Raider
regulars.
to switch targets and start hitting the intercessors.
Take
He
both of
does need to
those.
kill this unit on 2, so that the Cavalites can grab that objective.
That takes a win.
Yep.
Kills a guy.
Yep.
Third. Takes a win. Kills a guy, so 2 guys die. Lost your Raider.
I think we lost one of the players again. Oops.
So what was that? Those 2 wins?
Okay, looks like he's back.
There you go.
Yeah,
What was
I
those
got-
2 wins?
plagues by technology.
These are the 2 3-up Star Cannons, or -3 Star Cannons at these boys on 2.
5 ups. Fails 1.
Damage for 1, huh? Damage for 1's gonna be 2.
So slowly picking away
Two.
at these
Yes, sir.
intercessors. On 2.
Other one. And then I have 2 pulse lasers that's going to be on 4s because you are not the closest and I moved. Reroll 1 because I still haven't yet this turn. 2 hits with the pulse laser, 4s to wound, rerolling. Alright, 2 wounds. On 5
Is
ups.
it-
Yeah, it's
on
at
the
the
Leviathan?
Leviathan.
It fails
Both go through. So with the Iron Sandstone, they're 2 damage piece.
That's a lot of damage piling up on that Leviathan. Drops him down to
3.
Takes 3.
4. Ooh. But yeah,
4.
remember we did miss three wounds of healing there, unfortunately.
This Falcon's gonna do the same song and dance. We're gonna be on
And then I
3s to
think
hit
we
both
have
ways.
the 2 fire prisms to fire as well. So
So
I
we'll
think we
start
will
on
see
the
this
guys
Relic
on
Leviathan
2.
taken out this turn. Yikes.
We won't reroll
That
yet.
could be tough to come back from
3 to
for Dark Age
wound.
Van, but he does have the 2 Chaplain Dreadnoughts, and those guys
I'll
will
use this
continue to
because
put
I can
out
reroll
enough
all
firepower to
wounds
take
on
one of
the
these
other
tanks out every turn,
Alright,
potentially.
doesn't matter. Pulse laser on the Leviathan.
And there's not really anything this Eldar list can do about them. There's no
Both hit.
front-loaded
And 4's rerolling
offensive power.
everything for Doom. Nothing. Alright, so those all shot right there. So I got 3 Hornets and some good old, what's it called? Alright. So, '21, 22. Alright, so this Hornet's gonna fire into this squad here. The alien attack one. And these are gonna be 3s because we're closest target. Pulse laser Hornet or Starcannon Hornet. No rerolls. Awesome. And a 3 to wound. Awesome. Alright. And then this squad here is going to go into the Stalkers. Stalker 2. How many guys are left in Stalker 2?
5.
5 left? Alright. Alright. These are 3s because we are closer to them. I believe. Let me double check. Because it might actually be these guys. 17.7. 18.
Andy Patton
Yep, so
coming
these
in
are
a
only
little
4s.
late for the first comment.
With a reroll. I will reroll.
Thanks everybody again for joining us. This is a bit of a methodical game so far.
These are going to be 3s.
Effectively, just seeing
With a reroll.
who's going to win the shootout. We're going to have a big shootout.
Alright, so you got 4 Hornet
And
lasers
at the end,
and
we're
1
going to see if
Starcannon.
the Aeldari tanks can move around to grab this objective 1
4 Hornet lasers.
without being
Yep.
totally obliterated by all of these sort of close range
Those 2.
fire power that the
And 1
Iron Hands can put out there. Close
Yeah.
range damage output that they have. They have all the
Starcannon.
characters plus the Chaplain Dreadnoughts. But in order to break
So
this,
one Starcannon
the
shoots
stalemate that we
both
talked about earlier,
Yep. Starcannon is
Raider is going to have
be
to grab
a whopping 1.
one of these side objectives, 100%.
And a piece on the other one. Kills a guy. 2. 12. Guy will take a look. A guy dies.
All
One
right.
guy takes.
Sounds good. And then we go to, I think we're on linked fire now.
So here go the fire prisms. Obviously, this fire prism in the corner, still able to fire because of the linked fire stratagem. It's going to shoot its laser beam into the other fire prism's little crystal
Yep,
there.
we're on linked fire. All right.
And
So I'll spend 1
we're going to
command point
resolve
for
those
linked
attacks
fire.
into
See if I get the
probably
command point back.
Levy, I would
don't,
imagine.
of course. All right, so this one is going to be 2d3 because we moved a half. And it's going to be on 4s because he moved. And then this one's going to be 2d3 on 3s. So the one that's on 4s to hit. Oh, I got to do the 3s to hit first. 4 shot. 3s rerolling everything. Okay, so I got 4 hits from him. And then 2d3 from the other one. Get over here. 3, 4 again. And these are 4s, rerolling 1s and 2s. Rerolling. Rerolling ones and twos. Alright, so 6 total hits. Threes rerolling. It's gonna be 5.
Three of them.
3 go through. Alright. Oh, 2, 3, 4. Almost. Well, that just sucks. I needed him to die. And it looks like
So that's a
charge
big development.
phase,
The
'cause I
Relic
can't kill
Leviathan
anything
eating the
out
linked fire
here
shot from
for
the
shooting wise.
fire prisms.
So
Staying on
charges is going to be Drazar into Tech
2 hit
Marine.
points. That's a big deal. Obviously, every turn that you have those storm cannons online, and you can begin to heal
Do
those,
you not
those
have a
hit
gun
points
for
back.
him now that the
It's
Thunderfire is gone?
basically, I mean, he's just going to continue to pull
Yeah, I see. Yes.
fire off the table, firepower, you know, from the Eldar list. Probably standing still and just knocking a Night Spinner out, if I were to guess. But potentially could knock a fire prism out of the air.
So we'll do shoot with the plasma cutter. And shot. Says you can shoot us. I'm hit with the. That's everything.
Alright. 2d6 with a reroll for being in later on. That's 9 inches on the dot, so we will get there.
Easy game, man. I wish I could just roll 9-inch charges with the same aplomb that Raider does here. I'm just gonna knock that guy off. The Tech Marine does have the tempered helm. It is
Alright.
it's nice to be able to upgrade the
that's it
Tech
for
Marine gunners off with
charges.
Thunderfire cannons, with those CP regen abilities, but you
T4.
do have to watch out for you know, when they deploy
And his invul
in
is
the
a
side there and they are
4 up.
exposed. I don't think we have a Tech Marine.
He's a 2 up,
invuln
4 up,
Tech
or a
Marine here.
2 up, 5 up.
Should just be a 2 up.
Okay.
No, 6 up, you know.
Oh yeah, 6 up. Alright, so we will use the dual blade attacks for Drazar. So 6 swings. Whoa, whoa, whoa. Why did I pick that up? Get over.
Then Drazar, assuming he's able to get out of this corner, is going to be a pain
Cannot
in
use.
the Iron Hand side. He can go in and start mopping up these Primaris units
T4 to strength 4,
that
plus
survive the
1/+1
shooting from the rest
for
of the Eldar
wounded.
gun line.
So I'm wounded on 3s.
And potentially, you know, become that unit that starts
Yeah,
to hold
3
down
at minus
Objective 1.
2 for 2 damage piece.
Looks like the Tech Marine not caring that much about Drazar's attacks.
And then
But
my
Drazar
swing,
does
my
get to
second
swing twice when he charges, I
So it's-
believe. So here he comes again.
Awesome. Nowadays. Same shots. 2s again. And 3. Alright, 5 this time.
All right, Tech Marine, can you make 9 saves in one go? I believe in you. Nope.
It's gonna be 6 damage.
That will take him out. So that's the CP regen for the Iron Hands off the table, which is a big deal.
I think I'm gonna keep him right there.
And having Drazar threatening this objective Means that these Primaris are
got a
never
morale
really
check here?
safe. And any resources that Raider can pull out of the central formation of the
And
Iron
here?
Hands is going to be important.
Maybe? I don't know.
Because one of the downsides of King of the Hill is that you are sort of forced
Well, that's
into
what
that 9-inch bubble in the
That's
center of the
also true
table. Which I guess would be actually a little bit farther over. Because the center of the table
So I
would
got
be
1
here.
point for Reaper.
So you're forced into this area. These guys don't want to go this way to try to deal with
1 point for
Drazar.
Engineers.
And his threat range, his reasonable threat range is pretty
They're sitting
far
back there.
from where he's standing. And I
the
think
question is,
he could fairly
if I have
reliably
5
knock
to
out a
2,
unit of these
do I
guys,
control
especially
that
if
now?
the
I don't
Apothecary's
remember.
buff isn't anywhere nearby.
Yeah, you've got guys. Four guys, 3. I've only got 1, 2, 3. So yeah, control the center. So you got both.
Alright, cool. Hold 1, kill 1 bonus. And that is the end of my turn, sir.
See if I
Another bonus point that turn for Raider. He didn't end up killing the Leviathan Dreadnought, but I'm not sure that that's going to matter too much. The Levy, potentially, he is going to be bottom bracket, although I assume he's going to get repaired to be back up to full with the Iron Hands buff to double wounds for your profiling. And I imagine he knocks another one of these Eldar tanks out of the sky. But as soon as he goes down, that's a big, threat in the center of the table that's removed from the Iron Hands list. And you're relying on the Chaplain Dreadnoughts and the slow Assault Centurions to mop things up. And the Chaplain Dreadnoughts, like I mentioned before, will be a thorn in the Eldar side this game. And the big question will be whether they can trade enough damage with these tanks to make it worthwhile. The Intercessors are going down fairly steadily. Usually looks like about 5 per turn, which I think is a little faster than Dark Angel Dan would like.
will send 1
Okay.
to of the Leviathan. He's in Devastator Doctrine.
Okay.
I can't roll for that because
It's just 1, right?
yeah, it's just so I'm down at 2.
All right. Can I get a command point? Ah, thank you. Finally.
Move.
Some careful consideration from Dark Angel Dan here. Electing to move the Leviathan, but with the stratagem to count him as a Devastator, that is not going to matter so much with the Super Doctrine active. Unfortunately, moving so far means that we do have to see an advance on Fieros. And Fieros' range attack is actually very important. He's shooting a 2 damage bolter, a heavy bolter that's hitting on, or that's hitting on 2s and is -2 AP. Can chunk a significant amount of damage off these tanks. Hitting for 2 or 3 damage is not what they want to be experiencing, especially since they're about to be shot with las cannons and stalker bolt rifles. I imagine we see the Leviathan knock out probably this fire prism. It looks like what Dark Angel Dan was measuring to. Definitely a good call there. And the rest of the fire, I hope, will be able to take out these Night Spinners.
All Doctrine. Turn 2 is right.
then you start charging into the Cabalite Warriors on the objective, and you can mop that up for a really easy.
You know, if we're
king of the hill
standing all
run, too.
day, I finally get to sit down. I'm not liking it. I want to stand some more.
I'm really interested by the kind of aggressive placement of these Night Spinners. They feel like they're in a lot more danger than they need to be. Raider going first means that he wasn't. He couldn't be 100% sure where his opponent would deploy. Although picking King of the Hills as secondary means that Dan is sort of showing his hand a little bit that he's going to be pushing, up towards this center of the table. So I wonder if having the Night Spinners kind of spread, since I don't believe there's an Autarch in this list, so you're not looking for any reroll auras. Having the Night Spinners kind of spread and within range of that center point. Maybe here and here, within that 48 inch, meant that they're not in the same amount of danger as the same level of danger as they are right now. With so many tanks on the table, though, there's only one Leviathan Dreadnought, right? So, Dark Angel Dan doesn't quite have the firepower to knock out as many of them as he wants. And I think that's what Raider's banking on right now. I think the Fire Prism may be priority number one. And I should mention as well that an important benefit of these mechanized Aeldari lists is that your base speed is extremely long. All of these tanks move at least 16 inches, which is fairly unheard of in mechanized lists in 40k. So they're going to be able to split and break off almost instantaneously as soon as Raider deigns the time to be right. He's not fighting over any objectives on this side in this ruin or anything, so I think if he needs to, he can very easily just move towards his objective on the left-hand side and castle up immediately.
So,
Huh?
instead of moving stuff that you got
One of the downsides of this Iron Hands design is that these Assault Centurions don't really have any threat range extension. They're mostly here as a counterpunch unit. Obviously, this Eldar list is not going to engage basically ever. And the Centurions are being a little slow. And we are seeing them have to... Oh, this is Intercessors advancing. But I imagine the Centurions are just going to go for some of these front units. We have a very well-placed Venom in the Ruin here, which will protect these characters from being shot. I would have liked to have seen... oh, it looks like these guys are engineers. Yeah. Fortunately, I don't think they will be able to perform their engineering duties, because they're about to get killed by intercessors. I almost think if the Venom on 3 had been selected as an engineer, you could double score engineers very quickly, and then use the other Cabalites as another unit that can threaten this objective, or can pull objective 2 out for a turn and try to score a bonus point. You get to free up the engineer 1 turn early. One thing that I think we're going to see pretty quickly is that Raider is going to lose control of the center objective, and therefore the bonus scoring pretty rapidly. And assuming that these intercessors do what I think they want to do and begin charging this way into this Venom, the Venom is well defended, but it is in charge range, and the intercessors would love that extra movement. You know, from it's probably a 6-inch charge. So a 6-inch charge plus a 3-inch consolidate plus a 3-inch pylon plus a 3-inch consolidate gets them in 1 turn of movement of objective 3, and then they begin to hold more, and that's where the score really ticks over. Which is what I imagine Dark Angel Dan is angling for. So as well placed as that Venom is, I wonder if it is a little too aggressive. One thing you can do with Eldar characters, which is I don't see done enough, and is a little bit of an idiosyncrasy of the faction,
also heal him 3.
is that you can actually place the characters inside the tines of these sort of wings on the Eldar vehicles.
Okay.
And that makes them untargetable, in fact, because you cannot... There's no point in which you can get range to them and not be closer to these wings. So a lot of times you don't need to screen Eldar characters. You can just use a single tank for that. But we are going to see the downside of this Iron Curtain list with no reasonable indirect fire is going to be problematic. I see a lot of versions of this list that bring a Whirlwind Scorpius, and I think this version is really going to want that, because just having a unit, just having a unit that can, whoops daisies, that can knock out this Raider is would be really nice right now, and I think Dark Angel Dan is going to be missing it.
All right, so 3 5-ups. One goes in, and then 6 up Feeling Pain. Good to go.
There it is. Spinner is not my...
Correct.
1 wound.
-3, so 6 up. Good to go.
Sharpened Red, he will do this. Shoot his Storm Bolters at... shoot him at... Storm Bolters at the Venom, last cannons at that night.
Alright. -1 to hit the Venom.
You know what? We'll put his last cannon in Prism.
Well, that's not nice.
Storm Bolters first. 4 hits.
The 2's a fail. The Venom is a
Oh,
-1 to hit.
-1.
Yep.
Alright, nothing. It's all good.
Alright.
Two last shots. So
Yep.
these are gonna be
These are on
threes.
3s. Yep.
2 hits. 3s.
1, 6 up again.
I believe. Oh, he's with him. Reroll that 1 for the lieutenant. So 2.
2. So 1 goes through, and the other one goes through. Damage it up. For 8. Nice. I'll take 8. Goes down to 4.
So Centurions will do the 2 bad guys. Shoot at the
Okay.
3 guys will shoot at the Night Spin.
Sounds good.
Guys at the
Looks like Centurions are gonna try to knock out this Venom. Although I almost wonder if running those guys is going to be better, but
so hitting
I think they want to run onto Objective 1 and threaten these Hornets, because they can.
everything.
They're good at plinking away wounds on basically anything on the Eldar side of the table. And I have a feeling that Dark Angel Dan is about to lose a lot of his presence over on Objective 1. And he really doesn't want to have to trade 1 for 3, because at that point he just remains in
4
parity
saves, it looks like.
with Raider.
Got 4 saves.
And this is AP
AP1. It's tactical.
5 up. 1 save, and then Philippines. Take 3.
The 3 guys that were going to be
Night Spinner.
so 3s reroll.
I wonder if I would have fired all of my shots at that Venom. Just to make sure you take it out, and you can put the higher damage, higher AP guns into the Night Spinner. But we'll see how these guys roll out. Looks like we have a good chance of doing some serious damage to it. 12.
4 up.
Minus.
Yeah, it looks like we should plink about 6 wounds off it. So I guess that split was okay. But now you do have to allocate some heavy damage 2 weaponry to the Venom, which isn't really where you want to be.
Take 3.
Looks like we did remember to heal the Leviathan this turn, so that's good. That was a fairly insane
So
roll
with the,
from Raider there on in save.
So with the Stalker. Yeah, let's go with the Stalkers. Stalkers are going to put all their shots into the Night Spin.
Okay.
skill 2, but they moved 3. Just 2 wounds.
2 wounds. -2. Good to go.
Oof, the saves for Raider have been really strong this turn so far, saving a lot of damage on this Night Spinner, especially in the front. Pretty unfortunate for Dark Angel Dan. He's looking to just knock out as much of the firepower as early as possible. He's not as worried about the Hornets and these little guys, but these big heavy tanks with the heavy weapons are, you know, where all the anti-intercessor firepower is about to come from, and he needs to start killing these as soon as possible. Just having killed 1 Fire Prism is not going to be enough for him.
So with the Leviathan, put his heavy flamers into the event.
Okay.
He's going to put his storm to. I shouldn't get greedy. Get greedy. All right, we'll put 1 storm to the prism, storm to the.
All right. Sounds good.
I'm getting greedy, man.
It's all good. Does he degrade at all?
So he does degrade, but now that he's at 5 wounds for being counts as double, so he can.
Oh yeah, I
So he's
forgot.
still
They
gonna
kind
be-
of double.
Yeah, so Leviathan, I think you're going to try to
He'll
take
still
out
be,
both the
full,
the Fire Prism and the Night Spinner. Need some good dice on the Night Spinner, but
So let's
the
do
Fire
the,
Prism only has 4 wounds
do the
left,
Fire
so
Prism
I don't
first,
blame Dark
Alright.
Angel Dan for
Reroll.
only allocating
Reroll.
1 Storm Cannon to it.
Reroll 2.
And 4s. So
5 and
5.
3. As he's considered.
All right. 6s it is. I will take 3 of it, so that's 6 damage. Six
We're
at
on the maintain
Philippines.
train for Rolling Insane for Raider,
And
but
does
we're
it explode?
coming back a little bit.
No box.
Kills off this Fire Prism,
It does not.
and we're going to see if we can get some good dice into the Night Spinner.
A 10 more at the other one.
Gonna be 2.
Fours again.
That was good.
7 this time.
7 going through. Only saving on 6s. Could be potential 14 damage here.
Save 1, so
I think we're
12 damage. Does
gonna be
it
kaput.
blow up? It does not.
So splitting fire, potentially pretty greedy by Dark Angel Dan, but it went off for him. And we're beginning to see the
flamer shot.
relentless firepower of the
2d6.
Iron Hands start burning down these Aeldari tanks. That said, a lot of the damage on the Leviathan is coming from these Psychers rather than the actual range weapons that have to contend with its good saves. And I think we might see the Leviathan taken out this turn, which is an immense amount of damage reduced for the Iron Hands list. As you can see, so far, the Leviathan's the only thing reliably removing these tanks. And once it's dead, they might have trouble fighting back in.
Take 2.
Or the Iron Hands might have trouble fighting back into the mechanized Eldar here.
Come here.
We got Ramirez Bolt Rifle 3 here, the 2 guys. straight shots into that.
Alright.
4
Good old
shots.
4s to hit.
Two.
One wound. What's the strength of their bolt rifles?
-1 regularly, like Doctor.
No, what's the strength of it? 5? Five
It's just
ups. Oh, it's just one?
Oh, no.
Get out of there, both of
Yeah,
you? Okay. 5 up. Takes it. 6 up, feel no pain. Takes it. Does it blow up? No, it does not.
So that's good. Bolter's beginning to remove the venoms. A lot of times you want to leave those
So
light,
I have what, 2
small
squads,
units
3
alive
squads left? They're
to
all back here.
score
Stalker 2 to
kills
shoot.
later in the game when your army becomes more depleted. But the venoms are so
yeah,
fast
these
and
guys
so
are
difficult to
banging.
pin down, and with no indirect fire
These guys- these
in this
guys have-
entire
these guys have been
Space Marine list here,
just
Alright.
it could be a little
Stalkers.
problematic to actually
Shoot the
catch
4
them. You
stalkers
know,
at
if the
the
raiders
wounded unit.
start bulleting into underneath ruins like these, you have to
Four
basically go get them in
shots.
melee in order to actually fight them and pick them up in the late game, and that just might not be realistic for the Space Marines. So picking them up right now, probably not the wrong play. Just get them out of there where you can, and that removes more units that Raider can use
Sorry,
later in the
Kyle,
game
where
to
are we
try to
going?
grab this bonus point that
Supposed to
his
be
game
assault.
plan is really relying
Stalker
on.
2 is gonna. Actually, we'll start with Bolt Rifle 3. They're gonna assault the warriors there on the wall. On the wall.
And here comes the Marine charges into these
It's gonna
Cabalite
be
warriors.
auto-pass. I mean, they're within-
I think we should see
they're
these
gonna put
Cabalite
them within
warriors
an inch
killed,
against the
and
wall.
another big
Okay.
score on tying the
Stalker
hold
2
more,
will
which is
target
good.
one.
That keeps Dark Angel Dan in parity of the with the Aeldari, and then we'll get a King of the Hill, as well as probably killing more. It looks like.
The wall. I'll be able to actually run. So that's that. We'll just right outside. I guess I'll activate you see what I'm trying to do, right? It's just fucking hard as
Trying to do it.
basically I'm trying to have him be the closest to him. And so
Yeah.
just do our I'll activate Stalker 2.
Okay.
Looks like we're going for a wrap here, because which isn't particularly dangerous for
Patient.
Dark Angel Dan, because I mean he's got enough models in this objective that he's going to be able to grab it from Raider effectively
So
regardless of
three
what
attacks from the
happens.
Sergeant, +1 for the charge.
And the
+1 for
Cavalry
chain
Warriors
sword,
are
so 5
most
attacks
likely
from-
not going to do any damage to these Primaries
so
and
5 and then
Intercessors.
3 from the other guys.
Although we could see one
So-
go down potentially, because there is one on one wound. With some good rolls from the Cavalites.
A lot to a little.
3s.
An interesting interaction we might see here.
3s.
I guess we're not. Is that you can actually reroll if you're looking for a wrap using the Master aura.
7 saves.
You can reroll
Maybe.
all of your successful hits and try to get less hits, so that you don't kill the targets that you're trying to wrap. It looks like we might have failed our charge onto this Venom, unfortunately. But
Yeah, I was trying to like.
They did.
Okay. Yeah, I was trying to kind of move stuff to like only swing with one guy, and then it's so hard on this TTS thing, man. Like,
Oh, I hear you. I mean, they
Yeah,
were
you
gonna
know,
they were gonna run either way. Because I would have
yeah, I
taken
mean,
the
like,
Starcannon out, and
I was trying to just maybe kill
yeah,
one
it
or
looks
two
like
and just wrap them.
Dark Angel Dan just deciding not to, not to go for the wrap. Just punched those guys in the head and killed them. That's fair. One thing you have to watch out for is that it gives your opponent the opportunity, potentially, if your wrap is light, to run in and use those guys as additional fodder to score the objective in his turn. But that said, I don't think these guys survive another round of combat with a unit of Primaris Intercessors.
Finish out. Big Game Hunter, it looks like.
Even if Dark Angel Dan went for the wrap on this turn.
Closer to the Warlocks. All right, so that should give me kill one, hold one,
Kill more.
kill more, right?
Yep, and then you
Should
finish
get
out
two.
Big Game.
Finish out big game. I should get 2 King of the Hills because I have 4 multi-model units.
Mm-hmm.
I've got Bow Rifle 5, Stalker 1, Bow Rifle 3, Stalker.
Yep.
No old schools. What's that?
All right, turn 3 it is.
So a quick score update. Dark Angel Dan, also known as D. Monsalve, is slowly creeping up the score, performing the game plan that he wants to. That said, a lot of his points... stupid TTS. A lot of his points are in his secondary objectives. So a lot of those won't be scoreable, and whereas Raider does have a lot on the board, and I don't know how many Reaper points that we've actually calculated yet. So we could see a swing the other way around. So we could see Dark Angel Dan. We're going to basically continue to tie on primaries 3-3 every turn for a while. But Dark Angel Raider, is going to continue to bump up his engineer score. He's going to continue to bump up his Reaper score as the game goes on, whereas Dark Angel Dan has already scored out most of those. Old school from both of these players, very interesting choice. Seems going to be like it might be a little bit tougher for Dan here to score those last strike and behind enemy lines bonuses, but we'll see how it goes. 14-9 right now in favor of the Space Marines. But that said, I think we're about to see a big attrition swing with this Leviathan Dreadnought killed. And these Hornets are just going to continue to knock out Marines on Objective 1. And we can't forget, Drazhar he's ready. He's ready and waiting to pounce on the objective and potentially knock out a unit that's been depleted. Yeah, we are seeing Raider set up for a late turn push into Objective 1. All these Hornets gonna start to move around behind this building. And I think we have to see this turn. We have to see these Assault Centurions start moving over that way to actually present a reasonable threat to these Hornets. I'm not sure I love this aggressive play with Drazhar. That's a long charge. And if he fails, it just leaves him out in the open to get shot. There's nothing screening him. And I think you want him for later. Even if he just gives you your point for behind enemy lines. If you don't, he's just going to get shot and die.
That's good.
I think you want him for one. You want to wait with him for one more turn so the Hornets can knock out 2 or 3 more of these intercessors. We'll see how it goes, though.
But this a little bit. See. Falcon. Here. I might have a squad of Hornets. No, the right. Make him dread. All right. I think that's it for my movement. So we'll go to Psychic phase. We're going to start with the Warlock for Crushing Orb. You can hear me all right, right?
Yep.
Okay. So Crushing Orb.
Okay, here comes the psychic phase.
It's on a 4.
See if we can see
It
if this
goes off.
Leviathan will will
This
continue to
targets the
survive.
Leviathan. Good with it. And it costs you 2 command points for that strat.
Yeah, it's 2 CP post errata. It was 1 for a while.
5 up. If it's good.
Yeah, that's good. You're good, man.
Okay. Nothing. So then we go to the Farseer. He's gonna go with. Actually, we're gonna go with the other Warlock. He's gonna do Ghost Walk.
I guess the Warlocks have their kind of poor man
that
smite.
goes off. So now the Farseer has +2.
So
to
that
his
would be
cast.
a problematic for actually dealing damage to these guys.
And we'll start with Smite, if it works. Which will be
Because
the
they have a
Dread, as
destructor,
far as
right?
I
So it only goes to
can
a 12-inch
remember
range,
moving
if I remember
Hopefully
correctly.
I moved right. Yeah, 10, 11. Alright, so on a 3 on the dice.
Also, that
What's up?
Warlock has focus. That Warlock has focus will. Ghost Walk.
That is Ghost Walk.
Ghost Walk for the pluses to charges.
It's +2 to the cast.
I think you meant focus will.
Did I?
Yeah,
I might have.
Yeah, focus will is the one that gives you the plus.
Oh,
Yeah,
I
sorry.
did. I did mess
Yeah.
up with that naming. Because I wanted the
That's fine.
+2.
Change it.
Whoopsie
Alright.
daisies.
You're good.
It is important to remember
Focus
the names of
will.
your abilities.
I gotta remember these.
For sure.
This is why I need the new cards. Will. Alright. So now it's +2 to the cast, so I need a 3 on the dice for Smite from the Farseer onto the Leviathan. That is going to be an 11, so that is Super Smite.
And then the other Warlock still has to cast, right? Oh,
No,
cast Crushing
it
Orb.
casts the, yeah.
Okay, go ahead.
Alright. 4, 2. I'm going to command reroll that.
This is a Farseer casting a
We're
smite,
down to
I
1.
imagine.
Thing. See if I
Warlocks
get the command point
cannot
back.
super
So
smite.
battle round. I do. And then damage roll it for 6. Wow.
What's up?
6 5-ups on the Leviathan. Takes 4. So he's down to 1.
Oh yeah, the warlocks do have to give up their smite. I think, in
Farseer's
order
second
to
power
get
is going
there,
to
yeah.
be Executioner.
So here we go. Oof,
Need
Super
a 5
Smite
on the dice.
is a big deal. Can we
That's
get it with the
good.
Executioner? It looks like I think we will.
And it's going to be D3
Yikes.
onto Leviathan.
I think we're going to see... I imagine we see the Eldar characters knocked out this turn, but trading for the Leviathan is probably something that
If he blows up,
that
he does not.
Raider is happy to do. Because that guy, like
Do
we
they blow
just
up on a
saw
5?
before, is the single most dangerous model against these tanks, specifically.
Or yeah, I'll spend a CP to reroll that. Hopefully I don't roll another 5.
Just
Oh,
roll a 6 instead. Oh boy.
so it's everybody with a 9 deep.
Everybody with a 9? You get me? That's the question. Nope, I'm just outside.
Yeah, so the Leviathans have their weird reactor explosion, which is a little big and goes off on a 5.
Everybody,
Looks like we just saw that go off for Dark Angel Dan. That's going to hit his whole army,
Premier
which is really
Centurion's
problematic.
forward. Got it.
The Apothecary can try to support some of that and heal a little bit of it, but that is...
Yeah, the front set of the
That is
Centurion's
not what he
forward.
wants to see right now. This list is
so Stalker
especially
1,
affected by exploding vehicles because it does pack so tightly. And with all these characters giving their overlapping buffs, that's even worse.
So that takes a wound Stalker. Go with Bolt Rifle 5. 3. Full. Leave it. Let's go with Pharaohs. We'll take 2. Two. Apothecary. 2.
Oh, come on. I'm back in the chat room.
So that's looks like a fairly devastating amount of damage there. Could have been worse, but we are seeing wounds chipped off all of these Primaris units in the wake of the Leviathan explosion.
3.
It's going to make things a little bit easier for these Eldar guns to start knocking those intercessors out.
All right, man. That's all.
All
Okay.
right. All right. So, I'm not gonna spend the one command point. Do another one. Cause need to right now. All right. So this guy has one dude left. Let's see. So I got 4 over here. Quite a few in Stalker 1. Ooh, what's this guy? I thought I saw a bolter guy. Bolt rifle 5 has one dude with 1 wound left, or is it? Oh, there's 2 guys
Two
left.
guys. Sergeant. These 2 guys.
Okay. So I got 2 squads with pretty much 1 guy left. Okay. All right, shooting phase. Let's start with we're gonna start with this night spinner and go into the stalker squad. So 2d6 shots gives me 7. These are on 4s because of the move. Oh, reroll 1. Good thing I moved. All right, 3 hits. And then good old 3s to wound with a Wow. All right, so 1 regular save and 1 at -4 on Stalker. Stalker 1.
So 1 regular. So they both failed. 2 damage apiece.
Yep.
One guy takes a wound from the first one. Kills the guy. And 2 guys
Right.
die. Kill the wounded guy.
Oh, yeah, because there was a wounded guy.
And kill the.
Cool. Stalker 1 has 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 left. All right. This Hornet squad is gonna fire into the Stalker squad. They both move. We're hitting on 4. Let's see. Hornets. All right. Looking for 4s. We're not the closest yet. Rerolling a Hornet laser. Looking for 3. And rerolling the Hornet laser. All right, so you got 2 star cannons and 4 Hornet lasers. Oh boy, did we disconnect? No? Yes? No? Oh, yeah, I see it. And he left a group chat coming back. I see you're connecting again. This is what we want at midnight.
Dude, it's losing.
Yeah, I know, I see it. Yeah, there's 4 Hornet lasers and 2 star cannons.
4 Hornet lasers. 2 go through.
Yep,
2 Starcannon.
yep.
So 2 Starcannons fail. 2 pulse lasers.
Okay. First star cannon does just 1. Oh man, come on, connect back up. Let's come on. I doubt you can hear me.
It just is one. Do you hear me?
Looks like we're still experiencing
Yeah, it's
some
just that
technical issues.
one from the first Starcannon.
Just getting a couple of ping spikes on TTS.
Okay,
And it looks like we
then
might be... One of the
the other
players might be
Starcannon
dropping in and out
does
on Discord. Unfortunately,
2.
the internet issues still persisting. Unfortunately, so far.
That kills a guy.
RGC 2005,
And then you
we
got
lost the
4
score overlay
that did.
after the,
Oh wait, you got 2 that go through
the
because you
game
saved
crashed
2
on
of
the host side.
Hornets.
Unfortunately, it's something we're going to have to set
First
up
one.
pre-game, and
Yep.
as soon as it crashes, we lose it. RGC25 asking, what are my opinions on the explosion of TTS in the last couple months?
This Hornet over here.
I think it's, I mean, certainly it's a little bit artificially inflated because of the quarantine. I think that basically goes without saying, and we'll definitely see a pretty extensive decrease in the number of players immediately following the quarantine lifting. That said, I know myself and a lot of other players that I have spoken to have kind of been introduced to TTS thanks to out of necessity, thanks to this quarantine. And I certainly intend to continue to play, at least for online leagues and for playtesting. I enjoy in-person competition a lot as well, so I'll definitely be maintaining that. But, sort of traveling for day-to-day practice is a little onerous, and I think TTS kind of solves that. And I like the ability to also compete online. Just 24/7 effectively in T5S2 pods and in other tournaments and big GTs and stuff. Anytime there's not an RGT going on locally, I can jump in something. And I think certainly once the quarantine lifts and people move back to a more regular schedule, we'll probably do some more interesting things with T5S2, try to run maybe some weekend tournaments where you play 3 games in a weekend like a standard RGT or something like that. Would be a little bit more difficult to coordinate, but I think it's something we can do, especially if we maintain it at a sort of a low low number of players. So I know I certainly...
We got 3 guys left there. There was 4. There's 3.
We'll continue to play, and T5S2, I hope, as long as people keep playing in it, will continue. And yeah, it'll be great. It's very exciting.
Falcon here. He's gonna fire into the guy that's on 2, the bolt rifle guy.
Okay.
I think that's all he can see, so... no, he can see, what's this guy? Oh, that's Lord Pharaohs. I can't target him. Alright, so we will just fire everything together then.
Ethan, yeah, I do think it will make metas a little bit weirder. And I think the fringe list archetypes are definitely going to see more play because they're going to be proven on TTS. One thing I do worry about
2s for the purple, 3s for the
is
all right, -3.
Or I mean, maybe it could kind of inspire some change, some positive change in the meta. Is the prevalence of terrain?
Matter? Yeah.
I know we had a discussion with Innes after the previous game.
All right. So the other
about the terrain, and he said that the BCB ITC ruins layout is actually incredibly light for a European style of table, which I mean is heartening to hear for me because it feels sometimes like a lot of terrain in some situations. And I would love to put more on the table, let me tell you. So get ready for that.
Because you are the closest.
But in my area, this is actually an enormous amount of terrain. A lot of times you'll see maybe these corner ruins. You'll see the central L's, and then you'll see some scatter terrain, and that'll be about it. But I hope that we don't end up sort of creating 2 separate metas where we have a terrain-heavy online meta, whereas kind of logistical issues in real life make that impossible. And I hope that if people start to play on heavier terrain tables, they kind of learn how much fun playing with actual terrain on the table is that matters. I think that's going to be an interesting evolution to see.
3s are the reroll and 2s are the reroll. Alright, so you got 2 at -3 for 3 flat.
Three damage apiece.
Yep.
Saves all of us.
Wow. Nice.
Was a guy.
Alright. And then Fire Prism. Let's see what he can see. Probably not much. It looks like I could see the Stalker hanging out right here. Oh wait, no, that's a Prime Bolter guy. Never mind. So, I guess he will shoot at Bolter 5. Which hopefully will kill both of them. We'll do the 2d6 platform. Okay, we got 10 shots.
RGC 2005 asking, does ITC drive the terrain? ITC doesn't have any terrain guidelines. If I understand the question correctly, ITC, it doesn't have any terrain guidelines, but your sort of the expectation is that you'll see these Nova style L's or something equivalent. Either these or large ruins or enclosed buildings, centrally located, and then corner buildings as well. And the rest is kind of up to the player. That's not a hard and fast rule anywhere, but it is sort of best practices to have a reasonably balanced game. I do think that this level of terrain is around where the game needs to be, but I do think that its layout could be adapted a little bit better. But a lot of times it's up to the local meta in real life. It's sort of whatever your store has available, and sometimes that's a little sparse.
Dresar's gonna try and charge. Do I charge both? Or do I just charge one? Charge both or just charge one? I think we just charge.
Really hoping we see this Dresar charge here.
Rifles 4.
I'll be a little sad if he
Yep,
just
that's
totally
gonna be a
flips
move.
it.
Bolt rifle 4.
Okay. 4. So we got 3 in rapid fire. That's 2, 4, 8 shots. Fives. Rerolling. 4 hits. Toughness on Dresar?
It should be T4. Yep, T4.
D4. Slide.
Just the one? Or you got the lieutenant in range?
Daniel Bishop says the more terrain you have in 8th edition, the better balanced the game is. I'm not 100% prepared to agree with you. Terrain certainly favors different army archetypes, and I believe that centralized terrain tends to favor the attacking player more. One thing that I think I would like to gather data on is with this terrain layout, what the attacker and defender, win rate is. I have a feeling that the attacker is slightly favored in this terrain layout. Obviously, defender gets the ability to determine the deployment zones and deploy first, which is very powerful, and deploy second, which is very powerful. Excuse me. But because a lot of the terrain, you have safe places in your deployment zone, and if you're attacker, you can usually move up into the center very safely. I think it gives you an additional advantage. That would be an example of a way I think terrain becomes an unbalancing factor. And obviously, if you add a ton of it to the table, then if you add 1,000,000 ruins to the table, sort of an aggressive infantry style list is going to be enormously advantaged over something like this Aeldari list, which could have trouble placing its models down even.
Well, that will give me hold 1, kill 1, 1 for old school, 1 for engineers, and I don't know what we're at.
RGT,
right
yeah,
now.
2005. Yeah, I don't know if
15 Marines left.
the Thunderfire Cannon was enormously relevant in
so
terms of dealing
yeah,
damage to the
yeah.
tanks, because it's not going to do a lot of damage to them.
Killed.
But what it does do is it kills these engineers for sure. It threatens the light vehicles
So you've got
that are out of line of sight. So these Venoms
Plus the
could
Tech
potentially
Marine.
be eating damage as they're hiding. And it gives you another way to take out these infantry that are hiding behind walls.
And I killed 3 this turn.
You got 1, 2 killed.
So I'm not prepared
Should
to
have-
say that it
Yeah, I was gonna say 3.
it's crippling the Iron Hands right now, but it is certainly a tool in their toolbox that they would like to have to stop, sort of a character blocking on these guys, and the ability for Raider to jump out and grab these central
All right,
objectives and grab
sir.
that
Is
bonus point.
bottom of the turn for you.
Make sure I get my last king of the hill.
A little bit of a score update here. Up to 15 for Raider. But we are at bottom of the turn, so Dark Angel Dan still has another turn to go. He's going to maintain his lead, max out his King of the Hill, and then just be relying on old school. Current score is 14-15, RGC 2005. But I was going a little quiet here. I hope I didn't lose him. We're back onto Dark Angel Dan's turn. He's weighing his options.
Falcons, they're not all Teok, right?
Raider has...
no, they're the custom craft.
There they
Yep.
are. I think we're just carefully weighing our options. Raider has split very well to force the Iron Hands guns to move. We're going to start playing Ring Around the Rosie with this L. And the Eldar Flyers are going to probably, I imagine, continue to fall back towards Objective 3. While, if they want to get shots this turn, the Chaplain Dreadnoughts are going to have to move up to 2 in order to see around this L. I think you can finagle line of sight to this vehicle. I think that's a Falcon. Yeah. Going the opposite direction, I don't think helps, although I think the correct play for Dark Angel Dan would be to split here and send one las cannon towards the bottom of the table. It might be able to draw. You might waste a shot with them. Might be able to draw LOS to this Raider, or this Venom, excuse me. If we're able to draw that line, something like that. Might be a little long with only an 8-inch move on those guys. But if you waste it, even if you waste that shot, you force either the
That's not
Aeldar
very
has
nice
to
for
hide in the
stalkers and
corner here,
characters. That's not nice at all.
or he moves into range of one of the last cannons.
Just remember the 2 warlocks are Eltiok. So if you're in 12, you're good. But
RGT 2005, there is no, you cannot draw line of sight through the ruin walls. Yeah, the standard, this one has some little holes. We did add a catch-all rule in the T5S2 packet that these walls are considered LOS blocking despite the little holes. But like Ethan mentioned, typically there's an ITC house rule. It's not inside the missions packet. I think it's in the tournament packet. That's recommended to be used for competitive events that counts the first level of any ruins as LOS blocking. Effectively, any area of the ruin up till the first floor, and if it doesn't have a first floor, it would just be infinite up to the edge of the actual terrain piece. That counts that as line of sight blocking, so you ignore any gaps inside the walls. That's just a catch-all in order to make terrain functionally playable, because a lot of sort of ruined terrain has open holes and windows and stuff like that that you could normally see through, and that make it effectively useless for a piece of terrain. That's kind of the unfortunate reality of the true line of sight rules in 40k, which are, well, I mean, I could talk about them for ages, but they're bad. So unfortunately, we gotta kind of house rule it to get around that.
be it for moving.
Okay.
Looks like I'm gonna be joined by a co-host here.
We will have
Let me just get
have the apothecary healer.
Schumann's gonna be joining. Let me just get him set up in the
rifle 4 guy.
game.
Shooting. Pharaohs will make Primaris 4 rifle 6 skill 2.
Okay.
That. I think that's all the movement stuff. Shooting. Let's start over here. We'll have Stalker 2 shoot at shoot at the Warlock back here in the back.
Okay.
Two hit. 3.
Steam making bizarre noises on me. Thanks, Steam. You're the best.
2.
Hello.
Hello. Welcome to the game.
How's it going?
It's going okay.
Looks like a pretty exciting game with 2 very visually different armies that are easy to tell apart.
Yeah, black and white. Well, one of them is made out of tanks, and the other one is made out of infantry. So that's a good way to
Well,
tell them apart.
they're tank-like men, though.
Sure. But they have legs, and
And
the other
tanks.
ones have engines. So
It's true. A Venom
go.
has 6 wounds. A Centurion has 5 wounds.
they have 4. But you were close.
Look, what is what are we playing? This is we're playing Warhammer Fantasy, right?
Sure.
I've done this before.
Warhammer Fantasy.
All right.
Okay.
Catch me up. Where are we at? We're turn 3 now.
Yeah. So we are moving into bottom of 3. The Eldar one first.
So the one
We're able to kill
Warlock.
straight up. Take out the Thunderfire cannon, the only indirect fire on the Space Marine side, with the Knight's Bear.
Devastating, crippling even.
Yeah, it's pretty. I think it's pretty annoying because there is like an engineer Cabalite unit on objective 4 that would be dead, and also these Venoms can just sit in these ruins without fear of being just suppressive fired and double shot and potentially killed. One thing I should note too, I don't know if you caught this on the stream, but if you compare the Venoms to the Intercessors, they are comically undersized. And it's given me
The Venoms themselves.
yes, it's given me no small amount of laughter.
Oh wow! Look at these tiny men.
They are
like riding these things.
they're I think approximately just guesstimating because I can't measure right now. I think they're approximately 2.5 inches long.
I mean, there's a great movie. It's called Men in Black. I assume you've seen it.
Yes,
It's
yeah,
quite popular.
Of course.
I don't know.
In that movie, there's a normal sized man,
One that didn't.
but inside of that normal sized man, there is one of these tiny dark Eldar piloting him like a mech.
Yep. Yeah, so
Does
the
the
objective
iron-
tokens are 2 inches wide, and you can see that the Venom is not much larger than an objective token. It's from the bird's eye view. It's actually
that's
difficult to tell because
Yeah.
you don't really compare them. But then as soon as you notice that the intercessors are effectively skyscrapers compared to the size of these little Venoms. It is really funny.
Does this Iron Hands army know that Drazar has infiltrated their ranks and is trying to join them? He has the paint scheme. He's like roughly the right
They
scale.
realized quickly after he killed the Tech Marine that was running the Thunderfire cannon.
Well, only if he doesn't then start firing the Thunderfire cannon himself.
Right. Yeah. So the Eldar went first. We're able to score a couple early bonus points by grabbing objectives 2 and 3 because of the objectives outside of players' deployment zones, and we're playing Nexus Control. And we're able to do a significant amount of damage to the Relic Leviathan that was in the Iron Hands list. Unfortunately, we did forget one turn to repair the Leviathan on bottom of 1 with Fearos. So he got knocked down pretty hard. Turn 2, survived on 2 wounds, I think.
Yikes.
But in the 2 rounds it had of shooting, it was able to kill because the Aeldar deployed sort of centrally. It was a frontline assault deployment, and they deployed basically all the tanks in the center around the ruin on their long table edge in the middle. The Leviathan was able to fire for 2 full rounds and killed 3 of their grav tanks. It was 2 fire prisms and a night spinner went down to the relic Leviathan. Unfortunately,
was he aware that it was a Heresy era Death Guard Leviathan? I feel like this man might have also infiltrated this Iron Hands army.
They want to throw you off, so they repainted it. So you'd think it was part of a different. Yeah, I think we also have a Salamander's Thunderfire Cannon, so it's a motley crew. Or Dark Angels, excuse me. Dark Angels.
This guy has been pretending to be a Iron Hand for at least 10,000 years. I mean, he's good at this.
Yeah.
These are actually some pretty interesting lists. We got some Hornets. I don't think I've ever seen a Hornet actually played on the table. Just straight up Assault Centurions in an Iron Hands list. I don't think I've seen that before either.
Yeah, so this is
pretty resilient.
This is kind of the new version of Iron Hands. I think people are calling it the Iron Curtain because it just like sort of descends upon the center of the table and stops your opponent from doing anything for the rest of the game. Because if they go into the middle, they get killed by Assault Centurions. And if they shoot at you, you don't take any damage because you're playing Iron Hands.
Great way to get ground control. I wonder how they. I wonder how these compare straight up point for point against just, Fieros based intercessors. I imagine they might come out more resilient per point.
Yeah. So a big part of it is that we have the Primaris Apothecary with the +1 to their DPR, so they're saving those on 5s.
Yep.
Which is
the 5-up invulned from Fieros.
So for a lot of the anti-Centurion tech relies on sort of flat 4 damage, so like Mastercrafted Thunderhammers, or we saw in Tomb King 20's list, also in this pod, a Graviton Pulsar shoots it for 4 damage, and you have 4 chances to
if you make
that
one
off.
of those DPRs,
you're
effectively cutting their damage in half.
Yep, exactly. And then also that aura affects all of the intercessors as well, so it has the same effect there too for most of the weapons you want to point at them. And I think it's really hurting the Eldar firepower here. They're slowly grinding away at these intercessors, but all these Hornets have damage to 2 weapons. All the Night Spinner shots are damaged too, and the DPR, like you said, it just cuts it cuts it in half almost mathematically. The amount of damage that they actually take, because usually they'll take 2 shots and it will be overkilled. So. I think it's an interesting archetype for the Iron Hands. You also have just the 5+ invulnerable save on everything from Fieros, which is pretty strong as well. That said, it's kind of straightforward. You're going to move to the center of the table. You're not very fast. You don't have a lot of indirect fire shooting or special different angles you can get. You're just going to plot up the table and hope that your opponent can't, sort of mathematically align favorably into you. So far,
I've got to imagine it.
Go ahead.
I got to imagine like a hyper-mobile gunline army, like an Eldar tank list, would be able to exploit that like relative lack of speed too.
Right.
Move out, fire and fade, like get the fire prism into line of sight, then back out again.
Yeah. And if we're
There's a little bit you can do about it.
And reviewing the score here, we do see that the Iron Hands have a pretty dominating lead. Early game, the players have been able to trade on objectives, which will happen when you only have 4 objectives on the table. So each player will get 2 basically, and then they'll just trade for those. But the Iron Hands have scored almost all of their secondaries, whereas the Eldar have not. So we're going to see that lead start to. I think we're going to see the Eldar start to catch up with the Iron Hands because they had the early lead on secondaries. Whereas obviously Eldar taking both Engineers and Reaper means that those are going to progressively get higher as the game goes on. Whereas Iron Hands kind of just bursted through all there. So it kind of makes sense for Eldar because the Warlord in this game was the Leviathan. And
Yeah, and
I
they
think
have-
he's just assuming the Leviathan matches up so favorably against these Eldar tanks that he's just assuming he has to destroy it anyway to win the game. So he might as well pick up the Warlord point for it as well. And he's fast
My
enough
issue
to
with
get
old school
behind
is
the
always
minions.
last kill.
Yeah, that one's
Yeah,
gonna be tough.
it makes sense for the Eldar, because like even if it's last kill, you can usually suicide like a grav tank next to a character or next to like whatever remains of like a 1 or 2 man intercessor unit to try and pick that off. But I find that'd be much harder to do with this plotting Iron Hands force. Like they'll probably score out the first 3
Right.
like relatively easily, but I don't imagine that, especially if you're with the amount of firepower this has. I bet this probably gets quite a few tables before then.
Yeah. Yeah. It's always like it's just so it's so nerve-wracking to shoot at these intercessors because the things that you kind of normally anticipate killing intercessors just doesn't kill them. You know, if you're shooting, for example, the Starcannons on these Hornets are shooting a 2 damage -3 AP shot. Well, they don't really care about the -3 AP because they're going to be relying on a 5+ invulnerable anyway. And the 2 damage sometimes just doesn't kill them because they just make their DPR. So
The Hornet is such
must
like a cool,
be
sneaky pick.
aggravating. Yeah. Yeah, and it's also so the other thing is that we're bringing 2 of the Hornets in a LATOC detachment, so that they're innately -1 to hit outside of 12 inches, and then Hornets have a rule where if they advance, they have an additional -1 to be hit.
Yeah.
And then I think you can stack that
They
with
can't
vectored engines to
fire
get
their
-3.
weapons though. Unless one of these allows them. Oh, Crystal Targeting Matrix
Yeah.
can fire a heavy weapon after moving. Oh no, you still can't advance and fire that. Every item or every weapon on the Hornet is a heavy weapon though, so unless they have some rule that allows them to ignore advanced firing heavy weapons, they do not seem to give themselves the ability to fire them.
That is true. Yeah, they just get their Shuriken weapons that they can fire.
Yeah.
But I think just as a board
with
control
18 inches
piece,
anyway. Yeah.
that might just be where they're trying to go. Yeah. And I know that
It's
there's
a sub 100 point pick. These are actually pretty gross.
yeah. And I know that there is another upgrade that will give them an additional -1 to hit. -1 to be hit. I think it's a vectored engine. Let me take a look.
I'm looking now. Yeah, if model vector edges advances, your opponent subtract 1 from all hit rolls. So
Right.
yeah, that would
So they
stack
go
them
to
up to
-3.
-4.
-3.
-3.
Yeah.
Although then you're not.
But again, you're
shooting.
not shooting. Yeah. So
Yeah. What are each of these equipped with as well? Starcannon. These hit pretty hard.
yeah, they have a Starcannon and a pulse laser. They're pretty
Heavy
solid.
3, strength 6, -3, 2 damage. Yeah,
Sort of a
that just
spammable-
between those 2 guns, they'll empty out an intercessor squad per turn.
Right. But the issue
Might
is
be a
that
little harder shooting into these though.
the DPRs
These are
is
not
really
intercessors.
gumming them up. Yeah. And then obviously
Yeah.
the apothecary can try to bring them back, and he can heal any ones that survive on 1 wound.
And they have to place themselves in quite a bit of danger in order to see the full squad.
Right.
Or else they quickly lose their line of sight, and then
Yeah.
Apothecary just has his job cut out for him.
And
Man's not striving for work.
yeah, and Dark Angel Dan, the Iron Hands player here, has made the heads up play of chapter mastering his captain, his mash captain. So not pre doctrine nerf. That's not something you ever did with Iron Hands. They were so reliable that you just didn't need it. But now there's so many hit debuffs on these Eldar tanks that he's decided to shore up his math a little bit there. Looks like we have an intercessor charge into Drazhar. But they did knock 4 wounds off of him beforehand, so theoretically.
He is
should
sitting
be
on a
able to
2
knock
up
him out.
though. How many CP are left over here? This might not be the most surefire of ways to kill this man.
Yeah, I think the issue is that if Drazhar charges you, he fights twice, so they might just want to pin him.
That is also true. He is out of CP for the an armor reroll, so all he has to do is just roll 2 1s.
Yeah.
Farseer and a reroll custom craft. Cool.
So we also, I think one of the ways that you deal with this Iron Hands list is you have to pull it apart, and that's definitely what Raider's doing pretty effectively. He's pulling these intercessors on objective 1 out of the center of the formation so they don't get all of their buffs, and then the Hornets on that side can just start eating them up. Whereas the tanks on the other side are gonna get split to objective 3, and he's fast enough that he can push to 2 if he needs to in the later game if he starts knocking these guys out. But if he can pull objective 1 away from the Iron Hands, I think the game starts falling apart pretty quickly for them. Looks like we did make a charge on these characters.
Yeah, this is quite an unfortunate hiccup here. A Farseer and 2 Warlocks are not fighting their way out of a wet paper bag, let alone a pile of Primaris Iron Hands.
Yeah, I mean, Witchblades are good, but they only get you so far.
Yeah, the auto winning on 2 is real nice, but AP 0, not
less nice. For sure.
Don't even think I've seen Falcons in quite some time either.
Yeah, the Falcons was surprising for me too, especially since this list doesn't really have them.
Do they transport anything?
No, there's not really any. There's no infantry for them to bring around. They could put the characters in there.
Suppose the heavy slot was probably just full, so they couldn't fill out the rest of the warp prism or fire prisms.
Right.
Any AP?
No AP.
You could grab a
keep
third
looking
Night
back at
Spinner
these Venoms
for one of those Falcons.
Well.
I mean, they have. Let's see.
How many ones I have? 2.
Do they only have the one Night Spinner?
CP.
There's 2 Night Spinners. One got taken out by the Leviathan.
Back this turn,
Yeah, so that would be all 3 of their heavy support slots in the.
Wait.
I'm assuming an Eldar battalion.
It's a Spearhead actually.
And a reroll.
The only battalion is a Cabal of the Blackheart with these
never mind.
these little warrior boys.
Yeah, those Falcons could just do the fusion dance and just become another fire prism.
They're even they're almost as expensive as a fire prism, which is
fire prisms are good, but you really want either 1 or 3 because they really.
I mean, in fairness, they're already worth 3. So.
Oh, there were 3 fire prisms?
Yeah, so you couldn't take it. You couldn't take any more.
Oh, I didn't look off. I didn't look. Yeah. Look at just look at this Venom next to this fire prism. This Venom could pilot this fire prism.
The Relic Leviathan did a number on these things. It's been
as they want to do.
Yeah. I think the deployment from the Aeldari was pretty aggressive, which was good because he was going first. But because your entire army moves 60 inches, you could just pull back from the threat range of the Leviathan and not give it a shot on turn 1 or potentially turn 2. But he just ate it. He just ate the shots, and it did a bunch of damage.
This Warlock, right?
The real life model for the Eldar Hornet is so cool.
Yeah, boom. Yeah, they are very sick little fighter tank boys. So it looks like 1 Warlock went down to the Intercessors, and we're gonna see a ramp.
Farseer's still around, and if they
are on the Farseer, maybe.
Yeah,
maybe not.
Drazar's probably not pulling them out of this fight. Although the Farseer can extricate himself with a little-known spell called Smite, and then another little-known spell called Mind War.
Yeah, Executioner.
Executioner.
Farseer is about
There's quite a few ways.
The Farseer is about to end this man's whole career. Not sure where
this Warlock has Crushing Orb. I don't know what that does, but I'm assuming it's.
It's like a flickering flames kind of thing. It's you roll 3 dice and you deal a mortal for every 5+ you roll. So it's kind of a crappy smite. But since a Warlock smite is crappy anyway, it's basically just a straight upside.
All right, and my good old swings back, right?
That is not a wrap.
Yeah, certainly not.
I'm gonna start with my swings back over in this corner.
Yeah, I wonder if it was awkward. I wonder if there were heroic interventions that we didn't see also.
Yeah. It looks like he was struggling a little bit with
Yeah.
just placing the model in TTS next to the ruin as well. That's been the bane of many a rap.
Alright, so
Yeah, that's true.
you can still hear me, right?
What's the over-under on Drazar just,
Okay. So we'll start
just,
with the Warlock
just
over here.
Ginsuing this entire
Yeah.
squad here?
If they don't kill him, he will kill them for
Alright,
sure.
so Warlock
He
gets
took
2
one
swings,
wound.
hitting on 3s.
I don't know if they've already done this combat, but he has 1 wound less than
One
that he
hit.
did when they charged him.
And wounded on a 2.
He's
One
I think
wound,
only
no
strength
AP.
4 when he makes his maximum attacks. So he might have trouble actually getting the wounds through.
Farseer will
Is that
get
one not
this,
+1 strength?
2
I thought that was
upswing.
the +1. The other was like +2. You could be right.
Yeah, I think he has a
Reroll 1
a
for custom
+1 and +1 AP,
Okay.
and the other one's +2
And
attacks, but at base strength. If I
You're
remember
corrct.
correctly, yeah.
Yep.
Another
User -2
reroll.
too.
Just 1.
This man is
Okay.
20 points less than Ragnar. I would just like to point that out.
Yeah, we saw a Ragnar mirror match in the last
Drazar,
game.
we
It's
are
pretty
gonna go
silly.
with his single blade attack, so he'll have 4 swings.
Drazar does
four
automatically
swings.
give himself +1 to wound rolls because he is an incubi and he
Oh,
buffs
that's
all
true.
incubi units with +1 to wound.
That's true.
So he will at least be getting that.
He's gonna be on 2s. All hit, and then I'm wounded on 2s because they're strength 5.
Wounding on 2s?
and
I may
I'm
actually.
plus
With the
1 to
-3, it might
reroll.
be.
Just
Nah,
2.
the plus-
-3.
Nah,
2
2
damage
additional
off.
attacks would be better. Drazar has one of those profiles where it's so close between his between the two, weapon styles you can use that it
Two
becomes
apiece.
very difficult to parse the math on which you should be using.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's not clear. This is the one that you hit tanks with, and this is the
Yeah.
one that you hit boys with.
Alright, let's tally it up for the bottom of 3.
So did he flub it on those intercessors?
You killed 1. I will get
think
to
he
kill
did.
more this turn.
Ooh.
I mean, this guy is 20 points less than Ragnar.
Yeah. So obviously he's garbage.
I've had a
Wish I
few
could have
Drazars
even
just
on
playing
holding
themselves
it.
right in front of my army.
Yeah, we're
They have 2 modes, and that mode is they'll do like a wound and then die,
oh,
The
yeah.
Or they'll do,
Archon,
like,
that's
4
gonna be-
wounds.
And then it's hiding.
and then
all
they'll
the
still
way
die.
back here.
They look really cool while they do it though. This guy looks sick as hell.
Alright.
He is cool. And I do think I feel like Raider did throw him out this turn or this round in his
15
turn.
more points worth
And he was kind of a little bit farther back into the ruin by objective 1,
See ya.
fighting the Thunderfire Cannon guy.
12.
And it seemed to me like he just kind of threw him away for no gain. Like maybe he kills an intercessor squad, but who cares?
I mean,
I would
he'll
have
get
liked to
another
him.
chance, right?
Well, now he does, but he could have died. But I would have liked to
That's
have
true.
seen him just hold in there, like hole up in there for a couple turns,
I would love
and,
to move this away, but I know
and
what
just
you're
threaten
intending
the
to
fact
do,
that he
because
could at any point pop out and nab objective 1.
It's hard to measure it out,
I
but like, what
should
are the
be able to
chances he
move
could have
the
just
Farseer
dashed out of
Warlock,
here and just
right?
hit that apothecary?
Is what I'm looking at.
It's
Warlock and the
would have been
Farseer
tough,
should
I
be able
think.
to move them out, right?
But he could hit
Maybe
anything
moves-
controlling objective 1 fairly easily.
Consolidate.
Yeah,
Yeah.
move 7.
But
The possible. I mean, you do the
figured
advance
Drazar
because he can
looks
advance a charge. He
pretty
doesn't have a gun anyway, so you might as well see.
triangle to me.
Right.
You get like a 5 or 6 on that. You're looking at probably like a 6-inch charge on the
With
apothecary.
intent of
Just go in, snipe that dude out. But he might still be able to fight his way out of this.
So it looks like they tied on kills and holds that turn. Not exactly the outcome that Iron Hands was looking for, because that does bring them to parity on score.
So that.
And like we mentioned before, there's 2 points for engineers up for grabs for Raider. That's going to be really easy. He's just going to get those automatically, effectively.
It's unfortunate to have these 2 Chaplain Dreads, which are effectively immortal, given the table state right now. Like, the amount of effort that would be required to reach them and shut those 4 las cannons off, which are just such a good stat line firing into these tanks.
Yeah. Yeah, unfortunately, that's the real power behind the this Iron Curtain style list, because what you want to do to shut those guys off is dig in really deep with melee, and melee doesn't get anywhere against this list.
No.
You send some aggressive units in, and 40 intercessors punch them to death.
And it's a little known fact, but on the other arm, on the Chaplain Dreadnought, is a gigantic man-sized claw.
So we are gonna go to
Which-
this
That's
psychic
true.
phase 'cause
Not terrible
great
at
movement
killing
phase.
things, not amazing
Yeah.
at killing things, but not
we're
bad.
gonna
Look at that big
start
old
with
claw. I think it's
the
actually
Warlock
supposed to
is
be a
gonna
dreadnought-sized
attempt to
Crozius.
The Centurions.
Well, the drivers of these
Which
little
is gonna
venoms are
go
probably not
off,
supposed to be
so
2 feet
these
tall
are
either.
kids.
There's
Don't have any command
a lot
points.
going. I just keep looking at this poor guy.
Um,
Yeah,
He's
it's,
probably happy
uh,
just to be
here is gonna
included.
attempt
These Phantoms
to
are
doom them.
they're asking for death. Please put me out of my misery.
We'll use the Farseer
It's like bring your
reroll.
kids to work day.
The
One.
shrink ray experiment went wrong.
That will go off. So they are doomed as
Honey, I
well.
shrunk the venom.
They have these tiny little flags. Look at what tiny
man.
skulls are these? Like what tiny victims did they have?
The little flag is great. I love it. It would even be
No,
small
it's
on a fully sized model,
Whatever. Executioner.
and it's
Boys
just
in
even
front.
smaller.
Doesn't go off. Alright, cool. Cool story.
These venoms.
The
are
solution,
adorable.
if it fits, it sits, is you just
So-
have.
You just
much
make your
more.
model smaller. Yeah. Yeah. Fortunately, I don't think there's been a
This
situation in this
venom's
game where their
gonna shoot
size has
these
mattered.
So I will have.
They've
three
just been
attacks
sitting
against the
on
gun.
these objectives
Or 6 attacks, sorry.
pretty safely and
And
just hanging out.
Not rapid fire for the other guns. So
If
only
it does
this
become an
time.
issue, we'll bring it up with the players, though. Daniel Bishop, how do
So
I
who's-
fare against the Eldar list?
And 4s.
It's an uphill fight
two.
because it's a bunch of flying stuff. But
2 3-ups. Yep.
if I'm playing Tyranids, the Tyranid profiles typically line up pretty well with Eldar. So you could do a bunch of damage and then try to push ahead on secondaries. This list doesn't actually really contest the objectives very
It's
well.
on the squad that's over here.
You'd have a hard time firing into those -2s on the tanks, though.
Oh, the Hornets never get shot.
Gotta imagine.
For sure. They just do
Yeah,
that
that's true.
all game. Like,
Um,
I'm shooting at night spinners. If I'm shooting at anything, it's the big guns.
We're gonna go with.
The Hornets,
How many turns
maybe
would it take
maybe
the
they
Hornets to
get
kill an XO?
they get eaten by Gene Stealers. I think maybe is the plan.
Alright, we're gonna go with this Falcon since he has really nothing
Just,
to
I mean, they only have 8
It's gonna
wounds. You could
try
probably
and
just like big
annihilate
brain them
these
down
guys.
too.
Oh, for sure. Yeah, the big brains. I
know.
mean, I imagine the Venoms move to eat the big brains.
So we'll start with the Starcannon.
The Farseer escaped containment.
So these are 3s.
Didn't move into the ruin though. I suppose you don't do that. He wants line of sight for the
I'll use
smites.
my reroll. 2 hits.
Yeah,
and
I don't
use
think the
wound.
size of the Venom is really
Got 2
that
wounds
big
and
of a
-3
deal
on
in
these
terms of
boys.
line of sight in this situation. Like, the line of sight is so narrow for for these Iron Hands. You're looking like this.
Yeah.
And if the
First
Venom was
one
another
is
inch
gonna
longer,
be
so like it should
4.
be, you're not really changing any
For
of that
3.
dynamic.
I mean, he could just point it, like turn it 90 degrees, and
Right.
then he has roughly the same thickness
Right.
in that regard.
And
Yeah.
He's
the
at least
second one
given
is
the
4.
positioning now. Like if he was sitting in one of these side ruins, he's like covered top ruins and just hanging out. That would be problematic. But I mean, these elves can hide at night.
Yeah.
So like
big
one
guns.
like shoebox size Venom is okay.
Already used a reroll and a 2 to
It's
wound.
adorable.
Yeah, and again, if it
bringing
ever
all
becomes a
one
question,
smile
then
to us.
we'll bring it up to
3-5.
the players for sure. They are adorable little Venoms. Base size and a Venom, I actually don't remember. They might be, are they on the large flying stands?
They're on like the medium one.
The little 30 mil or whatever, 35 millimeter?
I believe so. Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Okay.
So their
They're-
base size might
they're
actually be
old enough-
correct.
Yeah.
They just have a teeny
they're-
tiny model on top of it.
They're old enough that, from
And
what
he's
I've
got
learned
his
from
Doom
like
Weaver into a
Dark Elder
Centurion.
players, that they're actually quite annoying because they don't. They tend to fall
So
off their
start with
bases a lot,
the
and the bases tend to just allow them to fall over
Catapult.
quite a bit.
Sure, yeah, that makes sense.
Onto the one dude.
Yeah, so you kind of want them to be on bigger bases just for
Threes.
stability. Yeah,
Yeah.
I get that.
Yeah, like one stalker or one stalker bolt
Four,
rifle
right?
hanging out here still.
Yep.
It's got a little purple
Fourth
purity
one.
seal over there. Wonder what he did to earn
On
that.
the stalker. No, the
Okay.
stalker guy. Yeah.
Okay.
So 1 at -3. and
Survived all the
1
smites, I
AP.
think.
No AP.
A lot of forethought to hand him that one then. He was like, "Oh, what is this for?" And they're like, "You'll know."
On -3 on the Falcon. 5-up.
He gave it to himself.
Just one.
He's got a backpack full of them, just in case he does something cool and heroic.
This stalker out here. You know.
That's on that guy.
What do you think the Archon's doing back here on this objective? Just like on his phone?
He's
and then the Doom.
he's supervising the engineering.
So,
Stop.
Oh man, if you zoom in on this guy's face, he just looks
56.
great.
for 11.
Gotta imagine this Iron Hands list has an issue with
Threes,
a couple of 2020
Reroll one of
ITC's
them.
layouts that have 5 or more objectives.
and then threes, rerolling all of them.
Yes and no.
Doesn't look like it wants to string to more than 2.
I think these player placed ones might be a little tough because your opponent can really spread things out to
Alright,
force
so
your
2 at
formation
-4,
apart.
and then the
But if you
rest
hit
are
like
just
seize
at a-
ground,
I think 3 up with your.
if your
Jinx.
deployment's good, I think they can actually do very well at that.
2 at -4.
Yeah.
If any objectives are
Symbols.
clumped together, like this list goes insane.
Fails one.
Yeah.
If it can ever like sort of dominate, hold more,
Says 5.
the game's over. Like
Ah,
you
6.
might as well not play.
Yep.
Fails one.
Alright. That's
So
2
4
damage.
damage.
I think we're slowly seeing it
Unshot
be
roll
picked
off
apart
force.
by the Eldar though.
Yeah.
The
One guy
the
takes-
Chaplain Dreadnoughts together
Alright.
are just barely failing to kill these Eldar tanks, and I think the tanks may be in a position where they can just start
my very
switching in and
wounded
out of the
Falcon's gonna shoot at him.
ruin here. Although it looks like this Falcon actually just stayed put.
He did not.
Yeah, these
move.
Assault Centurions are not Raven Guard,
yeah.
and these Night Spinners, they're not
3s,
characters.
4s, and 5s.
So a lot of the like
5s.
expected damage output of the
I'll
Centurions is
save
a
my
little
reroll
bit
for this.
reduced from at least their most
And
common
3 to
appearance.
wound, rerolling. Got 1 wound at -3
Yeah, it's just the volume
So
of fire though
-4. or whatever.
Yeah,
has been pretty solid from
Still
these
pretty
guys.
hard.
Yeah,
Yes.
they've sort of been supporting
So
the
6 up
Leviathan,
over.
and they on turn 2 they dinged up
And
a
it
couple
is
vehicles, and Leviathan split fire and
just
killed both
2.
of them.
Saves both.
But
All right.
I mean, I wonder if we
2
we go for a
pulses
long
shot.
charge on this Venom towards objective 3, and we just start pushing into that corner really hard.
Both hit. Nope. Sorry. Gotta
I think
reroll
that's
that
the
hit.
if
play
anything,
from
I think
those
these
guys.
Hornets might be too big.
And then these are
So that makes up for
3s
the
rerolls.
The Hornets?
for 2.
Yeah,
Yeah.
they're using the Falcon
Alright.
model, but
1
they're
at
significantly
-3
smaller.
for 3 flat.
It's yeah, it is shrunk down. How big are
So-
these ones? Still pretty small though. They're so cool. The Eldar just have such a cool back catalog of strange Forge World tanks that
Oh,
most
yeah.
of which are just completely unplayable.
Like their Wasp walkers or
Um,
whatever. Like those are pretty sick.
Yeah.
So that was my night
Like the
spinner.
Cobra, or
and
just
2
like their super
Falcons.
heavy tanks just look so cool and
Yeah.
are 400 points
Um,
overcosted.
This is just 1 squad here. And this is just 1 dude. This
These
fire
Hornets
prism
compare very favorably to my fun
Stalker Sergeant.
little orc race cars though.
Yeah, Fire Prism
2d6 shot
is unfortunately forced to shoot at this one Space Marine.
for 7.
These are -3, right?
Yep.
I mean, he has a few other Space Marines he could fire at.
Yeah.
And
Fire the
threes.
stock bolt rifles in the middle.
Yeah,
I would think you just
two.
take this guy out with the.
both of these
one of the
players have
Falcons.
been kind of aggressively targeting in this game, especially against the Iron Hands list. Or I guess honestly, both of these lists I think become very
They're
difficult to
all
score
shot
kills off
over
of in the late
here.
game, and they've both taken some taken
this
some,
Hornet
or
here is gonna
made some
fire
kills that I don't think they necessarily needed
everything into this
throughout the course of the
Bolter
game,
squad.
and
I think they're going to run out of kills.
I think
that
they're
they'll
going to
get
run out
turns
of reasonable
4, 5,
kills
and 6.
later. Yeah, like leaving one Space Marine alive. Like maybe he kills the Warlock or something, but that's going to happen anyway. I think this coming turn.
So
I mean,
and that
18
leaves you an
18
easy
inches on a
smite
Hornet.
next turn.
18 inches on a
holy
Hornet, you
crap,
can just.
look at all the
I mean,
twos.
hop this guy over this ruin, land
And a
right next to
three.
this apothecary, and just blast it.
1 -3 on the squad.
Yeah, if you can fit
Yeah.
in there, it might be a little tough. But also, then you just lose
Yeah.
into an intervention
Is
from the Chaplain
4.
Dreadnought. And that's not less good.
Oh yeah, but I mean,
3
you're
damage.
just getting that point.
Yeah.
You could also do that, and then I don't know, assault the Primaris Bolt Rifle Squad. Just move like 3 inches farther
Alright.
away.
Mhm.
They're not probably gonna do a ton in their own combat, and
This Hornet squad.
then maybe move the other Hornet in and like tri-point one of them between two of them with their like little graspy claw fronts.
So it is a little awkward because
This
they
Hornet
aren't
here under the squad is going to
ground
put
vehicles.
all its guns into the Stalkers, and then
So
the
they
other
can't
Hornet's
really
gonna put everything
pin
into the
things.
Centurions.
Right, because you just slide your base underneath them.
So we'll start with the.
Oh, you just but they
one
have
going
these lovely little
into the
like
Stalkers.
open bays on the front.
Right.
So if you just get a
threes,
Hornet on both sides, I mean, you can
Um,
essentially just pick like pincer
Hmm.
a model to the point where it is.
You don't have
I mean, the model itself cannot move through another model, correct? Even if the base can.
Yeah, you ignore the model for measurement
I just
purposes.
thought about that too.
Unless
Three's
it's
the wound. I hear you.
But what about like the
Hell,
actual?
has
The
actually,
actual
I
act
think
of the movement
Hornets
itself?
measure
Is-
from the base.
I-
Actually,
All right, so 1 at -3 on the
let me double.
Stalkers.
Oh no, they measure from the hull. They have the special rule.
Yep. They're in range.
So the yeah, you ignore everything that's not your base when you're moving. So grav tanks like functionally can't wrap you unless they ding you with their base, which is hard because they have overlap it. The measurement's weird.
That's 2 damage. Oh wait, that's a Starcannon. Nope, that is a Hornet Pulse Laser. 2 damage.
RGC 2005. I can't measure in spectator mode, unfortunately, so I can't give you any
The
measurements.
other one.
Looking at the I mean the size of the model compared to the objective, it's about 2.5 to 3
don't
inches long.
remember if I used my
Objectives.
hit
These
roll.
objectives are 2 inches,
Roll.
so it's a little bit.
It's about the size of a magic
That's
card.
gonna be
Yeah.
Maybe a little smaller.
I think lengthwise, that's fair. I think the
One
an
at
actual
-3
Venom's
for
like
D3
4-ish
and 1 at
inches. They're not
-3
that
for
much bigger
2
or that much smaller.
on the Centurion.
It's like some sort of 3D printing mistake.
Yeah,
Spend all that
Um,
money, wait all night. Your prints are just like
and you're like, no.
75% the size they need to be.
Brendan O'Donnell's game looks close.
Boy.
Do we give it to Space Marines?
Did
I don't
either
think
of
we
them
give
go
it to
through?
anybody. I think the Space Marines are slowly going to be whittled down, in my opinion. I don't think they're not doing enough return damage. That said, if Aeldari continued to give them shots that they can take to get kills, then we could see them continue to get kills.
3?
But
Yeah, that
one
Falcon
was
did not
8,
move out of line of
D3
sight.
yeah,
of
one
either
is-
of these,
that Falcon, I
Chaplain
think,
Dreads.
should
I
have
don't know
just peeled out. The
one
Hornets,
went through or what?
Alright, so I got 2.
I think, honestly, like, I don't know if you need to keep
So,
attacking with them.
Starcannon saves, pulse laser takes it, 2 damage from the pulse laser.
I mean, I can certainly see a scenario where you've managed to finally peel off all of these intercessors, and he's just left with Assault Centurions and Chaplain Dreadnoughts, and you're left with a series of tanks that can easily go from one L to the other L with their base movement,
That's it
Right.
for shooting. So
and are like almost
I
unshootable.
just
Yeah, it seems to
guess
me
we
like the
just
Eldar
go
are about to
our
start playing Ring Around the Rosie.
locked in
for sure.
combat squad.
But unfortunately for Raider,
Trezor is
they're maintaining parity in points so
Gonna
well
swing
that
his,
he's got to dig himself out of a little bit of a
Four
hole in order
swings
to
at
break
ya.
that tie eventually. But on attrition, he's going to slowly pull ahead, I think.
hit on 2s.
I'd like to see him start moving away from these assault
wounding on
centurions, though.
2s.
I'm not sure why this Night Spinner is sort of in front of his formation.
2 of them at -3.
Oh, it's giving cover to the
2, AP3.
Falcon behind it,
Yep.
I guess.
Maybe. I mean, yeah, that's true.
From some angles?
It is doing that. The Falcon behind it has to touch the wall, though. It's not touching the
two
ruin
apiece.
at all.
I mean, does the Night Spinner take negative modifiers for movement
Yeah,
when firing the Doomweaver?
it does.
So that might be why he's just not bothering.
Kills.
All right.
It did move this turn, though, I believe, because it moved out of line of sight of
Oh.
the Chaplain Dreadnoughts.
back.
Let's egg on
This
my
time
face.
it's 2, 4, 6.
I think he's
Although
just trying to
I mean,
use
the
the
Chaplain
L.
Dreadnoughts can just move.
Attack.
Yeah, he's trying to use the
Yeah.
L. The Chappies, I don't think could have gotten line of sight through it this turn because of where he moved it to. But I hope he has enough movement to duck it behind the corner L. I think he does.
This front one can
Will
get
be
just
a minus
just in
one.
front of where Fieros is standing
Yeah.
with its
We have to be at
6-inch
12
move, and that can
wounds, I
pretty
think.
easily see the.
If you're
Left side of
within
this
12 of those Centurions, though, I can't measure that. I guess I think he is. Then with
Yeah.
a long charge, they could potentially pile into it if they get a charge in the Venom and then continue on.
Yeah. One Centurion could also just pop around this wall and
All right.
take out this Venom,
Well,
take out the other Venom. I mean, he
score
could
for
pop
that
out, kill the
turn,
Venom on
I
objective
gotta
3, and then
kill
end of
one,
round, he's
hold
just
one.
not on an objective.
Yep.
Finish out my Reaper. Engineers gets another point. And that is it for right now.
I'm surprised this one wound with Venom is just kind of like, just kind of camping here, hanging out, just living the life.
Yeah, it's I think going to be a bit of a springboard for these Assault Centurions. They need to go either towards Objective 3 or
This
Objective 1.
Chapter Master, apparently.
And if they can hit that Night Spinner, it's real bad for the
Yeah.
Aeldar, I think. Night Spinner, very good at killing intercessors. And it looks like the intercessors did finally kill Drazar. So that's unfortunate.
That's a damn shame.
But I
He
think
did kill that one intercessor that had a wound, though.
They did. Yeah, that's good. Drazar got one guy.
Kill about as much as.
I
as
do
Ragnar.
think they lose the fight to these
Similar
Hornets,
point
though,
cost.
on Objective 1. The Hornets are just going to slowly grind them to pieces.
I mean, maybe. What are they? Any stalker bolt rifles on these, or are these just bolt rifles? bolt
They're
rifles.
bolt rifles. Yeah, it's a mix
Yeah.
in their units.
Still hear me, bud?
Yeah.
I think there were two 10-mans that had stalkers, and of those, there are 2 individual Marines left, I think, and then everyone else had bolt rifles.
Go.
Ben
Which way to
Starkey,
go?
for flying, you don't have to follow the 1-inch base contact rule. I'm not sure I understand what you mean.
I think it means measuring to the hull versus to the base, and that's like different per model. A lot of models like specify
Yeah.
that you use the hull, and a lot don't.
Yeah, so sort of grav tank models will, because they have a base, usually have a rule that tells you have to measure to the hull, whereas anything that has a base automatically measures to the base unless specified otherwise.
My favorite's the Repulsor Executioner, which is like an inch off the ground, but you have to measure to the hull, and you're already -2 to charge it.
Yeah,
so you effectively are -3 to charge it.
Yeah,
And if it's on a forest, you're
you're
-5
like
to charge it.
-2.5. Yeah. And it's the same for Eldar stuff. It gets a little wonky. Sometimes you have to fudge the rule a little bit, which I hate, but you can assemble Eldar flyer or Eldar grav tanks at a variable height because they come with different flying stands. And if you use the tall flying stand, they can't be assaulted. So
that is the mightiest of like colossal brain plays right there.
yeah, so just keep that in mind. If you're playing Eldar, it's great. If you're not, I don't know. Maybe clarify with your opponent whether or not you can actually ever get into melee with his models.
Oh, we're trying for round 2 of slingshotting Marines into these.
Into the Night Spinner, yeah.
Other
Speed
characters
4
here.
without any buffs available to these Assault Centurions is very sad.
Oh, I was talking about these 2 intercessors going right back into the Farseer and Warlock.
Oh, sure, yeah. Yeah, I think we're
You
going
get hit the bell, it's round 2.
Yeah, ding ding. Yeah, Warlocks only have two wounds. Or this guy's got 1 left. It looks like. Jeez.
Looks like they might be able to fire at the Farseer as well.
Yeah, that would be
At the very
good.
least, this one of them can. Or just take out the Warlock, probably.
I'm not sure about sending the Chapter Master in, but I guess it's probably okay. If you ever plan to
How does
shoot
the
at the Hornets, I think you want that guy, but
How does the Farseer have a splinter rifle?
That's a great question.
It's it's just doing some sort of trade there.
Let me take a look at the list here.
Picked up the wrong gun.
Definitely doesn't have a splinter rifle in the list. I think that's
Okay.
I think that
Tabletop to TTS is just a
it
little
doesn't.
confused.
I don't think these are
There's
the
a copy and
tabletop to
paste there.
TTS. What do you call it? Tooltips. I think they're just
Oh, yeah.
the base tooltips that came with the model. So somebody made an army that somehow had a Farseer with a splinter rifle in it. And
7th edition were some wild times.
it never changed. Yeah. It never changed. It just got copy and pasted over and over. Yeah, she's just got a Shuriken pistol.
Is this like Farseer, what, Maka?
Yeah,
Yeah,
it's the
I'm
lady
sorry.
from Dawn of War, right?
They had a few. Every game featured an Eldar Farseer, but both existing and then getting killed by a Space Marine captain of some kind.
My bad. I thought you
Yeah, yeah, there was always like a redhead
Oh,
Farseer that
no.
would get stabbed, right? Like every time.
Yeah.
Did you ever see that there's a fan animation of like a Vindicari assassin who's like gonna shoot a Farseer and then like she takes her helmet off and like she's hot and he's like, oh no, I can't do it. And
What's up?
I have seen that, yeah.
They making me split up here. I'm trying to figure out. what's the best
I
bet.
appreciate all of the work that went into the animation. It looks very pretty, but man, does it give me the chuckles every time.
Definitely got clear line of sight on that
My
fire.
best bet
Or
is
knife
keep
spinner, but I
making you
get the
move
feeling
for
he's
those
just going to shoot that Falcon.
chaplains.
Yeah. I don't think these intercessors are going to have the same problem that Vindicare assassin did. I think they're going
No, they
to
might have the same problem those last couple intercessors had.
of getting smited to death. Yeah.
Yeah, going on a character with 5 wounds with their 4
Farseer's,
attacks and then getting smited to death.
Generally speaking, I think sort of humanoid aliens are less attractive when they kill dozens of your friends with mind lightning.
I mean, maybe for some people, but like, I mean, have you looked at this one though? She can kill all my friends with mind lightning. That's fine. I'm sorry, Trevi, but if you got to go,
Yeah. These intercessors are like, man, we didn't even like those guys. Whatever. Mind lightning my throat.
Jeez.
these Chaplain Dreadnought wings are looking a little bat-wingy, I gotta say, and combined with like their skull and kind of like very violent-looking claws. I gotta say, these guys are a little Night Lordy.
A little
over here.
Night Lordy? I can see that.
A little Night Lordy.
So checking
Also,
the line of
the
sight on
extra
the
skull.
The 2 Chaplain Dreadnoughts, it looks like we could see one knock out this 3-wound Falcon. The other one has relatively clear LOS to the other Falcon.
Yeah.
And then
I gotta wonder if you just shoot the
I imagine that's
Hornets
where
though. There are 2 shots on a Hornet are a much more likely kill than 2 shots on a Night Spinner or a Falcon.
Yeah, but you can also start pumping Hurricane Bolters into the Falcons too, and that's
I
going to
mean,
chip
at
some
least
wounds
it's
off also.
a thought.
Not too many. Those guys don't really have line of sight into the Falcons this turn, at least.
Well, there's 2 of them that can shoot the back one, or the sort of the frontmost Falcon. And then you're just hoping that you get that charge into the Night Spinner. If you can knock the Night Spinner, this Falcon, and beat up the other Falcon, I think you're in a pretty solid space. If you just force everything to hide, then
Apothecary
that's where you want to be.
will heal one of these.
Definite risk to stringing the Centurions out, though, because if you flub this charge,
Heal.
that gives them full ability to just completely shift over, sit on objective 3, be out of line of sight to your entire army, and then they just fire everything at the Centurions.
Yeah.
Right? Not if they flub the charge, but if they just like
Does skill
hit the
make it.
Venom, but then
That's
don't
on
somehow make it
ballistic skill
to
2.
the
I think
Night
that's
Spinner.
it for the movement. For psychic, so we'll go into shooting.
Okay.
Here we go. We'll see what we got.
Go with
See where the allocation is for these
You'll put his shots into the Falcon for 3 wounds.
Centurions. Yeah. So the first Chaplain Dread gonna try to put that Falcon out of its misery.
Some nice flavorful dice colors over here with the Aeldari.
He's even got Aeldar dice with a little symbol for the 6.
So, you want to measure that again? Make sure I'm looking right.
I think we're trying to measure up the Chaplain Dreadnought Stormbolters into the Warlock. Would certainly save the Intercessors a trip if we were able to see those characters get knocked out by the shooting.
I think they're closer to this Hornet, though.
Yep.
Yeah, by about an inch.
17.4 on both. I got
Yep,
7.
Oh yeah.
Oh, it's
that
certainly
was
the
really
Venom.
close,
Yeah.
17 flat.
I suppose that might have been a reason to keep the Venom there.
Yeah, okay.
Although they could just
So we'll just
shoot the Venom first
Stormbolter at,
with some
let's
Centurions.
see the Stormbolter at the
Although they
bottom
don't
of
want to
the,
shoot that Venom, do they?
No, they really
Okay.
want that Venom alive. Yeah.
It's quite the conundrum.
Yeah.
No Stormbolter, just last cannons ever.
All right. Some
So
good old
minus 1
threes.
move, so hitting on 3s.
One don't care. On some 3s again.
2 3.
2 6s for me.
I like this Primaris
Go for
with Stalker
damage.
Bolt Rifle over here, who has just like a little box of like cigars or bones or something on his hip.
So that's a wounded Falcon.
6.
Destroyed.
Can I get enough
Oh,
sphere
no.
pain?
Oh, are we gonna try to roll it out on Field No Pains? We do need.
Oh yeah, gotta get that. Get
We
those
need
fields.
4.
Nope.
No.
Doesn't blow
4
up.
out of 6.
Nope.
A pretty savage explosion too.
We also saw when the earlier in the game when the Relic Leviathan died, it did explode,
Chaplain
and the
Dread.
reroll did not convert it, so it
You
still
put his shots
exploded,
into the other
and
Falcon.
it went all over the entire Iron Hands army. It was really rough.
TTS dice roller.
Yeah,
Womp
TTS.
womp. Oh, I can see
Let's
the
just go into this
fallout from that.
Okay.
Yeah, like random characters have
Centurion,
taken
they
wounds.
will-
I think the apothecaries fixed a lot of it, but it was not great.
Guy,
And DPR
his
also
back
helps
is
a
gonna
lot,
hurt
but-
at the end of this game.
Yeah, that guy is. He is a real essential worker in this list.
He's not wearing a mask though.
Yeah, that's true. So it looks like Centurions angling to split fire into the Hornets. Maybe.
Is that on?
What's up?
I got 3 guys that there. I was just measuring
Okay.
his 24. I was having a hard time because it's really close. But 24 put there.
Sam Moyer, yeah, we're still going. We are bottom
3 Hurricane Bolters
4.
at the
Yeah,
Hornet
bottom
squad.
4 at this point.
And 1.
Sort of getting to the wrap-up stage of the game. The
All right.
scores have been
Does the
very
minus
close so
1
far.
affect that?
We're
If you
20
shoot
to
at the
17,
at
and
the,
these players have been in almost
Venom, does
perfect
that
parity
aff-
in
with the 2
primary
up,
objectives
does that
throughout the
minus
entire
1
game.
affect it? Or is it just still 2 up?
It would affect it. Yeah, it just makes their
Oh,
bosses
okay.
still 2 up, so they'll still take mine.
Oh, okay.
But we'll just put that 1 Hurricane Bolter.
This is
into
also
the
game
top.
2, I should mention.
The 1 Hurricane
Game
Bolter
2
into the top,
of the night, because we did
the
have
other 3
John
into the
Damaris and
Hornets.
Ennis Wilson previously.
Sounds good.
Oh, how'd that one end up?
John took it down, 33-27, I think.
He was running the Wolves?
He was running, yeah, it was majority Space Wolves, and then with the
Yep.
Dark Angels Supreme Command.
Should be 36.
How does it more like it?
I was telling you, those Talon Masters.
They're real good.
We get the rerolls.
They're real good, especially
Plus
against
kill.
especially against
We'll
toughness 3 infantry for sure.
Yeah. Unless that's all they have, surrounded by a bunch of flyers, then yeah, you just kill both of them at turn 1.
Yeah.
That's turn 2, okay?
Let's start. Okay.
Yeah, it was the top of 2. All right, let's get the record straight. Samoir, it was a frontline assault, I believe, was the deployment. So pointy Donabor. The Eldar player deployed pretty aggressively. He had his Night Spinners up in sort of the center of the point,
12
with his
12
fire
wounds, and
prisms
this is at
along the back. And he has
That's a Hornet.
Falcons and Hornets
Alright.
kind of making up the center of the formation. But
12
Eldar did go
wounds,
first.
dude.
And
these
as you
are
can
just
see,
regular taste?
as the game's gone
Yeah, no
on, this
minus the
formation
first
is sort
assault.
of split.
Ah,
The Iron Hands had a Leviathan Dreadnought that, bulleted up the center of the table
wow.
and was able to kill 3 of the grav
7
tanks.
Philippines?
But now I think, and we just saw another one go down to Chaplain Dreadnought, last cannons, but I think
was
we're
the
going to
first
start
one.
see them seeing
That was
it
big
become
blow
harder and
up.
harder for the Iron Hands player to actually secure those kills.
So you don't have a kill for that squad.
Especially if he
yet,
just
you
kills
have
all of them right
the-
now.
What's it called?
Right.
Oh, dang, yeah. That Hornet was wounded from earlier.
12 shots going up.
It had taken a couple wounds from a
Yep.
stalker, I think.
Exactly. Reroller.
And 5,
Reroll 1.
4, 5 of them? Nope, 5.
So is this Primaris Lieutenant? Is his name Ironstone, or does he have the Ironstone?
He has the Ironstone. He was buffing up the
Okay.
he's buffing up the what do you call it, the Relic Leviathan.
So his name isn't Primaris Lieutenant
I'll take two.
Ironstone.
No. Maybe it is though. Maybe the relic just
It's just-
represents his natural gravitas.
Uh,
Bullets don't even want to damage
Could
the
just-
vehicles he's near.
2.
It could just be like just a complete coincidence, like
Yeah.
Fieros is like, who should I give this
It was
precious
it was a
relic?
clerical
And then
error
just-
because his
Yeah.
name is
to the warlock.
Ironstone, and
Okay.
they just automatically gave it to him.
Yeah.
Like, sir, you actually in the
It's
in
just
our
like, come on,
chapter
I got it.
database, you actually you share the same
guy-
registration number as the Ironstone relic.
3.
This guy was a scout, sir.
1 wood.
All
So
right.
no,
What I
1,
mean,
4.
his name though.
He's a Primaris. He's a Primaris
I
lieutenant
gotta.
now. We have to make him the lowest ranked character.
Sure, I'll roll purple.
Congratulations, you're a
Good to go.
lieutenant now.
We can go to the second chaplain dread. You go into the Falcon.
Okay.
You can see that Hornet. Nope. So yeah, at the Falcon.
All right.
Definitely enjoying this like Call of Duty Blackout,
3s.
like tie-in
Mhm.
force with Monster Energy Drink for the Eldar.
3.
You just have like some good corporate synergies going on with their paint
roll
scheme.
ones from the lieutenant. Blue.
No big green M's on him though.
I got a big. This fire prism's got a big green something.
Mhm.
3 damage. Just 3.
Is that 3? Just 3?
Yep, just 3.
All right, 6 ups. I'll take 3. Puts him down to 7. Boom.
Over here. Let's do I'm just
Or
gonna
bolt rifles.
roll-
Firing another Hornet.
I'll roll all these guys.
I really just want to see the Centurion charge.
So we got 2 in rapid fire, 2 not in rapid fire, and 4 here not in rapid fire.
I mean, what's that? 6 inches
2,
there?
4, 5,
You
6,
think?
7, 8,
Just about.
10. I'm gonna shoot
Okay.
both those squads at this at that
Yeah,
point.
it's
All right.
yeah, it's probably a 6-incher.
Are they
But you
all
want a big
outside of-
roll so you can pile into
12.
the Night Spinner, right?
Yeah, so only
Like you're
This is
hoping
chapter-
for
or
like
chapter.
a 9.
so just
It's
the
the
first
chapter
2 are
master
rapid
over here,
fire.
kind of just hanging
Well,
out.
no,
you know?
because that's
kinda
early
cool.
talk, so they're gonna be
Yeah, he's
minus
ready
1
to
hit.
follow up in
Oh,
there.
yeah, yeah, okay, you're talking about the -1. Okay, my bad. I thought you were referring to the rapid fire.
Oh no.
Be a little worried if I were him though, because I
What's
mean, gonna hit this Venom. He's certainly not gonna make the
5,
run
2,
all the way to the Night Spinner on his charge.
Yeah.
2 wounds.
But Venom dies, then like a Falcon just, just kind of flips 4 feet to the right and fires a pulsar directly into his like little Christmas colored face.
Minus
Yeah.
what?
Just 1, -1.
Okay. And a 6 up field, no pain.
Teeth of Terror is also not. Teeth of
Okay,
Terror is
fine.
great, but it's not quite a Thunder Hammer.
No, he's like a discount chapter master for sure. He's not the full-on smash captain.
Shooting.
Okay.
We'll go into the assault phase.
He is, however, cheaper than Drazar.
We'll start with the
That's true.
More attacks and better attacks,
Centurion.
and it
They'll
flies.
assault the
Poor Drazar. He's so
Okay.
cool.
And
Here he comes.
I'll declare the Night
Let's do this.
2, 1.
All right.
Declare both of them.
So we'll
Time for
start
a
with
devastating Overwatch of a Venom.
Venom.
And a Night Spinner.
Get 3 hits. And 1 save for you.
3 wounds.
No, just 1. This is from the
Just one?
Venom.
Oh, okay. Regular save. Saves.
And then 2d6 shots from the Night Spinner, 11 of them.
11 Night Spinner
God.
shots.
He's on fire.
Doom
on
and Jinx are
Overwatch here.
still on because it's not my
Yeah.
next like.
What is the stat line on a Doomweaver?
So strength 7,
Strength
2
6, -2. Strength 7. Yikes.
And then
Yep, oh,
six
AP
is
0 though.
rolling a hit.
Unless it rounds.
Although, so wounds a 6, AP
Ooh,
-4.
here.
Yeah.
4 hits. Don't roll
And
6s
then-
again.
3's rerolling.
3 rolling.
Just pick that up, don't shake it, drop it directly into the dice roller.
Alright, so 1 at -4 and 2 3-ups.
So the 1 at -4 is a
Happy
5 up. Saves.
They're
And
okay.
2 3-ups.
2 3-ups. 2 3-ups.
Fiora's
So
coming in
one.
clutch there.
2 damage.
Do 3
5
ups, shouldn't they be
Gotta take
2 ups?
They should be. Not sure why they were saying 3 ups. I think, I don't know, the Eldar player might just be a little confused.
Does he have
Maybe.
anything that buffs that somehow?
Buffs your AP? I don't believe so.
Hate to do it.
I mean, dude, I don't think he took any damage anyway, so doesn't really matter. At the end of the day.
The charge distance.
Oh wait, no, 1 took 2 wounds.
Yeah, yeah, you rolled a 1 on one of them.
Oh, okay. Oh, that's fine.
Oh, they might be
Maybe
jinxed. Oh, I
that's-
think they're jinxed, actually.
Oh, okay.
That would do
That would
it.
do it.
Yeah.
It's quite a power.
They
It's a
weren't-
very
yeah,
good power.
They were using dice for their tokens and then kept moving them. Looks like we rolled the 9. So, rip, Mr. Night Spinner. That's a big deal.
Well, I guess the Teeth of Terra has something to do now. Although,
Yeah.
do you just leave this guy alive?
The Venom? No.
Yeah.
They like move 60
No?
inches. Like you don't really want him to get away. He could
pick
advance
that up
back
next, like,
behind
later, though.
the wall
Yeah, I
on
suppose.
blue side player side of the table. That would not be great.
Is this
Yeah, Sean McLaughlin. I think we
And then,
they mentioned. I think the Jinx was still active on the Centurions. They just didn't mark it. But they did say something about it before. Assuming that Jinx is lasts for a round. But it is kind of a crapshoot because some psychic powers just don't. take a look here.
Next, I'll do the stay right. All right.
Yeah, Jinx lasts for a round. So I think that was Jinx that was modifying the
Centurion's attacks on the knight.
armor save there.
Well,
Four,
those 2
8
wounds will
attack.
probably come in pretty handy when this Night Spinner just like activates all of its martial pride and just spins these dudes to death in close combat.
Gets him with the jet wash.
How many kills did you get in your turn?
Just one.
This one. So I'm already at 2. 8 attacks. 3's rerolling out. 6. 3. These are all net 4. 3 damage apiece.
Well, that's 12. What's the strength of it? Does it blow up? Does not blow up.
There goes the Night Spinner. Well, we might have spoken a little too soon about this these Aeldari being favored at that point. I think the move on the Night Spinner was a little aggressive. If it was just 4 inches farther back, the Centurions wouldn't have got to it. Or maybe even 2 inches.
Alright,
Would have been tough.
what do we got? Forgot to charge here. Oh well, too late now. That's it for my turn.
All right. Kill one.
All right, so we're moving into
hold
top
one,
of 5.
Kill more.
This Eldar line,
It's your level one, it looks
I
like.
wish TTS would stop.
quite
Resetting my
a
camera.
bit thinner
Jesus
than
Christ.
it was mere moments
Where's the
ago.
tire?
Yeah.
Where's the tires?
Did he
Yeah.
not charge the Venom, or did he fail the charge?
He declared it, and then he
Oh, we
just
just
decided not to
flip-flop
go in. I
last
think
turn.
the chapter master
All
failed.
right.
Okay, he took a few wounds from
The Centurion's
Venom,
kind
it
of
seems.
chaining back quite a bit,
Mhm.
and I'm not really sure why.
Oh my god, I even forgot to charge, dude.
Well, they were
promise
chained
you,
in the first
I'm not
place.
usually this bad. I promise
So
you.
it might not
Hey,
be
man,
intentional.
I
This may just
believe
be
ya.
roughly the
I'm
formation
Oh,
they were
yeah,
in
that's
to begin
fair.
with.
3 hours
Been a
until I
long
get up
week.
for work and counting. Here we go.
Shit, dude.
Yeah,
You're a trooper.
it's all
dude.
good. And I got 13-hour work shift tomorrow. Booyah.
Oh, no.
It's all good. It's all good in the hood.
What is chat going on about over here?
I
Talking
think
about
I
Grey
just
Knights?
auto-advanced that Venom.
Yeah, Sam Ware just played around against them with his Necrons.
Good old Grey Knights. That's an interesting game, Necrons versus Grey Knights. Grey Knights sometimes have trouble with the resurrection
Can be.
protocols, I found.
Yeah.
No, they don't auto-advance.
The Necrons will have pretty solid
That's
stat lines
dumb.
going into the Grey Knights,
Yeah.
but a complete lack of ability to shut down psychic powers.
Right.
Yeah.
Well,
it's
then
not
they
great.
will
That's
advance
not
his
awesome.
Venom.
But, I mean, a lot of times the Grey Knights just power through
Come here, Red Dice.
anti-psychic defense
Yeah.
most of the time anyway, so.
Yeah,
Like-
you need a pretty.
You
some
have a
systems
bunch of
level
denies?
stuff
Like,
to-
it's okay, because I passed all my spells on 11s,
More
so
than
who cares?
Do I use my command point now?
Yeah, there's very few. What it's like
All right.
Deepest
we'll use my
Shadow.
command point to reroll that.
Sisters.
See if I get the
Thousand
command
Suns.
point
Or
back.
like
Deepest
the
Shadow
three, like,
doesn't
maybe.
even do it.
I do not.
Does they
They're
are-
Is that
on the
single squad? I
reroll.
thought that was Nora.
Deepest
I
Shadow?
just
No,
stopped
it's
rolling
it
that
gets
dice.
1 power,
Yeah.
and it's you
Oh,
roll 1
never
dice,
mind.
but they have like +1 or +2, plus
Yeah.
potentially
Oh,
+3
just
or
shy
4
of
if they have a
hidden.
nullifier matrix in play.
Oof.
Yeah, so
Yeah.
they're just like, I guess I didn't roll a 1 on the 1 dice.
Nope,
Got him.
nope, 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 nope.
Yeah, so it's you're really just sitting on that +3 on all denies with the sisters, and I don't know,
Oh,
maybe
well.
some like +3 jank on some denies on your Thousand Suns.
And even then, right, the smites, you go off in a 5, and you have to beat them.
It'll make you
You
think
have
a
to-
little more.
You have to roll a 4+ or a 3+. on the
Alright.
base level smite.
Alright.
But a lot of times they'll smite on like 8s. The average smite
Then we
roll is
go
like an 8
with-
for Grey Knights. So you have to you have to roll 1d6 plus 3 and get a 9. You have to roll 6s for the most part to stop them. Yeah, it's rough.
Front army composed entirely of contorted
And then when
enemies,
in advance, the Warlock.
and then just hope that they forget they have storm bolters.
If you don't mind, for my litany.
Strong play.
You gonna do it this time?
This Falcon feels like again
Yeah, go ahead,
it's
man.
placed a little aggressively. I think the Falcons.
Goes off. Reputation of
You
focus.
only have two turns left for
So just to kind of
2 moves left for these Centurions.
He's
I
he's
think
putting it
For
on.
this
I think you
move.
just got to peel out with these guys. There's no reason to sit on objective 3 because you have objective 4 locked down, and you're never
Farseer's
going to
in
hold more than
advance.
your opponent. Just leave. Just run away from the Centurions. Put everything behind the wall.
Hey,
Deny all of their shooting.
Well,
deny
I
all
mean-
of their charging.
You do want to at least have something on there so you're not losing on that though, because like right now they're tied on hold.
Right.
The moment you step off objective 3, you lose that. But
12 inches.
I mean, if that's the intention, I don't know why this. I don't know why this 1 wound venom is just like sitting here in this forest. I do not understand. That's a maneuver. It's a
Yeah.
little
Yeah,
perplexing to me.
I don't think it was in melee. It could have probably just advanced behind the wall. You just put everything behind the wall.
Yeah.
There's no reason to not have these things behind walls. You could shoot at the Centurions, but who cares at this
Or-
point?
If you're gonna let it die, just like face plant it direct. Put that nose of that thing right into the captain's nose,
Yeah.
and like hope to shave off 3 wounds with all your splitter shots.
Yeah. And then explode. Deal another wound to him. Got him.
Flip.
Or jump over and snipe out this apothecary.
Just just kill this
It is
apothecary.
not a hard model to kill.
It is a Primaris apothecary, so we're +1 wound on that guy.
17.9.
Yeah, but he lost one earlier to something.
That's
I'm
true.
assuming
Yeah,
the
explosion.
Leviathan explosion.
Yeah,
Never healed
Leviathan
himself.
No. He's too selfless for that.
This one.
Sam Moyer thinks that Grey Knights are too cheap. Okay, man. I think they are very strong,
I mean,
but I
for,
think
like, If he's talking about like real world money, he might be right because they are
that is not an
not
expensive,
an expensive
army.
to collect.
I bought a full 2,000 point Grey Knight army for $200. Felt good, man. Won the crap out of that
You
eBay.
basically-
auction.
you
That
immediate-
is
that
good
immediately
my
paid for itself, too.
movement. My
Basically, yeah.
second phase.
I've lost in real life tournaments. It has gone 100% undefeated. But I did lose
we're
one
gonna
game
go
in
with the Warlock's gonna
in
attempt
pod
to,
one with
which Warlock is this?
to
Crushing
a
one.
frankly
Yep, we're gonna attempt to
intense
crushing or
string of
your
failed and vulnerable saves.
Chapter Master.
That was a good game though.
Look, that engine war's coming out. All right, my
That goes off with a
Bloodhauler's
super
gonna
one.
find
Just
something.
kidding.
Something. There's got to be something in there.
All right, 5 up for
Like some relic that gives the
mortal
Guo the
wounds
ability
on.
to do unlimited denies at full table range at +5,
Got 2 mortal wounds on.
but it only
Yes,
works
sir.
against Grey Knights.
Yeah, RGT 2005. The comment you had earlier about
No, it's on to the captain,
these
character targeter.
Venoms having pretty bright
Oh,
contrast
shit.
feels like might have actually worked against the Aeldari player. He just didn't move that Venom. I don't know what's up with that, but I don't think that's where that Venom wants
Well,
to be in charge.
He
range
doesn't
of all
wanna
these assault
risk-
Centurions.
He doesn't want to
Farseer is
risk
gonna
picking it
attempt
up
to- let's see.
and accidentally advancing it out of range and line
one,
of sight. Because
two,
like the moment you pick it up, you don't know where that mouse is gonna go.
We'll attempt to smite. I think it's the play. That is a 10. So it'll just be D3
Somewhere they
for 3.
really the issue is not the strike squad. It's just the fact that
On this one,
they
Yep.
don't suffer from stacking smites anymore, and they all get universal buffs to it, and they all get super smite. It's really more
And then we will
the base
doom
profile
them
of
as
the
well.
strike squad's pretty poor for 17 points.
And
They're basically
we
just
will
a
use
tactical marine with
Farseer reroll.
like a power weapon they'll never use.
Having a Stormbolt is
But
nice,
it's
but
really-
This is
they're
not
just a
enough for
tactical
you.
marine.
Alright.
It's really just like a confluence
So
of
there's only 3 Centurions
like
left, huh?
stacking psychic abilities where like they could be an Imperial Guardsman and they would still be great at 17 points because all they do is land and do a smite.
Yeah,
And,
that
like,
said,
that's all they need to do.
I don't think
So we'll start.
I actually don't think the
shooting
faction's in a
phase
great
over here in
place
this corner.
competitively, but that's simply a
Hornet is
meta.
gonna fire everything
call.
into the squads.
I think
What's pushing them out?
I think Sisters of Battle
what do we
kick the
got?
crap out of them.
Nobody
Even
is
if you
doing
get all your
that.
smites off
So
and they
we're
never
gonna
deny any of them, the fact that
do
they
this right
ignore,
and shoot the Starcannon.
effectively ignore all of your ranged attacks and all of their stuff trades up into
Shoot the
Paladins is
Starcannon.
like
Yeah, we're gonna shoot
super
the
bad.
Starcannon first. So 3.
Yeah, I got to imagine just having a bunch
and
of
a 3.
like chainsaw ladies just
Good
screaming
story.
and deleting 1,600 points of stuff like in one turn is a little
Yeah.
rough.
3 Hornet
Yeah,
shots.
that matchup feels really terrible.
Cool story.
Apparently, Farside Enclaves is also very good against them. I've only
Awesome.
played that matchup one time,
Good job.
but according
it?
to people who
Proud
have
of
played
you.
it more times than me, it is incredibly
Alright.
difficult
This
to keep the
Hornet
characters,
is on
the Grey
fire
Knight characters
everything
safe.
These two.
Yeah. I would have
Um,
thought that just firing the buffed up 2 damage Stormbolters from behind a
So
ruin would actually hit that
with
hit
Starcannon.
the Warlock Conclave pretty hard.
Both hit. And 1 wound. We'll use my wound reroll there. Nope. 1 wound -3 on Tweedledee and Tweedledum sitting in the middle.
But Samore, you got to remember, tactical marines are terrible. So like a tactical marine with a Stormbolter, a power
Alright,
weapon, and
then
can deep
3
strike
Hornet laser shot.
is still pretty awful. It's really just the fact that they can combat
With,
squad and then you can just blast out like 12 smites with that like just in a row. The issue is really just
They're
the
not the
smite
closest,
itself,
so it'd be 4s.
which makes them
3s,
seem
3s,
very
a
powerful.
reroll.
And then it's just like,
Cool.
well, the power sword is 1 point because it's not useful.
And that is a wound
Like-
at -3.
You charge a strike squad into a squad of intercessors. That intercessor squad is gonna kick its
2 damage.
ass.
Yeah, it's like once every 2 or 3 games that a Strike Marine gets to fight in melee.
Kills 1 dude.
In my
Okay.
experience, usually you drop 6 Strike Marines, Strike Squads into combat. It's super exciting. They get to shoot 1,000,000 times, and then they
So
are
we'll put
all
the
dead.
Falcons,
Every one of them is dead.
Starcannon into
Your opponent's like,
the
hey, something I can
Stalker
shoot at.
and
It's
the
not
Pulse
armored resilience and
Cannon
sanctuary
into
and has
the
30 wounds
Centurions.
and a 2+ armor save. Like, let's do it. Get them.
Yes, a 17-point
So
model
start
with
with the
toughness 4 and a 3+
Starcannon,
save
that's
and 1
on
wound.
4s to hit.
That's
We move.
That's a lot of points
Not-
you're gonna lose.
not
versus-
amazing.
yeah.
I'll use my
That's the same.
reroll here.
That's the same amount of points as an
2
intercessor.
hits.
It's exactly like half as easy to kill.
I'll use
Or,
my
half
wound
as difficult
reroll
to
here too. Nope. And then 2 pulse laser shots at Centurions. They are the closest, so the 3 goes through, and
I'm not joking. Tech Marines are
3
terrible.
goes through.
Yeah,
That's
Yeah,
3
there's a
goes
reason
through.
they. Outside of
Yeah.
Grav Devastators and Smash Captains, you never see mini Marines for the most part.
3 damage.
3 damage.
Stat wise,
Yep.
into almost any other troop choice
Right.
anywhere in the game, in any dimension, they are worse. Even with
Um,
even with Shock Assault, even with Doctrines, they still just don't keep
This
up.
Venom and all the guys inside are gonna shoot at the Centurions.
They're solid because base
That's
tac Marines
20 shots.
are cheap troops options that are not that hard to kill, or not that easy to kill, for like sort of random
Not even that
indirect
treat
fire.
though.
But you can never like sort of fight 1-on-1 with them. Like if like
Three.
they make good engineers basically. If you're not trying to actually shoot anybody with them.
4s.
Do they? It's like I
Yeah.
mean, you paid 55 points for 5 3-up wounds, but like, there's a lot that removes that
9
pretty fast.
2-ups.
They're 12 points
For
each.
you?
It's 60 points for a squad.
12 now?
Sorry, I'm
I thought they dropped them to 11. They're still 12.
Yeah, they're 12.
Ugh.
They're 1 point more expensive than a scout. And they don't get melee weapons, and they don't get concealed positions.
What's a sister? Like 8, 9?
8 sounds right. Might be 7 actually. Let's look. Oh, it's 9.
One guy takes the wound.
9.
All right.
So for the 3 points there, about a quarter less cost. You're losing 1 strength, but that's not a stat line you're going to use. And
Yeah, you lose the toughness.
Doctrines, I suppose, and toughness. That might
and-
All
matter.
right. This
But you also
Fire
get an
Prism is gonna
invulnerable
fire into
save,
the
and you get
Centurions.
Yeah, Axe of
Move that
Faith.
half,
Yeah, Axe of
so it's
Faith.
You
gonna
get
be 2d3.
you get the ability to ignore AP 1 and 2.
Yeah. Watching Innis play though, holy crap, Bloody Rose seems insanely powerful. Plus
Oh,
1
yeah.
AP on all of your melee attacks and all of your pistols. Oof.
Like going full Bloody Rose is incredibly strong, but you open
Here's-
the list that opens
so
the list
the
up to so many
typical
more bad
list here-
matchups. Because like
I
anything
said
that
8,
doesn't
but-
interact
Or it said 7.9.
much
but
with the
I don't
assault
know,
phase
stupid thing.
Yeah,
Alright.
I mean,
You
you're
start
good,
to like
no
lose a
worries.
lot of your benefit.
You're good.
2d3.
Like that list has just
Gives me
gets
an extra.
whomped on by like a
Alright,
large like
fours.
flyer centric armies.
You're double shooting him.
Yeah,
Oh, okay.
Although those are
because I moved
almost
half or
entirely
less.
out of the top meta now, so it's not in a
And
terrible
3's
spot at
wound.
all.
1 wound minus 4.
That's Sam. It's not good enough for them to actually show up in any competitive list anywhere though.
Alright.
Sam Moore, join the next T5S2 pod and bring nothing but tactical marines. We'll
Or just
Play it
some.
Wow, that's
You
great.
know,
I
just
didn't even get
just
a
just like a
freaking
battalion. Just bring like 30.
kill. Awesome.
yeah. I did play against the triple battalion salamanders
Cool.
list that brought like 9 tactical
Alright,
marine
so that will
squads.
get me hold 1. Finish my engineers.
And the tactical marines were, I mean, they were.
And
There's
that is
there's just slightly harder to
for
kill than
this turn, it
scouts,
looks
which
like.
is sometimes annoying. But it was mostly in there to fuel thunderfires. The tactical marines just sat on objectives. It was kind of fun though. So it looks like Eldar not. We're running into the issue we discussed earlier. Eldar are running out of models to kill. They killed nothing that turn. They just held on objective 3 and 4. Holding on objective 3, I think, is pretty irrelevant because they're not going to hold more. It's unlikely that they maintain their hold on 3 because they're about to be charged by Centurions. And so they just scored the 1 point. And if the Centurions, they need the charge in order to get onto 3. And as soon as they do that, they
got it.
It's going to happen. Yeah, there's a Venom sitting right here, just ready for them.
Is there another critical
I'm not
problem
sure that
the Eldar
that
run into?
Venom might have warriors in it though, so you might actually be able
I
to.
mean, how small are they? How many warriors could you fit in this Venom? Like
Tiny
one?
little
Like
warriors.
using it as a skateboard?
They're little tiny warriors.
I think
It's a
the other
situation
critical
where
problem the Eldar are running
small,
into.
having small Venoms might actually be really bad for you if they just get wrapped by Centurions.
Another critical issue I think the Eldar are running into is the inability to kill things because all of their own things are dead.
That's true.
The things that they would be using to kill those things.
But there were like,
'Cause, I mean, you've got, like, a
turns like
one-man
shots we
Primaris
saw
squad over
last
here.
turn, right? Where like this fire prism shot one Space Marine. You
Yeah.
could have just held that shot, and then this turn you could just kill it with like a gunshot from the Falcon or something and pick up a kill.
Well, he was probably hoping he could have killed the 2 other Primaris Marines that ran up with between multiple psychic powers and presumably some other firing. And that didn't work out,
They
apparently.
cannot be vinced. They are invincible.
yeah, these Combat Warriors have probably scored out what they're going to score. I mean, they might have been able to move around this corner and sink a few shots out of the Primaris Stalker over here. But yeah, leaving a couple of one-mans can be pretty nice. Although, as I have experienced a great many times against your Gene Stealers, those guys can just run into buildings and hide.
Yep, they'll just
They
leave.
can escape.
I'm out of
Places
here.
they can go.
I'm done. It's time to be alive for the rest of the game.
I think that's it.
So score check right now. We're at
Still got me
22
right.
for the Eldar, 20 for the Space Marines.
What's up?
You still got me? Okay.
Yeah.
It seems to me, I don't think the Space Marines are going to have an issue picking up a kill this turn, so they're going to get kill more. They're probably going to get hold more. And I think that's going to pull them ahead enough that they're going to be able to close out this game.
They'll definitely get old. They'll definitely
So what's
score out
the,
multiple points off old school in the next 2 turns.
Okay.
End of the movement.
I think the Warlord is
End of the movement
safe. Yeah,
phase,
the Warlord
so
is the
make the
Archon
Centurions
on
sit on
objective
something
4,
like that.
so there's no way he gets that point. But it should be able to pick up.
Carry.
Yeah.
Although
Last
the
kill
behind
behind
the behind
enemy
enemy
lines,
lines
so back up to 5.
might be tough.
Okay.
Might as well get something.
Where was this this corner for his?
This
This was
one?
no, it was
Or
front
that
line.
one?
It was front line
Someone's
assault,
shooting
so
over
it's
here.
pointing down a war.
Mhm.
So if the intercessor dies,
Two.
Does he not have it now with just the Primaris, like the intercessor over here?
Well, he's got one more turn to go. This is only bottom 5.
Oh, you're right. That scores at the end.
Yeah,
I thought
the end
that
of the
scored
game.
at any time.
End of the game. For the old school version of it.
Sounds good.
No, I mean he's got a turn to just move a captain once.
That's true. The captain could grab it, and if the Centurions get far enough over, they could grab it. But
captain could probably just jump over, hit this Farseer, and then he's just standing there.
Seems like this Primaris Sergeant's like trying a secret mission over there and do it, and he's just gonna get slashed by a Warlock or something and die. We'll see though.
I mean, I have high confidence this captain can just walk over and hand this Farseer his scorecard. You know. Like, here you go. This is here's a signed copy of Dawn of War 3.
Didn't you roll
Farseer,
2
Maka, why don't you
6s
go?
and a 2 and a 1?
6s. 6s. I thought it was a 3 and a 1. Okay. Possibly. I honestly don't. So what did you say I rolled? 2 6s.
I thought it was 2 6s, a 2 and a 1.
2 6s, a 2.
Yeah.
Sam Moyer playing in T5S2 with 10-man Immortal squads.
4
I
out.
was like 19.
Those can be
In
okay.
fairness to that, you kind of have to.
I think
There's
almost every
they're the
Necron
most
list I've ever
efficient
played
troop
against
choice.
is 5-man Immortal squads.
4 wounds. Onto
They're not min 10.
No, they're
Low
min
AP,
5.
but it doesn't
Necron
quite
Warriors
see.
are min 10,
Is
but
there
they're
a
only
here
4
or
plus armor save.
No,
And they're more,
Yeah.
so
That's
that's more expensive for the
4s.
unit. But typically, I mean, Necrons play a little bit like Tau. I think a lot of times they just want to minimize the number of ground troops that they have.
Yeah.
So 10-man Immortal squads is
There you go.
it's a bit brave.
H2.
I'm interested to see how it goes for you.
We'll go ahead and finish shooting.
Depending on the
those
matchup,
guys.
they can be
They're
annoying to
two
kill if your
bolters that are
opponent
going
can't
to
wipe
the
them.
top.
So having 10
Okay.
is pretty nice because of the Resurrection Protocol specifically. I ran into that playing my Grey Knights actually. Like you only really have the 2 big shots from Paladins, and they don't quite kill a full Immortal squad, and then half of them come back, and you're like, ooh.
2. 3 roll.
Then you have to suffer through the firepower of a 10-man Immortal squad.
Four
Yeah.
hits.
But then again, like if I'm playing Tyranids, it feels a lot better because I have something I can wrap, and then
Yeah.
it feels real good.
8 wounds without.
Yeah,
Assuming they don't
like-
like Deceiver into my
Alright.
face and blast me and kill all my stuff, they make me immortal against shooting. Turns out their name was they thought their name was because they were immortal, but in fact it was because they made their opponents immortal.
As long as they don't pick them up and move them out that one time, they can do it.
That one time, yeah. Definitely don't try to wrap into a Veil of Darkness. Wait until they have already Veil of
And
Darkness.
the sergeant that was shooting at the one.
Did that one time, was felt real dumb.
Don't worry, I've wrapped a great many flying units before, just delicately, just with all of my intention. Spent 10 minutes just thinking through the entire play, and then they're just like, all right.
Yeah, my favorite
fly
was a
away,
game
and
in,
I'm just like, oh,
in Charity
no.
Hammer where I think it was Alex McDougall was playing Jim Vessel, and he pulls the trick with the Genestealer squad where he like charges a scout unit, kills it, overruns, double fights into a librarian, wraps librarian,
6.
and then Jim Vessel goes, "There's a jetpack." He just leaves.
Oh,
It's
no.
the soul crushing. Like it just feels so bad.
To the left, Stalker is going to put his shots into the his
So
one shot
we
into
are
the
back
Farseer.
into
Okay.
the shooting phase. Looks like we removed the venom on one wound that was in the forest.
Crack grenades. Up.
our
I
buddy.
imagine we're going to keep the other venom. It looks like he did shoot it with something and did 2 wounds, but we're going to keep that guy alive, I think, for the charge. And then maybe try to nab the Hornets with the last cannons. But yeah, I think this
does look
Hornet,
like we've set up for that.
this Hornet,
Visible to a last cannon each.
yeah, by objective, center objective, definitely within 12
Okay,
inches
so
of these
Stalker.
guys. So gonna eat some
Okay.
not -1 to hit shooting.
4.
Well, I mean the Chapel Dread hits on it too anyway with 3 rolls.
Yep.
The guy laughs at -2s. -3s he cares about, but
Okay.
-2s not so much.
Right here. We'll
-1s I mean.
That's-
It's Iron Hits anyway. He doesn't care about -2s.
Put all his.
Okay. Threes. Doesn't matter.
Yeah, Sam, those paladins, not easy to kill.
One.
I've seen them survive quite a
One,
bit.
six,
I
eight.
have put quite a bit into them and watched them just like walk away from it.
Yeah, I'm actually
Goes-
And an
surprised you
apothecary
killed
just
4.
picks one back up.
Five. Okay.
It seems like I always get about 4.
Yeah. Yeah, 4 is probably the average for...
I'll take 4 of it.
I think usually I lose like 3 when somebody's entire army shoots at them. You can finagle it too. You can make it really awkward for Necrons especially because you can turn off their Tesla with Tide of Shadows. Oh no, we lost Shuma.
Just one Stormbolt.
Or at
Oh,
least
one
make them
Stormbolter.
explode less often. They can get back to exploding on 5s
Good to go.
with the Sawtech strat, but and mine will be done,
One's right here. Shots.
but
Attack.
that's still not as good.
Okay.
So he did move. He's the one with focus. So he'll choose 3s because you're.
Yep.
Threes.
Alright, so these are going to be 5s because I'm in cover. One goes through. They go 5 again. I will take 4 of it. Three more. Twos. One goes through. 6 up. Sure. Down to 2.
And chip damage, knocking down this Latok Hornet.
Full rifle guys. 4.
Again, I don't really think Dark Angel Dan needs to kill this Hornet. Although, I think honestly, he just wants to keep his Farseer alive. And if he gets the Centurions into the Falcon and the Venom, he knocks both of them out. He's in a position where he can kill this Fire Prism next
So,
turn. I'm not sure the Fire Prism
more.
can escape.
2 more.
And they can bolter down the Farseer. Oh, Shuma's back. Welcome back.
Yes,
All right.
and takes another.
Old blue screens.
Exciting.
A
Down to
little
1.
warm out today. Computers.
2 pieces.
Okay.
So this Hornet in the bottom, the bottom corner here is down to 1 wound. Almost got him with all this random chip damage.
Just want to.
What's up?
Just one wound. The bolt rifle.
Oh.
At that Hornet.
I'm going to take the save. Oh! I think that gets him.
6 up healing pain.
It does.
Yeah.
Rerolled 3 ones in a
I
row.
don't think-
Well, that's pretty good. That Hornet can... that Hornet can... Ew, this is weird.
So that's everybody shooting.
Okay.
Try to get Shuma back. The Hornet could escape through the ruin, and that would make
Hello?
it difficult to
Charge.
difficult to get to grips with
Alright.
for the Iron Hands.
Yeah.
The other one could potentially just advance to jump back behind 4 if Aeldari wanted to deny a kill next round.
I'll charge with the Challenger.
Okay.
Oh, it looks like we might actually just pick it up with Chaplains. Will we get a 10? Oh, wow. That's a good charge roll. Should get in there. Yeah, this could be disastrous for the Aeldari. Losing both the Hornets is definitely not where they wanted to be. They wanted to be able to pick up these last intercessor units. I think now we're outside of these Cabalites on objective 4. I think we're looking at a tabling here.
So the
This
Falcon
kind of
is
fell
gonna
apart pretty quickly for Aeldari. I think a lot of stuff ended up in line of sight that didn't, or too close that didn't want to be.
Falcon and Venom.
And
Certainly did leave quite a bit out.
yeah.
Hanging
Hey, you're back.
to be shot. Yeah, I think it might be if I'm focusing in on Tabletop Simulator, it just silences me for some reason.
That's bizarre and lame.
Two.
And
I
stupid.
can just stay in the Steam overlay for now because I can still see the game through it.
Yeah.
1 wound.
Yeah, so a lot of stuff definitely, was I think a little, just played slightly too aggressively for the Aeldari and gave a couple extra shots to the Iron Hands, which
And then the
have
Falcon.
started to pile up
Yeah.
to the point that
Starcannon.
there's
Or in a
not-
lot of instances, just much too passively. Like just these tepid movements of 3 or 4 inches out of vehicles that can go 20.
Right. Yeah,
no.
like these. Why is this
No,
Venom
reroll.
still here? Like, why did neither of these Venoms move for 4
Yeah.
consecutive
2
turns?
pulse
Like, you
laser
know.
shot.
I mean, you can
And a reroll.
yeah,
of a
late
hit.
game blues, TTS syndrome. You know,
Yeah, I think
sometimes
it's
you
also.
lose so much and you start to kind of get in your own head.
wound
Yeah,
minus
Raider
3.
did mention that he just came off a really long day, and now it's, I think he's East Coast time, so it's 2 a.m.
4
and he's
under
ready
running
to jump back on and into work in 2 hours. So
Ooh, yeah.
I think he's just flagging a little bit, and you can't really blame him.
Yeah.
That's a brutal schedule.
No, not
1 wound minus
not
3.
at all. I've experienced quite the similar.
Yeah.
Wow.
Like I get punchy two games into like a normal tournament, but those aren't at 2:30 a.m.
Yeah.
6.
So you in any pods right now, Trevi?
I am in pod
Or
7.
all of the pods?
I'm in pod
Oh.
7 right now.
I was oh no, I caught one of your games actually, I believe. Yeah.
Yeah,
How's,
we've only
how's it
played
going
round
for you?
1 so far. I did win. I played against Chaos Demon Engines.
I had a pretty good first game in Pod 8. Although I have come to find I was thinking I would be like, oh man, this is the highest score I've ever received in a game. I wonder if it'll be the highest in the round, and the answer is no.
Well, you 42,
There was a-
right? So it has to be the highest in the round.
Well,
But there's
It's a tie, but there's a higher spread.
there's already another 42 in pod 8 that
Sorry,
you will get to
42-7
play against.
this time.
No, just
And yeah, that's the pot of death so far.
to do.
Yeah.
So
Yeah, I'm excited to be
that'll be tough.
put back in my place after my uproarious victory first time.
and you're playing race cars that time, right?
Yeah.
You're in you were Nurgle Blightholler combo in pod 1, right?
Yep.
Pod 2,
Yeah, Chestnuts are
you have a
the
Stampa
Falcon.
registered, right?
Okay.
Two.
And then
Oh,
you're
yeah.
all race cars in
Are
pod
you
8. I love it.
outside?
Not all race cars.
Mostly race cars.
All race cars in a few test games, but
Yeah, I'm
only a
outside.
solid 600 points of race
Oh,
cars.
okay.
Well, I'm
That's-
back a little 'cause
Get the
I
F
wasn't
out
gonna
of
go.
here.
Not 1,000
points of race
anymore.
cars.
Alright, start with
And 3 burner bombs,
So the
the
times-
as you do.
Oh yeah.
Starcannon.
MVPs
one.
in those burn bombs.
Wounding on a
So good.
3. 1 wound at -3.
So we also saw a
went in
long
thinking-
charge from this Chaplain Dread into the last remaining Hornet.
You and these 6
Oh, no.
We rolled a 10 on that one to
Gonna
get
put
around the
that claw to
corner.
work.
Yeah, and
Pulse laser.
I think we're gonna see some
I'll use
Cabalites
my reroll here.
and
2 hits with the pulse laser.
and an Archon
That's some sticks.
and a Fire Prism left after this turn, and I think the Fire Prism
2's
is
the wound.
probably
Reroll.
quickly
going
going
to
to be killed by Assault
2
Centurions.
wounds at
is what I
-3.
imagine we see. Although the Assault Centurions might not actually be able to consolidate into the
Jeez, OP.
God. Is it glitching?
consolidate into the
I have no idea.
Falcon.
It looks like they'd
And
probably
the
have it.
body.
Maybe.
A little hard to tell, but I mean that objective's 2.5
1 wound
wide. It's about
-3.
1.5 of those objectives.
But you have to move closer to the Venom, right? So it's going to
That
be
is
a little
true.
bit awkward.
Well, I mean,
All right.
you have
Charge
to move
range.
closer to the Venom on the first swing, right? And then you consolidate after that? Or am I misinterpreting the situation? Because that Venom certainly doesn't survive their close combat.
Well, yeah, but you want a Centurion to get into melee with the Falcon to fight it.
Oh, yeah, that would be effectively impossible. I think.
But it looks like the Chaplain Master
unless-
could knock
unless
the Venom
this guy
off.
just,
yeah,
for
all
one.
right,
Yeah.
and then the Centurion gets in there. Never mind, we're good.
All right,
Well,
big brain blaze.
Yeah.
Warlock.
Iron Hand's killing
Go
it so
for
far.
it.
Quite literally.
Yep. Sam Moyer, I mean, it's a very open-ended question because 99.9% of the time, for your troop choices, you want troop choices to be as cheap as possible.
Charges.
Yeah.
Strike
Just
squads
Job of the troops is to stand on something.
are a weird case because they can deal damage, but they aren't as efficient as other things in the Codex.
But they're the
But
one
I mean, if you gave Grey
Okay.
Knight players Ripper Swarms, I think there's a non-zero chance that they would replace all of their strike squads with Ripper Swarms.
Wait, but do the Ripper Swarms still smite?
No, if you spent 52 points less for your troops choice, but it didn't do anything. I think it's a conversation that you would have as a Grey Knight player.
Damages.
I think you might. You still do need that, like,
Because that's
just
it's
flood
300
of,
more
of
points of
small
paladins you
wounds,
get.
though.
You know, that's almost another paladin brick
I'd give you that over the.
over the smites. Yeah, but I
12
think it's
additional
matchup
strike
dependent.
for smites.
12.
If I was
Yeah,
playing
so
against
yeah,
a bunch of
you're right
orcs,
about
I'd
This
much
is why I
rather
roll
have another
closer.
paladin squad.
Yeah.
Alright, does it blow up? It
I
does
wonder how the race
not.
cars play to paladins.
Get these 5 guys out.
I think that'd be a pretty rough ride. Like just
Yep.
put three of the drag car within line of sight. Maybe just heroically drop the relic shock within line of sight of the paladin squad on turn 1 to jump it from the other side of the table and just.
These
blast
Cabalites have crossbows. I'm realizing.
I mean, they are AP 0.
Also, their rifles are almost as long as the Venom, which is
How do they compare to the Venom, which has those guns on it?
yeah. So it looks like we're gonna try to make
and
it difficult to
5
get
dice
into
for
the
boys.
Falcon. I don't think he can do it, but those guys are OPSEC,
Just losing 1.
so they will tie on hold more because they'll hold that objective 3. Ooh, no, don't do that. Okay, well, never mind. I guess they did stop the that Centurion from going into the Venom. I think you could ring around his base and base the guy on the other side. So you could move the Centurion to here. You could be within less than an inch of this guy, and you'd still be within an inch of the Falcon to kill it. But I guess we're just not doing that. So, well, it's awkward.
Just 1.
Well, I mean, yeah, but I mean, on the other hand, they're not going into
1, 4 up.
the Falcon. They're going into these guys.
Good to go.
Well, they can't. Because they didn't
Well, they can't
declare it as
attack
a
them.
charge target.
Yeah.
Yeah, I guess they're just going to engage them. I think I would much
Yeah.
rather kill a Falcon than stop a Cabalite warrior unit from shooting my Centurions.
Yeah, but I mean, like, are you right now, like 3 points up against
I'm not. You're right.
a Falcon spam army? I think we know who the expert really is here.
That's true. I have in fact never played against this Falcon spam army. Falcon and Hornet spam, just winged Animalia.
Simware, I agree. Intercessors feel a bit underpriced right now. They got a nice reduction out of chapter approved, and then they got their codex, and then they got multiple other codexes, and then they got 5 more codexes.
I think it's 1 point. Like honestly,
They
I
should be
feel like
18.
18 is right where they need to be because a lot of this,
Yeah.
like you lose, like it doesn't sound like much,
Oh,
right? But in
fine,
almost
I
every
think one.
Space Marine list that's out right now,
Yeah.
I mean, you lose like 30 points. You lose like 2 full intercessors worth of points. You have to drop like that's a significant chunk of a unit that you have to cut
Yeah.
out at that point.
It makes the math hard too. Like it's the units don't
Basically.
slot together as nicely in 2,000 points. I feel like the real intercessors are very strong.
Right.
Probably 18 points would be good, but like the real undercosted portions of the Space Marine roster really feel like they're sitting in the HQ slot.
Yeah, that might be true. Well, intercessors were hot garbage in the previous version of the Codex in the one they came out at the start of 8th. Because
Yeah.
again, you want your troop sources to be as cheap as possible, and there's no reason
were
to
20.
pay for an extra wound. You know.
They were a great benchmark. One intercessor was exactly 1 power level, which I believe was an intentional play on Games Workshop's part. But
Should have made them 3 wounds at that point.
they did not need. They were not 1 power level worth of model.
Yeah.
Does he blow up? He does not.
It took multiple price reductions, multiple stacking buffs, and then so many more stacking buffs that you need a small library to keep track of it all
Right.
for them to really start to shine.
So we will see the Falcon and the
I think that's it for
Fire Prism alive
over here with the warrior.
All right.
at the end of this
Yeah,
turn.
but those Coplites can't shoot.
3 warriors and.
You're right.
They won't be able to kill that entire Centurion
You
squad.
got him.
Hitting on
Got him.
2
Although that
because of
the Falcon could
the
just pivot
phasing
and kill
thing.
the captain. I want to see it happen. I'm looking forward to it.
Awesome. And some good old 5. Got 2, no AP.
Well, I think both Games Workshop and the meta determined that they should not be 20 points because that's too many. But also, they probably should not be 17 points. They should be in the middle.
Yeah.
They should be between
Oh,
18
yeah,
and
Cabalite's
19
getting
points.
some wounds off. And then 2 Warlocks.
Cabalites
3.
ding a Centurion
both
for a
hit
wound?
and
That's
2s.
embarrassing.
Got 2
That guy's
saves
losing
on
his
that
purity
board.
seal.
Yeah. Ooh, for another one.
Failed 1. Where's my red die?
More importantly, how much should Plague
T3.
Brains cost?
For 2.
Probably
15?
15. Well,
14?
toughest 5 is a good break point, I think.
They're 17 now.
Yeah, it's probably 15.
Or these
Wow,
assault
give him a
Centurions.
kill
It's like
for
a
the turn.
What's like a fair costing of these guys
120
Woohoo.
for the unit?
for,
feel
no,
like
for,
that's-
the,
might
for,
be a
the,
little
for a
low.
unit of 6.
So for the kill one. Mistaken, it's
All right, scoring up for the bottom of the round 4.
Let's see. Oh.
Very interested to see what the meta shakes up as after the whole
TC
pandemic
value, tell
passes.
me.
Like, I feel like there's going to be a rush
Where's-
of new
where's-
rules
where's-
as Games
where's-
Workshop finally releases all
Right.
the books that they've
There's
been
like,
delaying.
yeah, there's like 6 warehouses full of books ready to come out.
Yeah.
Um,
There's like an index for Forge
Does it
World
happen
that
on
has
my
been like
turn?
waiting to drop
So-
forever now.
yeah.
Well, that's
Yeah.
dumb.
Yeah, that they teased at Gen Con or whatever it was.
So, like some of the more broken Forge World entries are still such a like a guiding light in certain
Good
parts of the
sign.
meta. Chatreds, Leviathan Dreadnoughts,
all right.
We're holding.
Kaitan,
Yeah,
or,
stop
you
you from
know,
getting the
whatever his
bonus
name was,
unit
Brass
from all the
Scorpions.
board.
Just these like luminaries that are really guiding the way.
Yeah, those Cavalry war.
Alright. And final turn.
So we got Rakilmore for the Iron Hands. Brings the score to 22-23. We could see a steal here from the Aeldari. The final scores are close enough. They need to get something into the deployment zone. I think that requires this Falcon to advance, but it is degraded.
They need a kill though.
They have this. They have a couple tiny intercessor squads. I think the Fire Prism could maybe pick the 4 intercessors up. Or you could finagle some smites on something.
We're gonna advance the Falcon.
So yeah, here comes the Falcon advancing.
Please give me a roll.
It's a 5.
17 total inch.
Falcon firepower goes down quite a bit when it advances, though.
Yeah, he's not worried about. He'd much rather I get an automatic point for jumping into deployment zone. Ooh, does that not?
Yeah.
Oh, that doesn't get him in it though. Uh-oh. Ruh-roh. Because you only have
would it get him in it if he just angled it more towards the center?
If he angled the movement, yeah, potentially. He's only moving 17 though, right? Yeah. That doesn't
no.
look like it's in.
He already rolled the advance too. I mean, can he?
Deployment zone.
He can advance and charge.
Yeah, that's okay. The Vanguard strike he threw me off so hard. I was like, that's not even close. All
I think I might have thrown him off too. Could he have even made that with a 6 on the advance?
Maybe. I don't know. Yeah,
that's just 3 more inches, and he's way out.
Measuring beforehand.
Yeah, ahead of time.
A little awkward. So no behind enemy lines for or breakthrough for old school. So we're capped on.
If there was like a 1-3. Could you imagine if there was just a 1 wound Venom hiding behind that ruin over there?
Dude, imagine all the Venoms that are really small.
That aren't dead and in a corner.
Yeah. So, but we need a kill. The kill's worth 2 points, right? That's
but he just denied so much of his own firepower right here.
He did.
By advancing that Falcon.
Yeah.
Yikes. And like he's so it's really going to come down to like whether or not this Fire Prism can find a viable target. And perhaps if the Farseer can, no, there's no way he kills that
we'll advance
that Marine squad over there.
Farseer.
There's one of them behind the ruin.
I mean, that doesn't matter if you just smite 1 to death and then shoot the other 3 with. Oh no, the Farseer's leaving. If you
gotta get pretty lucky though.
Yeah, so yeah, it's awkward because the lieutenant's here, right? So if the Farseer runs, there's almost nowhere she goes where the lieutenant's not going to be closer than those Marines.
I mean, like 2 targeted smites at the captain. Does he have 2 targeted? I mean, like one of the 2.
No, everything goes towards closest. Or the crushing orb does, but it's only. I guess he could just roll 3 5-ups to the crushing orb and kill him because he's down to 3 wounds. That's the plan.
Falcon maneuver could have just crushing orb, circle the Falcon around, hit him with the pulsar. He fails 1 save.
Yeah, but the Falcon still got his shurikens, right? I think he's close enough to shoot here.
They'd be shooting that leftmost Centurion.
Oh, you're right. Yeah, he needed to just book it in like right here.
Yeah.
So he's pointing a pointy bit at that chapter master. Yeah.
Can the fire? So the Fire Prism can see. What's going on with that intercessor squad that's by 2? Can the Fire Prism just like pop out and see him through between the 2?
Psychic phase. We'll start with.
It's got 1. It's got 1 left. Or it's got 4 left. It's on 1. So that's
cool.
Oh no.
Just as bad.
Cool.
The Warlock kills himself.
Oh, that's
He sure did. D3 onto my Farseer.
That's it's not what you need.
That's not great. Do Warlocks don't have ghost helms, right? That's just a Farseer thing, I imagine.
Yeah.
So it takes 2.
Yep. That is they do not have ghost helms. Oh dear.
And then we go with 3 5-ups onto the character.
Correct
No,
me
the
if I'm wrong.
spell doesn't
The
go
Iron
off.
Hands.
Against your,
The Iron Hands get
Chapter
a. They can act after this. They're getting the last turn, right?
Fails.
Correct, they're going second.
Yep.
That Chaplain Dreadnought
Just
might
to
be able
clarify,
to make it
guys,
to that Archon.
the psychic power doesn't go off if you kill yourself with the perils.
Oh,
It
yeah,
actually
you're right.
fizzles. Yeah,
I forgot about that.
you just gotta rub it in a little bit, Make sure everybody plays by the rules.
just get the voice of God to come in and say
Yeah.
that everything's wrong.
It seems like, I mean, if your boxcar is your perils and you die, like, just let them have it, man. They're already having a bad day.
I agree.
Let them have the psychic power.
Goes
Like,
off.
don't make me go in there and tell
3
this poor
mortal
guy
wounds
that he
on
just
that
did 2 mortal wounds to
Centurion.
himself, killed one of his own models in his turn, and doesn't get the crushing orb. This chapter master tried to kill him.
I'm moving. 3, 6 up.
Yes.
What's the over/under on this Chap Dread making it to this Archon in
Well,
close combat?
Put a wound.
What is the over on? It's actually probably
And then
not
we'll
that bad because he
Executioner.
hasn't moved.
That goes off.
He's looking at like a 10-inch charge.
Yeah,
three
or I mean,
more.
but you could declare on the. I mean, the Capitalites haven't moved either, so you could declare
yeah,
on them and
declare
then.
on both, and then you just get another 6. Then you just need to make the closest Capitolite. That's like a 7
yeah.
or 6.
Unfortunately, a couple
Eesh.
sloppy plays here are kind of hurting the Eldar for sure. Yeah, those guys they didn't need to be there, right? Like you could just have a dude 3 inches off the objective, and then
This
everyone
fire
else runs in the
prison is
corner,
gonna put everything into the Centurions.
and you just don't even have that issue.
2d3.
It feels like he might have been in the headspace where, like, turns ago, he believed that he lost.
Yeah, that
It's
might
like
be true.
looking
You
at a
can
table
definitely-
state, it feels that way.
Yeah, but
like,
the
you can-
score, yeah.
Yeah, the score does
It's
not
so
say that at all.
close. Yeah.
And that is definitely that is a separator between someone who has like a lot of competitive experience and someone who doesn't. Like I will
that?
get tilted quite quick
No,
and start
this
to forget
is
the score
no.
myself.
This isn't the. This is from the fire prison.
As I think you've
sorry.
witnessed.
Brennan O'Donnell imagining me in headcanon with glasses and push him out my nose. And go, excuse me, actually,
D3.
if you
Push up the
kill
glasses,
yourself
they
with
do
a
that little flash
you.
that they do
Yeah,
on
yeah.
anime.
Yeah, absolutely. Bing! Has a sound effect.
Well,
Sam Moyer's remembering the old. What was that?
can't even
3rd
kill
edition?
his turn.
When they were percentage based
Percentage
before
of
they
an
like.
army value.
Yeah.
That was
Well,
no 3rd had a force.
I'm gonna call it
I remember
because
that.
Okay,
I
so
can't
it was
get anything
2nd, and then they kept it in
else,
5th for a
and I
long, or
kinda
not
want
5th.
3
In
hours
fantasy
sleep.
had it for a long time.
Yeah, fantasy had it
It'd be
through
like
all the way through 8th. I think
30 or 40% core or
Because
something.
that's
Fantasy
gonna
had
put
it
you
until it
at,
died.
Yeah.
Looks like
gonna
they're going to call the
hold
game and
one.
talk it out here, which is fair.
and
I wanted to see
don't
the
get
chaplain
killed.
charge.
on my last turn, and that will put you at
Yeah,
definitely
failing to get a kill there is
hold more,
crushing.
kill more,
Straight
and
up.
the bonus.
Yeah.
You're gonna have all of that,
Having your own warlock explode instead is
and then
I won't get your
You'll have-
warlord.
you got up for that dunk
the
and you
chapter.
just like break your
and then you'll
ankle
have
instead.
another one. Oh, boom!
Alright.
Yeah.
Let's see if the chaplain makes it into this.
Oh, here
yeah,
we go.
I wanna
Yeah,
see
we're
this
gonna roll
too.
the chaplain.
Yeah. Let's do this.
6 inches.
Yes.
Oh,
What
look
are
at
they
it
saying?
go.
That's what they're talking
Oh, it's
about.
actually probably a little bit closer than we thought. I
Oh.
think.
Yeah, they just-
Oh, they only have 6
I will
inches on
not
the chaplain?
entertain you people.
Yeah.
they
Yeah,
just
it's just a
understood about it
basic
for
box
about
knot.
4 or
Oh,
5
no.
With legs like that, it should
That's
have like
fine.
a 3-inch
This is gonna be
move
like
and then
a-
also a roll where if it
I'm just joking.
steps over terrain,
Yeah,
it can never move again because it
It's
falls
like
down.
halves its advanced, like catapacty eye armor. Yeah.
Alright, so no, it
Yeah.
doesn't.
All right. There you go, Trevi. You got your score.
Okay, there it is. Yeah, so we have it's gonna be 23-30 in
So
favor of
talking
the Iron
about
Hands at
that.
the end.
Yeah, man.
Big swing,
Yeah,
but
thanks
very
for the
close
game.
all the way
Just-
through.
Thanks for the game.
Both players were neck and neck. As we can see on the
I wish I
primaries,
could give you a little better game.
it was
a little sloppy.
3 points a
late.
turn basically for the entire turn.
Last
But
day of the week.
fortunately,
Oh, that's all good. Yeah, I hear you.
the Iron Hands were just able to get the charge that they needed and swing the attrition.
All right, man.
in favor.
Hopefully, we'll run into each other again on another pod.
Maintaining a score and going into the
Yeah.
late game is an Iron Hand specialty.
We'll
Yeah,
play again, man.
yeah, for sure.
Yeah, man.
So I guess
Have a good one.
Yeah, hey, thanks,
All right,
guys.
you too, bud.
That was a cool game.
Thanks, Trevi.
That was really close. Up until the last turn, you guys were neck and neck, which was awesome.
Yeah. All right.
I think the most important thing is that the Iron Hands discover the traitor in their midst with that Leviathan Dreadnought. Had that dealt with.
They did. They realized that he had been a Death Guard the entire time. And then their Tech Marine Gunner
get this,
turned
like-
into Drasar. That was a weird thing.
Yeah, they get a Salamander on loan, and he's just like, "Hey, you guys, I don't know if you've ever noticed this, but I was looking at this Leviathan Dreadnought over here."
Yeah. Well, unfortunately, the technology in the 41st millennium is such that when you replace your eyes with bionic eyes, you lose. You become colorblind, so they can't tell that he was actually
Yeah.
painted green and white.
Yeah, you lose the ability to tell the difference between like cogs and skulls and a pair of sights as a logo.
Well, no, the Death Guard was a star with a skull in it, right? Which just looks like a cog with a skull in it. So nobody had any idea what was going on.
Oh yeah, of course. Yeah.
Well, cool.
Maybe
Thanks everybody.
Maybe that wasn't. Oh yeah.
Thanks everybody in the chat
Good-
for
good round.
hanging out with us. Through
Yeah, it was a good
we
time.
had some this is a late night 40K, but we had 2 games streamed today so far. I think pretty productive.
We gotta
day.
get some sort of like late night 40K playlist and be like, "Welcome to late night 40K."
Welcome.
Just like drop in some like.
Yeah, we'll
some
get some
smooth jazz or
ASMR
something.
going.
Yeah.
But that's gonna be our game for today. Hope you guys enjoyed. It was a pretty close one. And I think we could definitely see like sort of where some improvements could be made. And probably potentially reverse the outcome of that game with some with some different plays.
Certainly, the maneuvering, big aspect of the other gameplay. Takes a lot of effort, takes a lot of concentration, and I mean maybe in the late game, hot weather, maybe it's not the easiest thing to keep track of.
Mm-hmm. Magnus Christensen asked, "Do we think there are any good Wrath Idar builds?"
We might be talking about like Wraith Eldar builds.
Wraith Eldar? Oh, like Wraith stuff.
Yeah,
Oh.
I think that there's a strong
Wraith.
play in a. I still think the Wraith Seer subcom coming out of what's their name? The Dead Eldar.
40K after Grimdark. Thanks, Brendo.
What's
You're
it
the
say?
best. Yeah, the Wraith Seers are sick. They're just like they're character Wraith Lords. Like that's awesome.
You can stack the Relic and Warlord traits out of the White Dwarf Funari release onto them because
Yep.
they are characters that can be like
Yep.
chosen as your Warlord. You can
And
get
there's
minus 1 damage on one and half damage on the other.
Pod 3 list breakdown has one of Pod 3, Pod 4. It's Pod 4. It's not up yet. But we talk about some Wraith Seers in that one actually.
Nice.
There's an Eldar Brigade in that list.
Ooh.
In that pod, which is currently, I think, 2-0 with a 40 and a 42. So I'm going to give you a little sneak preview.
Is it a swarm?
There are 30 warp spiders in that list.
I
or
love it.
15 warp
I'm in
spiders,
love.
3 units of 5, 3 min units. There are also 10 striking scorpions.
That one's weird.
Dude, there's howling
right.
banshees. It's got everything.
Okay.
This list is
All right.
perfect. It's the perfect list. It's super cool. I think it just outplays its opponents, like straight up. If you're just better than them, then
Yeah.
you'll win. But it looks very cool. Yeah. So that video will be up this weekend. Talk about that. Sports Banter 38. Yeah. Marines held on to win. Yeah. They did get through, and they were able to basically put out enough constant firepower from the Chaplain Dreads that they were able to take down enough tanks and eventually get some charges off of the Centurions to close things out.
Yeah. And that is the Iron Hand specialty too. Like that's from the conception of their specialty codex. I mean, that's playing for the late game, enduring the early game, and just having superior firepower turn after turn has been sort of a very consistent like winning strategy.
Yep. Magnus Christensen asking specifically about Wraith Blades. I do think Wraith Blades have a place.
They got some good stuff in
Yeah.
Psychic Awakening, I believe.
And if you are playing with the Wraith Seers do have their psychic power to buff their charge distance, I believe, which is pretty useful. I think they have a 3 dice strapped below us for charging. And you can obviously deep strike those guys in, which I have seen before, which is fairly good.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, it's a little inconsistent because you do have to come in and then cast a psychic power and then also be able to make the charge. But I mean, if you do those things, it's going to be strong.
The turn 2 charge of them coming out of like a transport feels like that's still probably the most optimal way to play them right now.
Yeah.
And they slot well into what 2020 ITC wants to be,
right?
Which is a lot of like very aggressive, enduring infantry standing on like far-flung objectives.
Yeah, they're hard to kill, especially if you take the shield, the axe and shield with the 4+ invulnerable save. The axe also just it gives you the -1 to hit, but I mean it deals a bunch of damage, which is good.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm not sure which combination of weapons is better, but I have
just
to
base
imagine
Wraith Lords themselves are also quite good right now.
Oh, Wraith Lords are actually sick. No, you're right.
They're so cheap for what they can do.
Yeah. Yeah. Wraith Seers just generally sick. And if you're playing Aeldari Craftworlds specifically, you can play sort of a big Stompy Boys list with Master Crafters and just a bunch of Wraith stuff with like missile launchers and D cannons. Yeah. And it's all hyper consistent. It's all very difficult to kill. It's good at punching and shooting. And it's just gonna be sick. I'd have to dig a little deeper into the Wraith infantry. I know there's some good combos in there, but I just don't know them off the top of my head because I'm not an Aeldari player, unfortunately.
Oh, the jump guys?
No, the big Wraith,
just regular the ones with like the
boys.
the D cannon guys.
Yeah, and the Wraith Blades as well. Yeah. I know there's there's a couple things in there. They have some internal synergies that are pretty strong, and I know that there are some lists that make good use of them. But off the top of my head, I don't know them.
I think the only poor Wraith boy who's currently out in the cold is our old friend the Wraith Knight. Still not quite pulling his weight. Still needs maybe another price drop.
There is one guy I think on Goonhammer. And this guy actually played at I forget his name, but I played him at Nova. He was super cool, and he has a whole series. I think it's on Goonhammer about making grinding competitive games with Wraith Knights, and it's pretty fun. He played actually when we played on the GW stream. He played Wraith Blades, but unfortunately I Shadow and Warped his entire psychic phase, and he didn't do anything, and everything died. So that wasn't a great showcase of their abilities. They do a lot of damage, but they have to get there, which is the problem. Yeah. Yeah, they go to a 3+ invulnerable save when you cast Protect, but you have to have the shield for that, right? You can't do it with the you can't do it with the swords. I think the shield
dedicate Protect to them,
the way to go. And then you have
they're not just trudging across the board.
Is it the Wraith, the singer guy gives them reroll hits? Is that right? Who is it? Oh no, reroll ones for Spirit Host units with a Spirit Seer.
In practicality, they're difficult to protect because they're either deep striking, and you're not, you might not get the guy with Protect up there anyway. And you probably have better Protect targets at that point, or they're in a transport where they're not a viable target at all. And they dump out, and you're maybe not protecting them the turn they just walk up and charge anyway, because you're probably trying to aim for wraps or some other form of contrivance to avoid getting shot.
But I think the goal for the most part is to just dominate the middle, right? They're like a bully unit.
Yeah.
And at that point, you're just protecting as soon as they are there.
They're one of the more finessey bully units, though.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, that's just Eldar, right? That kind of fits into where their game plan. But that's a big unit of 10 of them or whatever. But I bet if we dug into it, they could build a pretty solid list out of a bunch of Wraith boys. I don't think it's certainly not optimal, but I don't think it's not bad. If you play good and then you win games.
Yeah, for the style of list you'd end up creating too, it would be a pretty solid list. I mean, the most optimal style out of Eldar wants to be very dodgy.
There's a strat in the Wraith host that gives any Wraith host construct a 4+ invulnerable save. So then Protect could bring that to a 3. So you could bring the swords, or you could bring the D-Cannon guys, and then get it to a 3-up.
The issue with the D-Cannon guys is they're just like the world's greatest wrap target. Their like
yeah,
assault
'cause they're
stat
so
line is
terrible
terrible,
at
and they're
fighting,
just yeah.
And they're so
the
short
range on the
range, yeah.
D-Cannon is like 8 inches. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean,
Yeah,
the goal
the
is to
Wraith
just like
Blades
jump out,
are
and then they have their auto hit gun, the auto hit D-Cannon gun,
Yeah.
and you just kill, like, you just try to kill everything. But yeah, it's
It's like D3 damage, or it's D3 shots 1 damage though.
Right.
Like it ends up, it's super high consistency, but it's low damage,
Right.
like actual practical damage output. Like those guys, the Wraith swords, the Wraith blades are great. The regular Wraith infantry feels like they were nerfed really heavily because their interaction with double fire with Neonari on that gun was incredible. Like you dump out of a transport, delete something, fire again, delete something else, and you've just like well more than paid for yourself. But now they're still they still have sort of like a cloud of rules and stat lines or cost around them, expecting that, but that's gone. So they need maybe a little something.
Mm-hmm.
But the regular Wraith, just big bone boys with axes, not bad.
yeah, they seem fine.
They're not renegades and traitors, assault organs though.
Magnus should say, I think Tyranid Warriors are cool. Wonder if going 10. 10 Warriors or 10 Wraith Knights or Wraith Blades. It's an interesting question. Warriors, I think, are going to be a little bit more consistent. You definitely you don't need to babysit them like quite as much. They're fundamentally different units, though. Tyranid Warriors are kind of a mainline. They're like line infantry, whereas the Wraith Blades are elite and, like we said, really bully units. Like they're good at fighting in melee. Tyranid Warriors are like they're kind of adequate in melee, but each Tyranid Warrior is equivalent to a single Primaris Intercessor, so they're not like good. They'll fight Guardsmen all day, but like they won't kill anything heavier. But they're good at shooting. They're a solid sort of short range shooting unit.
Hive needs to figure out how Power Fists work so they can give their sergeants Power Fists.
Who does the Hive Mind? Well, they give them bone swords. Yeah.
Make some sort. Yeah, I mean,
but like, why
well,
can't we make a
better
Thunderhammer
bone
out of
sword
like
because that's not a good bone
out of
sword.
a liver or something, and just like gank people with that? That would be nice.
Just make the bone sword a little more threatening.
Yeah. We just need more smashy Hive Tyrants to not cost 1 million points and also CP. That would be nice.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm
but I think that's probably gonna be it for us tonight. I'll be back online this weekend. I think tomorrow. I'm gonna try to get Nick Rose on tomorrow. He has a game scheduled, and also we have another semifinals game from Pod 2, which will be streaming Sunday. That's gonna be the last undefeated player, Bundakus, playing Mixed Imperium against IR Wedge, who is another one from this bizarre tie situation that we find ourselves in, who's playing Astartes and Deathwatch. You weren't here when I was talking about it, but IR Wedge and Raider from this game tied in round 1 of Pod 2 and have won their subsequent game. So we have 5 undefeated in the semifinals. But now going into the finals, Raider was just knocked out in this game. So it's basically going to be a regular semifinals. Tomb King 20 has already advanced, beat it by beating Sid Biscuit. We found out what happens when that Space Wolf list goes second. It's not pretty. The wheels fall off real fast. And then we have IR Wedge versus Bundakus will be the final determinant of who will advance to the finals against Tomb King. Raider made things a little simpler by
see how it all goes.
It'll be fun. That's gonna be a good one. I like this. The Astartes Deathwatch soup lists are super cool, so I'm excited to see that on the table. I think it's gonna be sweet.
I'm excited to see that as long as it's not across the table from me.
Yeah, for sure. It is a pretty scary, terrifying thing. Master Arcade gutted your PC died after you started. That's too bad, man. get on that, man. We'd love to have you on. It'd be sick.
Yeah.
Magnus Christensen is double Born Swords on Warriors good. It's okay. The Warriors, honestly, if your Warriors are fighting in melee, it's going downhill. They hopefully your Gene Stealers are nearby to dig them out, but I will put the melee weapons on the Warriors if I have the points for it, but I'll drop them if I need it. I think I actually like Bone Sword Lash Whip on a lot of Warriors because they'll get hit by a big melee unit and like most of them will die and they don't get to swing. But then if they have the Lash Whip, you get to swing regardless. So usually if I am kitting out the Warriors, Bone Sword Lash Whip goes on the standard Death Spitter guys, and then your Venom Cannons get double Bone Sword because they're always the last to die.
So I saw an interesting interaction earlier where the Lash Whip states that you keep the model there
Yeah,
until like the end of the combat. So you could just fight again and they're still there
that sounds right.
because they're still there. So if
They
you
just
just
fight.
spend on fight again, all of the dudes who had Lash Whips who are dead are not dead and just fight again and then move and then do other stuff
And
and then die.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, that sounds right.
That's a
It's a super weird
interesting
upgrade.
interaction.
It's a super weird upgrade. Yeah, it's most of the time the Lash Whip mechanic is a fight last. So it's like pick somebody within an inch and you Lash Whip and you fight last.
Yeah.
But they didn't want to give that to a weapon that you could just put one of in every unit and be sick. So instead, they they gave it this bizarre mechanic where they come back to life momentarily because like they've tied you up. Although that said, I think it is better than making somebody fight last for the most part.
Yeah, I would agree.
Yeah. Let me take a look at that. Some melee weapon.
It like completely gums up anyone trying to charge into you, and
Remember
try to, like,
Tyranids had
charge
4
through you?
arms and could use all of their weapons every time they attacked? God, that was so sick.
Yeah.
They would just combo them, like all their melee weapons together. I'm like having flashbacks. like, like wet dreams about 4th edition Tyranids.
like nightmares about 4th edition Tyranids.
Dude, they were so fun back in the day. Lash Whip and Bone Sword. Yeah, you leave it where it is, and then
It like blocks opponents'
you
consolidations. It does like all kinds of
you
stuff.
remove them after it fights, so it doesn't get to fight twice.
Oh,
Yeah,
all right.
it fights as
there's that
normal,
fun.
and then it's removed from the battlefield. Yeah.
No fun. Boys.
Sorry, buddy. It does block consolidations though, because it stays around
Alright.
until it attacks. So you just like
It does
fight
that.
with that unit last. Yeah, that's pretty fun. All right. Well, I think I'm gonna go ahead and end the stream here.
All right.
Mega
Good
Ronin says he
game.
played AR
Two.
Wedge
Game
round
everybody
2,
else.
and his Death Watch is interesting. So everybody should tune in on Sunday at, looking up the time, 10 Eastern Standard for that game. And we'll probably be live tomorrow with something. We'll have something going on. It'll be sick. It'll go up in the stream schedule.
Looking forward to it.
So join the Discord and check it out there. All right, that's gonna be it for everybody.
All right.
Thanks, Shuma.
Good
Thanks
night,
for jumping
everybody.
on. Good night.
Yeah, no problem. Anytime.